Ah. Mm. All right. Jesus Christ. I don't even remember what the fuck we were doing. Oh, we're like finding like these noble women. I don't know. I don't know. Like I actually have no idea. I don't want to dive right into this. We just started and I haven't had any caffeine.
He put you in that tree! You sought favor! You granted his wars! You watched him mistreat everyone and everything! And you never gave a damn until you turned on you!
I know, Secret. It's true, all of it. But for love of you, I became a better man, a counselor for peace, an ally to all those who...
Were you an ally to Freya in his suffering? To Skadi? To Groa? Or to Tanya? No! You all took the side of the powerful men! You said...
Watch out! There's more of them!
Even now...
Oh, I'm aware. I'm very much aware that there's a lot of them right now. We just started. There's so much happening. What is happening?
And it's who you are!
It is not her.
No. Of course. You did what you must.
Like, actually, we just started. Like, are we good?
Come get me.
Wait, no, I might have to restart stream. Hold on a second. Uh-oh. Oh, no, we're good. We're fine.
The tree is getting tighter.
I'll show you tight.
Brother, the tree! It's pulling me in!
Mimir!
Brother, help me! Monster!
Atreus!
Oh, we're tripping.
I
Why didn't you trust your own son?
Don't let him
Girl.
I'm scared!
She... Hello? Like, actually, what is
The
happening?
way he wants to be seen.
I don't want to go back! He's alive!
Do I have to fight these people or can I... Hello? F you!
And now he's mine.
He's killed his own family!
Atreus! I am here!
He's a bad guy! I'm not safe with him!
I'm your mother. I'm your mommy. I can't say that. Some people like that.
Oh, Father, help me! He's a monster!
Oh, wow. Reba, we literally just loaded up the stream too. I'm like,
It's over.
this is a lot to start out
Pass the
with.
test.
Didn't feel much like succeeding.
I see the door has disappeared.
Or it was never there.
They toy with us still.
The door's open. I don't want to shut it. Ugh. Can I just like use the force?
What is that?
Oh.
A kelpie. Don't
A-
see many
a
of
what?
those in these parts.
She must be theirs.
Will she take us to them?
A
I'll ask
kelpie.
her. Nicely. Easy,
Hello.
girl. Easy. That's right.
Is it a dead horse?
Good.
Is that Maurice from Dead by Daylight?
Care to talk about whatever the Norns put you through?
No.
Are we gonna get on the horse or what?
Get on.
Okay, that was
That's a
so
good laugh.
long.
Lovely creatures, but temperamental by reputation. In my land, they'd keep children away from the lost by telling them a kelpie would drown them. Of course, no kelpie I know would do such a thing. Unless it was disrespected.
It walks on water.
Aye. No mystical water steeds to speak of in Greece, brother?
There were the hippocamps. They said to see that. I battled one
Glad
upon
to
a
be
tundra.
back.
That might not be her favorite subject.
Oh, wow. Oh! Sorry. I just had my fight or flight activated. I don't like this Subnautica thing. Hi, Rothy. Ugh. I'm
We're
scared.
here.
Oh, Kelpie, because, like, kelp.
Never doubted we'd make it.
Oh, wait. Kelpie, like a horse in the water. Baby, there's a horse in the Pina, the horse is in the water. Pina, the Kelpie's here. Vivi Brown snapped with that song.
Kratos, Freya, and Mimir's head. Enter the home of the Norns. Tentatively.
This is pretty.
They have finally reached their destination. Kratos speaks first.
I seek my son.
You know the child is an
It's pretty well
Asgard.
optimized for PS4 as well. I'm playing on
No,
PS4.
You seek what all who search for us seek. To know the ending.
That's
to
Baba
your
Yaga.
story.
Down. Sexy Baba Yaga.
The ghost of Sparta furrows his brow menacingly. He resists the urge to grunt. Oh, he fails.
This is camp. I love
You
it.
come to us, piteous archetypes, seeking freedom from your scripts, as if knowing your lines would grant you the power to rewrite them.
Are we in a play?
You will die, Kratos of Sparta.
Not true. Well, maybe. I don't know.
But you called him the destroyer of fate. There must be a way to subvert destiny.
There is no destiny, Puck.
The protagonists are speechless. They do not understand.
There is no grand design, no script. Only the choices you make. That your choices are so predictable merely make us seem prescient.
When my son was born, shut up!
Gagged
Your
her.
prophecy said he would die a needless death.
And he did. Because you could not let him go. Because he thirsted for revenge. And because you kill gods.
But what Kratos did, it was not out of hate.
Should I bring him a crown then? He still slays gods, but now he's sad about it? You are the sum of your choices, nothing more. And because your choices never change, you will learn that Heimdall intends to kill your son in Asgard, and you will do what you do best. And then Ragnarok.
The skies burn, the curtains fall. Exunt omnes.
Heimdall.
Again, he misses the point.
Focusing on the second act to the exclusion of the final. A common mistake in storycraft.
We are leaving.
I love them. I want their story. They're
He
fierce.
stomps away, followed closely by Freya.
I enjoyed your story, Kratos. Pity it has to end so soon.
They're lovely. I want to drink with them.
Well,
The fate of the realms, their names are Uro, Varondi, and Skald. I do not know how I know this. They're meddling inside my mind and already proving difficult to recall, yet an uneasy feeling remains. No matter I remember, learning Heimdall is the threat to my son, and that is enough. I want to learn like what they are in like mythology. The Norms mythology. Oh, they're not. They're the Norns. The Norns in Germanic mythology, any group of supernatural beings who correspond to the Greek Morari. They are usually represented by three maidens who spun and wove the fate of men. Oh! Fierce. So they don't know Freya's prophecy they only know Kratos's. Some sources name them Erd, Vinaldi, and Skuld, perhaps meaning past, present, and future. Ooh. They were depicted as living in the world tree under Erd's well and were linked between both good and evil. Being frequently attendant at births, they were sometimes associated with midwifery. The names Norns appear only in Scandinavian sources, but the cult of Norn-like beings from several European folklores. In Norse literature, the Norns are called Disir. That's fierce. I love them. My parents are coming home from their vacation tonight, so if my dogs are barking, it's because they're excited. So, you didn't hear anything. Hopefully I get a present. I got them a present while I was in Texas. I got them a license plate that said, I love Jesus. So I want something while they were at Disney. I deserve it.
That was educational.
Hi, Icy Hudson. How you doing? Why does it take so long for Kratos to get on the horse? Kratos.
Let us lead the
Kratos. The horse is here. Sorry, it's not a horse. Excuse me. Pardon my French. Omelette du fromage. I wish I could speak fluent in French. You know how puss that would be?
I can feel things getting more
I'm gonna
normal
learn it.
already.
I'm gonna teach myself.
Wait. That tree.
Well, isn't that interesting?
What is this?
That's the noose, brother. The one Odin hanged himself with. As part of his endless mad quest for secrets of life and death and what have you.
What are you doing?
It's a charged object, significant to Odin. Perhaps I'll find a use for it.
Did you guys also know? I'm gonna talk about this all night.
Brother, what they said about the boy?
Will not happen.
Oh,
Let's
It
hold on.
will not happen. We will not
second.
let it.
Of course we bloody won't. The question is how? You wouldn't seriously consider killing Heimdall, would you?
Yes.
I will do what I must.
Oh,
Why wouldn't
is
he?
that all?
You're
He
wrong
kills
to dissuade
everyone.
him, Mimir. You know Heimdall.
I grant you that he's a spiteful, vicious little shit.
And so loyal, Odin entrusted him with Galahorn. If we have the chance to eliminate him before Ragnarok, we shouldn't hesitate.
Considering his powers of foresight alone, that is an if of mountainous size.
Not the twink. I want the twink to survive. He's hot, but he's gonna die. But oh, there's a hair on my thing. Did you guys know in Mythology? I didn't know this until one of our mods, Talos, mentioned to me. First of all, I didn't know Loki gets fucked in the ass so many times in like actual mythology, not in this game, but like in real life mythology. Then also on top of that, riddle me this, which gagged me. Odin, the all-seeing Odin, god of wisdom, like he can see the future, like he is the whatever bullshit. Since he knows the future and can see the fate of others, he cheats on his wives, 9 of them, because he knows they're not gonna find out. He is disgusting. Disgusting. I hate men sometimes. I really do. Makes me sick to my stomach.
Even supposing we're all perfectly comfortable plotting
No,
an
Loki's the god of
assassination,
mischief.
and I, for one, am a mite rusty at that measure. We've got no way to reach Heimdall, and no way to kill him if we did.
I have killed gods greater than him.
I don't doubt that, brother, but it's hardly my point.
Yeah, last stream, Rafi, when Loki was like, no, when Angrboda was like, oh yeah, that snake's getting bigger, like really large. I was like, uh-oh.
I see something.
Like, girl, run. Get out.
Up there.
Oh, wow. Literally, I was like, oh, you better run, Miss Thing.
Look, I think we're missing the Norns' message here. We've all got our tendencies, and yours is to run headlong into danger to protect the ones you love.
I do not intend to change. Not about that.
Why should you? Apparently my tendency is to kill the ones I love.
Freya.
I don't need you to comfort me. Either of you.
Their accusation was cruel. None of us believe...
The truth can be a cruel thing. Anyone care to argue with that?
No. But Baldur's fate had many causes. Prophecy among them.
How do you mean, brother?
There are many
Not the
tales
right way.
in my homeland of those who fulfilled prophecy by attempting to avoid it. So it was when Freya tried to protect Baldur. And so it was when I accused my son of going to Asgard.
Then we agree. It'd be foolish to go after Heimdall.
No. If Heimdall must die for Atreus to live, then Heimdall must die.
How can you say that, knowing what you know?
Because if Heimdall is a threat to my son, I must act. It is my...
Your nature. Well played, Norns.
Like, is it supposed to become to us as a surprise that Kratos is gonna kill to protect his son? Like, are we shocked? I wasn't shocked! I was not! It's almost like that was the entire plot of the first game. Right, I definitely need to do some upgrading. And I just need to be observant of like my items and stuff because we haven't done that, so the fights are getting hard and that's why I'm getting frustrated. That's why I got frustrated last stream.
Let us find a gateway. Return home. Consider our plan.
We built Gwen's face. We built
Before
drifting.
you make any hasty decisions, why don't you blow off a little steam? I'm sure there was some loose end we meant to circle back to. Give your mind a little time to process everything.
I suspect there's unfinished business here at the lake, though I'm certainly happy to spend time somewhere other than Midgard.
It's your
Yeah.
choice, brother.
I agree, but also like I'm not here for side quest BS. Like love y'all, but no.
What can I make for you?
I'm trying. Ooh. Yeah, I want Kratos' titties out. Can we sell some stuff? Yeah, let's sell. Artifacts. Yes, let's sell these, because like
You've been
what?
quite the archaeologist, haven't you?
Oh, sell all artifacts. Perfect.
I'll take 'em.
Resources. Perfect.
Glad to take that off your hands.
Oh, look at
and wash
this.
it. And it's covered in blood. Thanks.
Thank you, Star Jaws.
Happy to lighten your load.
Happy to what, my load? Okay, Bala.
Sure, this will be of some use. Have we
Oh.
more to talk about?
Yeah, I actually didn't mean to press that button. Excuse me.
At your service.
I want titties out.
Hey, what happened to all the armor we made you already?
I used it.
Well, maybe try to make this one last longer.
I will not.
Okay, now you're just being difficult, Kratos, please.
Huh. That might be my best piece yet today.
Very good.
I like this blue.
Gonna keep it spatter-free this time, right? Kratos?
Yes,
I'll
blue.
disinfect
Got
my
some blue going on for the Teen Vogue party.
Fire's actually a disinfectant, so these are very hygienic.
I think
Got
that's
time
it.
to chat?
I don't want to talk to you. Love you, but like not right now. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, my look is actually inspired by there was a WWE like girl wearing a leather jacket and a turtleneck, and I was like, wait, that would be fierce if I just like wore that outfit because I have that outfit. I don't know, there was something about her outfit. I was like, I want to wear a leather jacket and a turtleneck. So, and you know what I did yesterday? I spent my entire day yesterday. I organized my entire drag closet. I organized everything top to bottom. It was so good. And I organized it by color. So everything in my drag closet is rainbow. And then there's like black, white, and then like jackets and blazers. I was so proud of myself. And all my cosplays are hung up.
Heimdall wields. He sees the future.
More like he reads the person, sees their intention.
My intent will be to kill him. Knowing that will be no advantage.
Brother, this is no one to underestimate. Any move you make,
Hey,
you'll have
Red.
seen it coming. If you must face him, we need something else. An edge. Humor me?
Very well. We will ask the dwarves.
Ah, the inevitable asking of the dwarves.
I love maroon though. I don't have a lot of maroon. I was actually gonna order a maroon sweater. Like I want to order a champion maroon sweater. I want to order one really bad. I need my checks to go through though. I hate the net 30 days, net 30, net 60. I'm like, girl, just give me the check now. Why we gotta wait 30, 60 days?
Excuse me, sir. Could I have a moment of your time? Oh dear, what's to be done? Pardon me, I hate to impose. May we
Greta
confer
Tuskar, I love
with
you, but
Master
please.
Kratos?
Shh.
You're back. They're back.
Simmer down, I see him.
Okay, it really wants me to upgrade this amulet. Like, okay, girl.
I have news.
Oh. Did the Norns tell you how to get Atreus back? Do we have a plan?
The Norns say Atreus will be killed by Heimdall. The plan is to kill Heimdall first.
Oh, wow. Okay, Heimdall. Let's see. Never loses, sees everything coming, unpopular at parties. This won't be easy.
Whatever his advantages, I will overwhelm him with my own.
That's the idea.
I love wearing like black outfits, but it's really hard and it doesn't really read well in most settings because it just like gets washed out. So
Dropnir? But
especially because like today I'm wearing a bra, I have really big boobs, you can't see it at all. But
even
you know,
if we did, Dropnir's no weapon.
whatever.
Why would a... Oh. You mean we combine it with...
That's right.
And then when he... It'll go... Damn you, that's brilliant. Very well. I suppose there's nothing to do, but... Go fetch Dropnir.
What? Ooh.
Dropnir. I bloody knew these two had nicked it. And Odin blamed me for it disappearing.
They stole Dropnir.
We didn't steal nothing. We just ungifted what never should have been gifted in the first place.
How will it help me kill Heimdall?
Never you mind all that. It's a fucking surprise. We're artistes.
But to even store Dropnir, you'd need...
Oh, they're gonna make his third new weapon right now.
You were saying?
This is his new weapon. They're doing it right now. I know they are.
So now you intend to kill Heimdall. Violence cannot prevent violence, Kratos. I truly thought you understood that.
No matter what you thought I understood, my son is in danger. I will not allow harm to come to
What is happening with Sindri? What's happening? I want Cheerios. What? What is this?
Oh, I'm gonna miss you, little one.
Little one. Oh, Sindri.
Got it! I think.
I'm doing all right. Happy to see you. Is that what that is, Red?
We are all worried about your son, but we
Enough! Heimdall's a threat, not only to Atreus, but to everyone. He's Odin's left hand, and he carries the horn that begins Ragnarok. If we have the chance to eliminate him, we should...
And it's just as likely a trap because the bastard knows your intentions. Kratos, I've never seen anyone so much as lay a finger on him. Not one.
Well, I gathered what's fit for gathering.
How long will it take?
We'll have to go to Svartalfheim to get the rest of the materials. Not to mention we'll have to visit the lady.
The lady.
Oh.
Yes! We visit the lady!
That's a relief.
I love women.
Ow.
Women's stories matter. Women's stories matter. They just matter.
Whenever you're ready.
The lady? No idea what he's on about, brother.
Lady.
I wish you'd come with us, Tyr.
I know you mean well.
Travel to Scharten Poopy.
See out there.
To Schartenheim.
Master Kratos, Lady Freya, my world-saving companions.
Shut the fuck up!
Let us speak. They're all going to blame us.
Oh, I can't even throw it at him.
Excuse me, Master Kratos.
Ah, time to go see the lady. I'll take it from here.
Oh, no. This whole thing were my idea. I'll speak to the lady. I never get to speak to the lady.
There are reasons for that.
Brock will go.
What? No,
What?
no, no. I have
You
to.
heard him. Quit
Kratos,
your
just because
head.
you're like bros with this guy, please. Let's make good decisions.
No, you pimple shrimps. Think that'll keep us out? Well, think the fuck again.
What was all that then?
Oh, just Sindri trying to hog all the glory. Same old shit.
Not that. The gate. What's wrong with a bloody gate?
Most likely someone in Nidavellir been making a
Meow,
fuckery of it.
meow, meow,
Probably
meow,
on account of
meow,
all that
meow,
incursion
meow,
you got up to.
meow,
But
meow.
don't worry, you little dangling head. Old Brock came.
So, how are we
I
gonna
got
fight
ways
and
in and
kill
out from
somebody
the
that
old days.
knows the
Kids that
future?
never even think to
How
look
do you
for it
outdo the
on
doer?
account of being stupid.
That is the question. Question for the culture.
Brock, where are we?
This here's your stop.
Simone.
Abandoned service tunnel, direct to the
Raven
forest.
Simone.
I'll meet you up there. Go on.
Brock,
And he's gone. You sure he was the right pick for this, brother?
I trust him. He speaks plain.
And yet so
The
colorful.
fuck are we? Of course we're in tunnels. We're never not in a tunnel or underground. Like, what is this game? I want to be outside. I want to feel the wind in my hair.
We may need to work together on this one.
Is that so? What did it just tell me to do? Huh?
So, a tunnel for liquor and explosives. Little on the nose for dwarven culture, isn't it?
Ridiculing a culture you helped undermine. Classic Aesir.
Oh, all right. I found that one.
Hello? sad because the only realm I really wanted to go back to is the Death Realm, and we haven't gotten there yet. Like, we've gone everywhere else in the game series.
Incoming.
Felt that, Rambo. Totally felt that. And like, I literally couldn't get up a couple minutes ago to shut my door, and my door's like 2 feet away. I'm like, girl.
Well,
bitch, get up.
Abandoned service tunnel. Careful, brother. That looks flammable.
I'll show you flammable. This coochie.
Ah, a fortuitous oil spill.
Huh? Die!
Poisonous spit incoming! Knock that Grim down!
Poisonous spit? Spit on me. Is Kratos doing the spilling? I volunteer. I volunteer. Kidding. Kidding. I would never do that. I would never do anything not safe for work. Like, I would never do that. I don't know what gave you guys that idea.
Kratos.
I'm a married woman.
Kratos, please listen. You have to.
Oh, I love my new commands. I'm so glad I did that. It looks so good.
No. Do not ask again.
But. Oh dear.
Are you doing this so effortlessly? I'm playing on the easiest mode because if it's on hard mode, like other people that play this game, I will go crazy.
The smartest man alive put it together. The giants conceal a
We
mysterious
built
figure
Gwen's
who changes the fate of Ragnarok,
face.
and you're oblivious to the only rational candidate, the one who's fought wars against gods and won.
I am not their champion.
Yeah. We built. Okay, honestly, I was thinking about it. Literally, Heather, Courtney, and Gwen's like voice actors, like, are so talented for being able to put on a voice for a character, then also being able to sing as that character well. Like, they carried the songs in that season. All the other characters are kind of just talk singing. Like, Heather and like... Heather's really... Whoever is Heather's voice actress is a really good singer. I think that's why she made it to the end, too. Like, I know her storyline was, like, solid, but her singing was, like, incredible. What are talk about here? Well, I talk about total island drama on Cartoon Work Net. I've arrived. Hello. Hey, oomph. It's just a cartoon that they did a musical season, and like it was just like really incredible to watch. Like, I don't know, like being able, like if you're doing a voice. Also, I played Psychonauts for the first time the other day. I had like a 3-day break and I played Psychonauts off stream, and I didn't know the voice of Psychonauts, the main character Roz, I didn't know was the same voice actor that does Billy from Billy and Mandy and also Invader Zim. I was gagged. I was like, why does he sound so familiar?
These gates seem to be connected. See if you can break that far fixture.
Hi, Marshy.
The sigil arrows should work with ice as well.
Oh, she wants me to... And then... Girl, throw your axe! Kratos, you're a dumb bitch. You're crying to call. True. I also love Billy and Mandy. Bro. Well, look what I did. I fucked up. I know. Like, bro, come on. Alright, well, I'm going this way. I feel like this is gonna get me stuck. But I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I actually don't think this is gonna do anything at all. Hold on. It doesn't. Okay, work. Work dash. Okay. So, what we do here is we do this. Pull it back. Let go of this. That's what it wants us to do. Interesting puzzle. Didn't enjoy that. What the fuck? It's Donatello from the Ninja Turtles. Okay, the audio cracking. Relax. All right, audio. We're fine. We're good. Just calm down. I'm gonna restart my game capture. I need to get a new game capture, and I need to get that new Elgato camera. I need it. I think if I don't get it for Christmas, I'm gonna get a, like, I'm gonna get it for myself for Christmas. I want an upgrade for my setup. I want the new I want a new camera, I want the new game capture, and I want a new chair to sit in. And then I also want like a little footstool. Put my little feet on. No, I haven't. I honestly am not looking at any Pokemon because, like, if I look at one Pokemon thing, then spoilers are going to show up on my timeline, and I'm, like, so over this fucking Pokemon spoiler bullshit. Okay, the audio in this area is just broken, so... Everybody, Marshall. Not who does it, everybody does it.
Well, that
everybody and their fucking mother.
Sort of grim. These won't be easy tunnels for the dwarves to take back.
We'll need to get one of those gates open.
I literally, like, one of my IRLs sent me, like, funny things about Pokemon leaks part 5, and I was like,
ah, we've seen these.
I don't want to see it. I clicked it and was like, ah, and I like clicked off so fast. The whole game is out. People are streaming it right now. Like, actually. I'm not even making it up. I should have turned away because recently every time I turn away, Ava does the fart command and I'm like, is that Ava? Hi Ava, happy to see you. How you doing? This puzzle is not puzzling with my brain. Oh. No, we don't need to do that. Okay, my forehead's itchy. Sorry. I almost made a very inappropriate joke leading into a conversation I don't think we should have this early into the night. Wait until we put the kids to bed. Please. I need to upload that to TikTok or something. I have a lot of TikToks from back in the day that just didn't do well because the ratio, and then like that one website that resizes it for TikTok is such a lifesaver. It's always time for a cock. Just kidding. I'm a married woman. I don't speak about cock and ball torture. That is sick and twisted. All right. This puzzle needs to puzzle, because I'm lost. I also, like, can't see, like, where the objective is. We have to get through here. She's staring at this. Oh, we have to get the water to flow into the wheel. We actually have to get the water flowing to the wheel. We have to get the water to flow into the wheel.
That worked.
See?
Shall we?
This opinion of yours.
Don't talk about my husband.
This alliance. You expect me to lead your armies at Ragnarok. That is Tyr's job, not mine.
It's plain to see Tyr's no war god anymore.
Nor am I. I have left that life behind.
Not killing gods, you haven't. Or else what are we doing in this realm? Forging this weapon?
This realm?
Your choice. You know where it might lead.
I am only protecting
I know. I know. And we both know the places protecting your child can take you.
My son Atreus. Don't talk about my son Atreus. Oh, the Game Awards nominations went up. We're gonna have to do that later.
Careful! Those
But we're
women are
voting
possessed
for
by nightmares. They'll be even more dangerous until we stun them.
Oh, they regen? Oh, I don't like this. Not a fan. Let's axe that from the record.
Behind you!
Where? I'm going this way, girly pop. Okay, we're not.
Grim, heading your way, fast!
I miss having a Dunkin' Donuts right next to my house. Do you understand how traumatic that was when they closed that down for me? Like, actually so traumatizing. It's never been the same. I used to be able to just walk across the street and get Dunkin' Donuts every morning when I wanted. I gained a lot of weight from it, which, don't get me wrong, probably isn't the best, but I loved just getting a coffee and some donuts in the morning, a nice beagle, Just because she cursed her kid to be an unfeeling monster that we killed doesn't give her the right to give parenting advice. No, literally. Also, your kid's like literally dead. Get over it.
She was one of the
like, stop talking about it. He's dead. Move on.
I didn't mean
Flop.
she was tall as a house. I know not all giants are giants.
Not that there's anything wrong with
Evacious in the chat asks, has this game been any good? I will say I'm like 50-50. Like, I definitely want to enjoy it, but I definitely have my frustrations with it. I just don't think if you can really see the flaws in it, you're kind of like just not doing yourself you're like doing yourself a disservice. Like, there's definitely some things that could have been better, but also some things that they're doing great. Like, I love the lore of the game. I just think that, like, yeah, there's a lot of filler, and like, you want the story to progress, but the pacing isn't right at some points. Like, right now I wish we were playing as Atreus, because like Atreus was like in it, like he was like, he's like the main character. Like, you want to figure out what's Atreus is doing, and they're switching between you playing Atreus and Kratos, and they're in two different spots, so it takes longer because we don't know what Atreus is doing right now. So, you know what I mean? I also just think that, like, I know reusing assets is good, but my only issue and I think this is the right word, trepidation of this game, of like reusing their assets are, is that they're reusing way too many of the same from the before. Like, yes, I agree, you can definitely reuse the thing, but like every stream I've gone to, everybody says the combat is the same. Yes, it's the exact same. They could have added a little more, like like just a peak of a new combo, or like a peak of a new ability with the axe, or something new with the blades to make it a little different from the first, which I think they should have done, because it's the exact same as the first. I still like the combat, but it's the exact same. But there is a new weapon coming that should make it good, I guess everybody's saying. And like the bosses from the first game that have the same kill animation as the first game, I wish they would have made more unique kill animations. It's such a tiny thing, but it does get a little like draining, because you're like, I just beat this boss, cool, am I gonna see a cool final like animation? And you don't. It's the same one as the first game.
Or number of limbs, say.
Nothing in the world.
So that's my input. I think it is good, but I don't think it is great. But that is my opinion here on the internet, and we can all have opinions, and we all shouldn't take it too seriously, because it's literally a video game. So let's not send me death threats for not liking God of War Ragnarok, or subtweet me on the timeline. Let's be serious.
There. Now we can open the other gate.
Work.
Why is it you ask?
I was just thinking of how Odin antagonized the giants for generations, nearly wiped them out of existence twice. Now you may have a role to play in stopping him once and for all. Don't you think it's possible that's what your wife would have wanted?
It feels like that was the case, Ava, but
I'm not saying anything you haven't thought.
I don't know. I don't think they would admit it.
Haunt every step of your path, wasn't it? Maybe if you talked about your doubts, they wouldn't explode when you talked to your son.
I do not doubt. She knows what I left behind.
I almost fear that this game did fall victim of trying to be pushed out sooner than it was. I know Santa Monica Studios said they didn't want to like rush their game and they wanted to take their time with it, but I still think, like, they even said that they took their time with this. I still think they were a victim of people putting pressure on them to finish this faster. Like, I think if they took even more time, this game would have been even better, but so many people were anticipating this game that I think they just kind of had to release it. Is that like a weird take? I feel like, yeah, I feel like since they delayed it, they felt the pressure. So they were like, well, we can't literally take any longer. Like, we still have to keep the pace. So.
Would never have asked that of me.
Why would she need to ask? She saw your fate.
That
3
too.
of Odin's kin
That's
dead
true,
because of the
Rab.
path she put you on. You don't think she knew exactly what it meant, sending you to Jotunheim?
This is mere conjecture, and probably quite enough of it, Highness. We're all making an effort to cooperate here, after all.
You're right. It's not for me to say.
Ah, teamwork.
My God. There's 2 of them? Jesus Christ. Why is the audio like messing up so fiercely in this area? It's literally these enemies. They take too much. Stop! It's making me mad. PS4 would be like, I can't load audio. Oh my God. Michelangelo. This looks like Raphael, actually. Raphael's the angry one. Wait. Okay, please. Did anyone else have a crush on the Ninja Turtles when they were a kid? Just me? Okay. Glad we can agree.
Incoming back here!
Oi!
Well, who's ready for some fresh air?
What
after
play
that?
would they Ragnarok?
Everyone? Thought so.
It is close. I can feel it.
Your mom. Get owned. What is this? Okay. You know what, Maddie? I don't want to hear it, Maddie. I don't want to hear it, Maddie. Don't give me attitude, Maddie. Cheap, cheap.
Look, I wasn't trying to provoke you or cast doubt on your marriage. It just seems to me your thoughts haven't caught up to your—
They talk too fucking much. That's one of my biggest complaints too. Like, I'm just trying to adventure through the world and bitch, they are yapping. I'm like, girl, shh. Quiet.
Yet.
It's quiet time.
And I know something about that.
No, it didn't. Stop. Don't say that, because that means it's gonna snow here. Well, I literally, because it snowed in Indiana and then it snowed in Pennsylvania, so I'm like, okay, well, it's coming. It's fucking coming, bitch. It's making its way.
When we get out of here, I'll give you some space. Let you think carefully about whether you're ready for what it means to make this weapon and to use it.
Girl, just make the fucking weapon. I'ma need space. I'ma need space. You know I'm in the
Meanwhile, I'll see what else I can learn
need
while we're
space.
here. Maybe I'll send a few Einherjar back to Valhalla for good measure.
Well, you have fun now.
Thinking about when that song came out and I was like, damn, I want to have sex to this song. And then it's literally a song about needing space. I'm like, girl,
Now we just gotta push
be
on
serious.
Bulky!
What the?
Long as you know
Okay.
that ain't the way to the forge.
Wait, why did she just leave? Where did she go? Okay, work. I needed a new chair so bad. Hello, House Music. Happy to see you. Is that, you got some periwinkle going on? Is that what that color is?
You sure did go to pains coming here, busting old Tyr loose. What a prize he turned out to be, huh? Lucid enough when it's time to steal my kitchen.
Yeah, literally, Tyr is such a flop character in this game. Like, he needs to do something. He literally has just been sitting around.
I know you. You're the rump suck we're about to get clean.
Get gagged.
Better take out that nest or it'll be eyeball city out here.
And what if I don't? Thank you, Shaw. Not color match your plort. Okay.
No wonder.
It's too early for this.
Let's go!
Do you guys know that meme?
On your right.
Oh my god. Your impact. It's true.
Hang on. Almost got it.
What was I playing the other day? No, I was watching Total Drama, and you know what Owen says? He goes, oh, I don't want to see... Oh, it's in the song. It's in the song, oh my god. Speaking of color matching your plort. It's in the song. Oh my god. I'm trying to think of what the tune is. It's the one where they have to undress the guys, the guards, where they go, it's crazy how they stand there and don't even blink. Oh my god, I think that's it. I don't want to see him. I don't want, it's Noah. No, it's Owen. I don't want to see him. No, it is Noah. I don't want to see him all naked in pink. Yes. It just made me think of that. Sorry, that was a journey for me to get there, but I thought it was funny that they were talking about like naked in pink, and I was like, do you guys know like
Well, come on in, stranger.
I never do get used to that trick.
Locals up ahead.
Yeah, Jack, I changed my profile
Civilized, and
picture.
Hopefully nobody springs an alarm.
Thank you for noticing. That's honestly my favorite song of the season. It's a good one. I could name something pink. What, my skin and my old streams? I'm so glad you painted pink tonight, Nemesis. That era was so... I definitely did look pink. Trust and believe, I definitely did. But also, like, why did everybody actually think I painted pink? Y'all are crazy.
Well, that ain't no good.
I'm just really pale. Okay. I'm naked in pink. I am the rat from Kim Possible. Naked in pink. Just kidding. That's what my you-know-what looks like. I'm kidding. It's a bit. Okay.
Hey, Bartlett! I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm right here.
Girl, please. Your brain is braining. It took me so long to think of that song. I can't even think of what the... Oh, there's a thing. What is that song supposed to be? Oh, that's the one Courtney has a solo. She goes, we're gonna be totally hot. Courtney's voice actress has an amazing voice. Just saying. Why is this music suddenly? I'm not gonna say this again. It's because we're talking about Total Drama World Tour, the Cartoon Network animation TV show that has music in it.
Enemies down.
Okay, looks like that wheel up there opens the gate. Not that we
A dragonfly.
Hi, Star Child. I was finished. Famished. Done even.
Well, you could start by burning off this crud.
No, I'm correct. Don't correct me. I'm a beautiful woman and does everything I say is correct. And what are you? Sorry. That's a joke.
No grappling up that way. Why don't you look around and see if there's a way to lift
Exactly!
Lift?
Where the fuck is my money? I'm just kidding. Please nobody take me seriously, God fucking Christ. Like God said herself, everybody takes me too seriously and not seriously at the same time. And I'll repeat myself and say, that was God herself, Lady Gaga, saying that quote. Honestly, life-changing quote for me. I saw that clip the other day on TikTok and I'm like, she's so real. That also, the other clip of her where she goes... She doesn't do that, but I would. She talks about in an interview like, oh, if a man were to sit here and be smoking a cigarette, grabbing his crotch, you would just call him a rock star. But since I sit here as a woman and I do some different things in my music and it's different for you, you just think I'm something else, but I'm just a rock star. Like, I love her. She's an icon. She like is like her mind like actually is so. I love listening to her talk like in interviews. Like some of her older interviews, I don't think she would say like some of the shit she used to nowadays. Maybe she would, but like her early like poker face era, like literally did not give a fuck, like eating like a fake diamond and spitting it into a cup in front of an interviewer.
Now we're talking. Hang on, coming around.
Brother, did you notice the dwarves of the camp were twice as alarmed to see Brock than they were to see you?
They did seem surprised.
All right. Now I can turn this crank and cap that geyser there. You just give me the signal when you're ready.
Now.
On it!
Turn it.
Oh, no. I have to go back. Sorry, my bad. Totally lost. Well, that music kind of slaps. Blaine is my game. Dishing dirt is my name. Sorry, I messed it up. Is my name. Dishing dirt is my game. She's Blaine-erific. So terrific. I'm famous. Famous. This is so against the rules. Does Chris think we're a bunch of fools?
Once more.
Aye, aye.
I love Blainley. Did you see the theory that Julia in the new season is Blainley's daughter? I would gag.
Look around. Find an angle.
Not Johnny Test. Wait, damn, I miss having the whip cracks sound effect. In Johnny Test, the amount of whip cracks they have is so funny. Wait, the twins from Johnny Test are kind of me. Any character with glasses and red hair is me. Just putting that out there. Sorry.
We need a new vantage point, brother.
God, please. I don't want a new vantage point, if I'm gonna be completely honest. What is the gimmick?
Hey, I got the crank covered. You do the other stuff.
Oh, what? Oh my god, wait, it wants me
Can you get
to...
up any higher from here?
Oh, you are stupid. This game is stupid. Oh wait, no, we're good.
Ah, promising.
Quit! Fuck you! Literally, fuck you! It's actually funny how people remember things about me. That was good. If anyone doesn't know, I failed chemistry 3 times, so, fuck you. Yeah, very good at chemistry, I am. Sorry, that got me. That was funny. That was good. When RuPaul slaps Asia. That was good! Actually hits Asia. What is the vantage point we need? I don't get it. Oh, we have to make the water go there? A grocery shopper. A mother of 2. I'm a married woman now. I want to get like a ring and actually make it a bit. I'm a married woman. I would never make that joke. Wait, that's actually so funny. Wait. I'm a woman of God. I would never say anything about Kratos' foreskin. But it's probably nasty and crusty. I am so sorry. So how are we doing? Where am I going? Twitch partner, true. Twitch partner and was a panelist at TwitchCon, apparently. It said it on my badge, but I actually didn't have a panel. I was like, am I supposed to speak somewhere? Literally, I went to the desk. I was like, guys, I have a panelist badge. Am I supposed to be somewhere? The red shade broke. It's for the best. Sorry. I don't like using red eyeshadow, if I'm honest. For me, para me. What is the flamboyant palette? I honestly, my biggest thing about, like, I was talking about it, I think I was talking to Marshall about it last night, like, the thing about when I used to do drag, I used to only paint blue skin. If you're a big Nemesis fan, you know back when I started doing drag in clubs in 2017, I would only paint blue. I would wear no wig. Well, sometimes I'd wear a wig. I'd wear no wig, Joey J, very Joey J. I'd wear a redacted hat that you're not supposed to wear nowadays. We're past this. I would paint blue and I'd be like an alien character. So, I just couldn't imagine nowadays. This is why I don't experiment with like a lot of like colors and makeup and stuff on stream, is because I come on stream to just kind of like vibe out opposed to like experiment. Like if you want to see like people experiment with makeup and are good at it, there's other stream queens, honestly. Sometimes I like to experiment, but not all the time. But it's because the makeup, like the cleaning of it, like doing it all, like you have to clean your makeup brushes, you have to clean your face, the staining in the shower. When I used to paint blue, my shower was like so bad. Like, and also like taking it off would take hours. Like, because you have to use setting spray, you have to use powder, you have to do all of this shit to get it on. Just to do what? Take it off at the end of the night. So that's why I only do like bronze looks nowadays. Like with different like color lipstick and blush. Like I couldn't even imagine if my aesthetic was still blue alien and if I had to come on stream and do that every time. I would honestly probably lose my fucking mind. Like, it would get everywhere too. Thank you, Maddie, for that input after a conversation I had. Thank you so much for very good intel, very good conversation reply. I'm like so lost of what to do right now. I think it actually wants me to do something over this way. Yeah, wait till it's like 10 o'clock. So against the rules, does Chris think we're a bunch of fools? Ava, say it. Ava, say it. Ava, say it. Ava, say it. Damn it, Ava. You're supposed to say your mom, so Maddie would get mad. I'm like literally so lost. Like actually. Get gagged.
Well, that got the gate open, but you kind of need to be up here to use it, you dig?
Why is this puzzle using every single brain cell left in my body?
Well, that got the gate open, but you kind of need to be up here to use it, you dig?
You said it got the gate open. Why is the gate not open?
There you go. Right on the money.
Please tell me this is the solution.
Gates open. Come on through and get those cables clear.
Was this not for the main quest? Girl, I'm literally gonna fucking shit.
Well, I think they've seen us.
Ooh. Oh. Okay, now that we have more people in the chat, did nobody else, am I the only one? Did we just not know about this? Did Bendy and the Ink Machine just drop today with no release date out of nowhere? Or did they actually have a release date? Because that game literally came out of fucking nowhere. Like, I remember them saying that they were making it, but it literally came out today out of fucking nowhere, dude. Like, I was gagged.
Come on, the lady's waiting.
Yes, it came out today. It's on Steam right now. People have already beaten it. Literally! I think they started hyping it up earlier this week, but I didn't think the full game was going to be out. The whole game's out.
Hey, got another riddle for you.
Bendy and the Ink Machine is one of the, if not, I think one of the most unique horror games in recent years. Like, the first one is where one of my longtime mods, Jenny Rader, like, that's how we met. It's because I was streaming it, and, like, we bonded over it because it was so cool. It's, like, one of my oldest streams, but, like, that's how we met. I just love it. It's such a good horror game. It's, like, based in, like, that, like, era of, like, animation like Cuphead did. Like, the old, like, cinematic, but it has horror to it. It's so cool. If you haven't played the first, I definitely would suggest it.
No, that doesn't work.
Stomp the stomp.
Oh, isn't that clever? Bampot.
Understand where I'm supposed to go. I don't think it's. I think I just have to go back. But I want to stream it. It's $30, which isn't bad. I think that needs to be the normal for games. Like, I don't... girl, $60 is steep. I don't know how people are charging 60. Like, it is so steep.
Ooh, that's brisk. Think I'll grab something.
Oh, it looks like a face.
Grab some what?
Is that supposed to happen?
No, you idiot. The sound of the wind.
I don't know if that's the right word.
Watch and learn. See? Dwarven magic's all about the intangibles. The relationship between the stuff what you can touch and what you can't. It's about understanding.
Understanding what?
The nature of a thing's more important than the form of a thing.
When I jump off, what then? Great. I hate playing as these two because it's like just hanging out with straight bros. Like, I want to play with Freya and Sindri and Atreus.
Hey! All in all, peckers Waiting on you, Splatterpart. Whenever you want to die, I'm right here.
So this lady, then?
The Lady of the Forge.
She better be hot.
Ain't no more magical creature in this whole realm. Why, I've been waiting for my chance to meet her since I was knee-high to a Noken. But Sindri'd never have it. Said I was too uncouth.
Ooh.
Today's finally the day.
Can you shut up and try to listen to the music?
I got goosebumps on my bunions.
Barbara, I've never...
You guys are so fucking loud. Shut up. Sorry.
Seen you so... reverent. Are you nervous?
What? Shut up. No, fuck you.
Really pretty.
Go on, Pasty. Turn the crank. Let's do this.
Watch your mouth. I'm not pasty. Am I pasty? Don't answer that.
It does not work.
Huh?
What?
What is it this time?
Why is it not working?
Out of the way. Let me look. Oh, fuck, Knuckles. Do I gotta fix everything in this thing?
Lee, I have to tell you something. I was really hoping you were going to join stream today. I was really, really hoping. There is a wrestler that is your doppelganger. Like, actually looks exactly like you. And I'm not making this shit up. Like, seriously. Like, seriously. He looks... I was, like, looking at him and I was like, why does he look so familiar? I was like, he kind of looks like Lee Dawson. Look up Johnny Gargano WWE. Garannno. He kind of looks like you a little bit. In my opinion. He's hot, so it's like not an insult. But like, I'm like, he literally looks like you.
I need that axe of ours.
Shorter, I think.
That material out yonder.
I think you're definitely taller. I think he's a short king.
You'll figure it out.
I said that to Marshall. I was like, that's literally...
Well, we'll both
it's literally like, if Lee Dawson did wrestling.
If we're real lucky, she'll give us her
Oh, so that's your type.
Doesn't
What?
give them to every piece, but the ones she does,
Wrestlers?
something to behold.
Well, they're literally like half naked, greased up on top of each other. So yes, that is my type. That's why I watch wrestling. Right? I think it was last night though, because they were cutting a promo and he was just like wearing like a shirt and like he wasn't like in like wrestling attire. I was like, he looks so much like Lee. Like he was just like in casual. Oh, fun. I was gonna go to Survivor Series because it's in Boston, but I'm not too thrilled with the match setup, so. No, we know my type. Scorpio, short, twink, very gay. We know. You hate me and Yim too much to pay to see her. I don't hate her, stop. I'm just not thrilled. Literally everything I'm not, Slay. Well, at least you don't have a mullet anymore. Marshall hides. Literally gonna, when I see Marshall, I'm just gonna... Can you please? Oh, am I supposed to be cute to you? Sorry, I'm a married woman. My types are Scorpios with emotional problems and criminal records. True. Not far off from someone I know.
One less feathery spy.
Work. What are we supposed to do? I didn't even hear, like... Oh, it's still Scorpio season? Hmm. I thought we moved past that. I thought we were better than Scorpio season. Unfortunately so. Well, that's fun. Speaking of Scorpio season, I didn't realize until the other day that it is going to be like, this is gonna sound so bad, but when, oh my god, I always make this guy sound like terrible on stream. I swear he's terrible in real life. I'm not just gaslighting you. My ex that said he wanted to get married when we broke up, he broke up with me a couple days before my dad's birthday, and my dad's dead, and that's coming up. So just putting that out there, I'm not okay. So that's like, I was thinking about it, I'm like, okay, so that happened 3 years ago. Trauma. That's probably why I'm not feeling good lately. True. But at least I'm not, I'm just glad I'm not in that anymore. You guys have no idea. Stronger than yesterday. Ain't nothing but a memory.
She was, apart from her taste in men, of course. Now I need a chunk of that.
It's a Scorpio, I think.
Over by all that busted up wood. Back in those days, I'd get so caught up in trying to be the best that I'd work till I pulled.
I think it's just so crazy too. Like, we're all water signs, Scorpios, Cancers, and Pisces, but they're all so different. Like, they're very emotional, but so different in how their emotions operate. That's why I always think the dynamic of Scorpio and Pisces is so crazy, because they're so vastly different in like how they deal and operate with their emotions. And that's why I find it so odd that their compatibility is like literally like one of the like top of the compatibility chart. I'm like, how? It's so strange. I have to pee. I can't find the active quest thing. Where is it? Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Repair the Switch. Okay. Repair my Nintendo Switch. Is the void assigned? Sure. Okay, well, there's definitely something with this. Toxic Cancer. I only know one Cancer. And our dynamic is interesting, to say the least. This is why I need to listen to the dialogue and not just ramble about shit. Now I'm lost. Why can't we go down here? Where's Goose? Goose, what is your sign? He's gonna ignore me because I made fun of his mullet. Where am I supposed to go? Like, actually. Oh, this? Roll, please. Can we chop all of them and go at the same time? Because I don't want to do a lot of these fucking animations. Okay. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that.
Give up on that riddle in a hurry.
I give up nothing. Gets bigger the more you take away, is it?
That's right.
Sorted.
You know what I loved on TikTok though this week? I loved that all my trans like friends and trans mutuals. It was so nice to see. I think it was Jules. She's an amazing like Bratz doll like content creator. Doesn't do Bratz anymore, excuse me, redacted. But anyways, like they're known for that aesthetic. They were on TikTok saying, it just warmed my heart because like I related to it, is that they were talking about how they do it, how they post on TikTok and how they're visibly trans without any surgery, without any makeup, without any of this and that, because they do it for the girls that don't want to do that, or they're doing it for the girls that, you know what I mean, like that type of aesthetic. Like you don't have to have surgery to be as trans as somebody else. We're all trans. Like you don't have to have surgery to be more trans than somebody else, you know what I mean? And there was like a chain of like trans women like just duetting it and being like, I'm with you, like I haven't had any surgery, but I'm still as trans as anybody else. Like I am a trans woman without any surgery, like period. Like, and I forgot it was Trans Awareness Week, and I was like, I just love seeing this energy online of all these beautiful trans women like being honest about something so deeper than the surface level of being trans, and like discussing things that are very personal. But it was like really good for somebody like me just starting to identify as someone but not wanting to take the steps to do surgery. Like I don't want to, but I still identify as a trans woman, but I don't want to take the surgeries. No, house music. That's terrible. Was it a Scorpio during Scorpio season? They're going crazy right now. Like, actually, they're going like, woo! Oh, what, Marshall? Where? That Marshall stalking. Is it in my description, Marshall? That's interesting. Speaking of redacted. Libra's eye roll emoji. Stop. Are you a Libra? Are you self-dragging? Hi, Matt. Happy to see you. But I will admit, first of all, love the haircut. Second of all, I was gonna do the same. I had a moment that I had a breakdown, and I was like, what if I shaved my head this week? Like, what if I just did it? Like, what if I went back and like what if I just went to square one and just shaved my head? So like when I saw you did it, I was like, our minds. Proud Virgo, period, baby. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. I just got here and I'm like, let me go to the restroom. I just have to pee so bad. I'm back. I feel like such a new person. It's crazy. No, literally, that's why I've been having a lot of discussions about actually if I want to shave my head. Because, like, I love my long hair, but in reality, I just don't see, like, I don't know. I see Nem and then... Ugh, I don't like saying this on stream. I see Nem as somebody else and then I see Casey as somebody else. Like, I don't see, like... I like to be, like, masculine, but identify as a woman. Kind of like Rhea Ripley. Like, I like to be, like, the gender line out of being Nemesis. Like, I'm always Nem, but then, like, I couldn't see myself, like, wearing skirts and, like, all done up in makeup and stuff. I don't know. It's very new. It's very fresh, but, like, I couldn't see, like, what am I gonna do when my hair gets long? Like, what is the next? Like, what? I don't really see it for me. I don't know if I would chop it, like, mask short like that, but whatever. So I ordered groceries the other day, and I ordered my favorite coffee cakes, right? I pick up this packaging and I said, okay, got my coffee cakes. Very happy that I got them. I look at it a little closer. These are not coffee cakes at all. They're pound cakes. I think I just broke a nail. I've never had these before. What are they? What is a pound cake? Don't make a Drag Race joke. We're not gay over here. Life's just hard. No, I feel that. It's been a rough, like, couple weeks. It's honestly been a hard, like, November and October. November just has, like, family shit I have to deal with, and then October was just a disaster. They are good. Well, I'm gonna try one. Because I need something to eat. But we move on. October and November are honestly the hardest months out of the... Ew, do they have, like, stuff inside it? Like, is it filled with, like, cream or something? Why does it feel, like, juicy? If this spews cream at me, I'm literally gonna kill all of you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Rambo. I never came out to my family about being gay, trans, non-binary, and anything in my life because, honestly, I've had this conversation before. I don't owe anyone anything. I don't owe anybody anything, especially sometimes my family, because they don't give me the time of day. So, honestly, I don't give a fuck. Like, I literally don't owe them shit. So when I decided to identify as these things, I just started doing it. Like, I don't need you, or you to tell me your opinion on it. I also don't give a fuck. Like, I'm gonna live life for me. I don't know. I think, like, coming out is important. Coming out needs to happen, but also, like, I just don't give that much of a shit about it. I'm like the main character. So. Oh, it is just a plain cake. Work. Yeah, my family's never gonna get my pronouns right, so it doesn't fucking matter to me. I'm lucky enough to have a gender neutral name, so, like, it just works out. Like, it's very, thank God. Or I could just add the Y to it and it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's feminine. But, like, only very important people in my life I like to call, like, say that. Okay, this is good. I'm glad that I got these. Never mind. It doesn't have the messiness of a crumb cake. As much as I love a crumb cake. Work. I kind of wanted to stay up tonight and just finish this game. There's like 8 hours left. I could probably do it. I'm not gonna enjoy it, but... Okay. I have food in my stomach. Big win. I made an egg sandwich this morning and it was just bad.
Perfect. But let's hear your answer.
Oh, you won't get it out of me then.
So I've had like no food today.
All right, let's get back to business. One more crank to turn and it's on to the forge.
I see no forge.
You don't see the form of a forge, but
Work.
we're going to the nature of one.
I was almost following him for a moment there.
Yeah, I'm very lucky that my name is gender neutral. Like, very lucky. If my name was like Eric or something, I would like die. Or like Robert. No thanks.
Where is the forge?
Here she comes.
Oh. Ah! You better fucking work my pussy out! Now that's mother. Oh, this is gonna be bad. 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 What is that? What did we just give her? Oh, the ring. Uses a spear? Is this Genshin Impact?
She needs the final ingredient. The blood of a god.
Excuse me.
Give her your hand.
She needs what? I was thinking about it yesterday. If my name was like Michael or some shit. No, literally. Watch out, she's gonna use her ultimate. Wait, this is Nami from League of Legends. No, she's so pretty. She kind of looks like a Cheshire cat a little bit, like very like puss in the face. Oh my god, that's the God of War symbol. That's the guy from Fortnite. When he's actually in Fortnite, like he actually is. You need to be stopped. I need to be topped. Sorry. It was there. I don't need to be. Stay away from me. I'm a married woman. Look, he's even doing the bit. He has a ring. Work.
Delphi almost forgot.
New combat. We won.
It would be an honor if you might bless it for us. Are you, hello?
Why do we need it to be blessed?
She acts like I weren't even here.
Mermaids don't speak to our corporeal bodies. They speak to a part of our soul. A part specifically you might be missing.
Oh, I forgot.
Fuck! Damn it, Sindri, you lion's cat scrubber! I knew it. I died. I fucking died! The fuck you want?
It needs a blessing.
Yeah, well, the one to give us the blessing just fucked off into the tomb.
Why does it need a blessing? Like, actually.
It needs the blessing of a great blacksmith.
What? No, I can't bless shit. I don't have all my soul bits. The blessing wouldn't mean squat.
It is the nature of a thing that matters.
Oh. Kratos being a nice guy. Shocking news. I was shocked.
All right.
No, literally, Lib.
May this weapon strike true. May it be wielded with wisdom.
I need to see it.
May it be put down when its job is done.
Ow, my eye! Why'd he spit on it? What is wrong with you? Yeah, get some stank on it. Like, what is wrong with you, dude?
Now you know I can't let you take our new gal home without giving her a swirl.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
That's the stuff. Ain't your first time with the spear, I reckon.
All right, I'm not like we gotta restart the game after this. The audio clipping, girl, please.
Just like old times there.
Couldn't have put it more forebodingly myself.
This is me and Curtis's height difference. Or me and Marshall. Just kidding. Marshall's gonna yell at me because he's like, I'm tall!
Roll it all you like. Drop narrow, make more. Had it good enough for you? It will serve.
Wait, what? Oh. Oh, that's puss. Work.
The drop near spear's looking pretty battle-worthy to me. Let's see if she can help us get out of here, too. That's it! Now do the thing!
Oh.
There you go.
Well, what did it do? Oh.
Yep. Guess we're doing this one.
I think
boys.
Curtis is literally 5 foot.
Listen.
So I think you're a solid 8 inches taller than him.
It's good to have friends when you find out your brother's a rack-scabbing liar.
No doubt he only wished to protect you.
Weren't his call to make. The guy dies, he's got the right to know about it.
Take heart, bro.
No, he's the
We
definition
all
of
die
short king.
sometime. Many of us more than once.
House music down. I get the spray bottle.
We gotta finish putting the spirit through her paces. Come on. Might have to get creative up ahead.
What's the noise?
Oh, lick my face! There's eyeball nests all over! Get your throwing arm!
How tall is Kratos? Do we know? See, this is what I needed. This is what I needed. Let's go. Fucking finally, bro. Work. I'm almost as tall as Kratos. I'm 6'1".
Stop pumpering around and smash that thing before more things come out.
Oh, there's another nest. I didn't even see it.
Don't you see where they're coming from? Hit it already!
Perfect. Work. How wonderfully camp. Like, this needed to happen like an hour ago. Not even an hour ago. Like, literally like 5 years ago. This is giving a refreshing new... a new life to the game. How do you get over there? Am I supposed to just throw it? Probably.
Setting off a spear in anything like that's a sure way to alter your circumstances on the right quick. Any more guesses, belt boy?
Oh, all right. Gets bigger the more you take away. Ah, is it time? Because the more removed from events you become, the larger their scope in your memory. No, that's bollocks now that I say it. Never mind.
Bollocks.
Still my balls taking over the ground. We better beat them out. Yeah, hit me already.
Get fucked. Where's the nest? Is there no nest?
Well, that was creepy.
How is Kratos actually supposed to kill Heimdall, though? Don't tell me,
Ready
but
for
like...
your next lesson?
What?
Take note of that there watchamahoos. Get a decent angle and fling a spear into it head on.
Do what now? What's the whatchamahoozy?
If you want to get out of here, listen up. Throw a spear into that thing right there.
Wait, it's on the other side. What? How am I... Huh? Oh, how can I climb it? Bruh. Oh, we have to climb this side. Crawl, please.
See? Dirty enough to climb on, swing on,
Oh. Now I see. Okay, I'm still getting used to this. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Papa Panda. Wait, Idris Elba?
Got one last favor to ask of the both.
Nar, I think he's played by a silly little twink.
What happened down there in the forge with the lady? That's my story to tell, all right?
My lady.
Agreed.
Oh, very well.
What is that?
Maybe those Grimm will take him down.
Oh, it's a troll.
Nope.
Oh wait, what is his rage with the new weapon? Oh, it's probably the same. Never mind.
Hey, call an old pecker trail.
Yeah, it's the same. Okay, I'm sorry the audio keeps cutting out. I actually have no idea why that's happening.
Let's go!
wow.
Behind you, big guy!
How much damage does this do if I do all of it? Not a lot. I have to upgrade it still. This guy running away from me, lol. See, when I mean they were using things from the older games, that kill animation is from the older one. I wish there was like something new with the spear. I like how he does.
This is the last.
Huh? Oh. Bro, be serious. I'm a new viewer, saw one of your TikToks. So far, it's been entertaining. Well, welcome in. Happy to see you. Thanks for coming.
I see a shorter path.
Aye. Shall we let Brock improve your gear before we go?
Can we? Where is he? Where did he set up shop? Where is Brock? Oh, right here. LOL.
Thank you, Brock.
Hold on. Let me figure out what is happening with the audio. I'm playing on the easiest mode because if I die and stuff, it's gonna make me upset. And I'm also not good at video games. Capture audio input. This doesn't fix it, then I'm gonna have to restart the game. Actually, I think we're at a good point that I can just like reset it really quick. We just saved, so. They just had like a giant update for it too. I'm like, why is it giving me issues? Hi, John. Thank you for 18 months, babe. How you doing? This game is very stressful. I'm playing on the second to last difficulty, and I swear it's giving Elden Ring PTSD. I could not play Elden. I'm not that girl. I'm not. I play games to enjoy. I'm not looking for a challenge. I'm looking for story and immersive. Like, I hate a challenge. Well, I don't know. Depends on the game, really. Good morning. I need some more caffeine. I'm looking for... Me too. I couldn't even, like... I mean, I feel like I would like Elden Ring more if I had God mode. Like, I actually, like, need to get, like, a God mode mod, because I've been trying to play that game. If it wins Game of the Year, maybe we'll do something with it next year. I think that's a solid. I don't know who's gonna take it, though. It's, like... It's really between, I think, God of War and Elden Ring, which is unfortunate. But just because I really want an indie company to win, but I think after It Takes Two won last year, which I know they're not an indie company, because I think it was like such a gag that it took it last year, I don't think they're gonna make it a gag this year. It's so much fun besides dying and raging. It's so fun when you like get past the points of wanting to rip your hair out. I'm never like a Souls gamer. I think I'd like to watch somebody play a Souls game, but for me experiencing it, no. I think I watched Odds Darva play it. That was it. That was like the extent of me seeing a Souls game. Have you played BO 3 recently? Do you like its plot? No, I want to play it, but it's 60 bucks.
It is a good spear.
Damn straight it is.
I'm trying to figure something out to get it. Woo! Excuse me. Oh yeah, Sekira's a good game. It definitely deserved Game of the Year when it got Game of the Year. I loved watching Super Mega play it when they played it. That's unfortunate. Oh wait, it gets prettier when you upgrade it. I wish Stray would be up there because it's so good and silly, little guy's story, but sadly God of War and Elden Ring will always beat it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's an issue with them beating it. I think they're great produced games, but I just really want Stray to win. Just because of the sentiment the game had. And it was like a good pace, and it was like everything. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get a coffee in a second. Because I want to get a chunk of this done so that if we do this again, it's gonna be wrapped in one stream. I want to get Dark Souls 3 when it goes on sale because I love the gameplay and styles of Soul games, but the first couple games have been very clunky with controls, and that's why I can't get through them. Well, and then Elden Ring was advertised to be like multiplayer, and I don't know. Everybody just played it solo, and I was like, okay, well, thank you for showing off the new multiplayer.
Reckon I see how you'll be getting down from up here. Best I find my own way back. Been too auspicious a day to end it working for you. And I'll get those gates working for you.
I only hope Sindri's in one piece by the time Brock's done with him. The ice beneath those two is thin enough under the
How many
best
hours of main gameplay? About 18. Side content, there's like 70 hours of content. Thank you, Cammy.
Where's everyone?
I mean, yeah, I tried it for a stream, but I'm not gonna. It was making me frustrated, so I don't like getting frustrated.
I just want to talk.
What?
Dad to dad. Speaking of which, imagine my surprise when Atreus came knocking at my door. He's doing well.
What are you doing here?
And will continue to do so just as long as I return to Asgard sometime soon.
I think next year is going to be crazy to nominate Game of the Year.
Besides, our friend here has a whole lot to live for.
Arguable.
Run along now, but behave yourself. New spear. Never much cared for Brock, but can't deny the dwarf's talent.
You came to speak. Speak.
You don't really want war, do you, Kratos? All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands? I want peace as much as you do. Perhaps we can find it together.
He's lying.
I know.
That boy of ours. He's everything I expected. So clever. Kind. You sure he's yours? A kid. You really ought to be very proud.
Why are we talking about Elden Ring? Let's stay on topic, chat.
To break free from all this fate and prophecy.
My son is not your key.
Oh God, do they not have metaphor in your homeland? Or rather, did they? I'm sorry, that's not fair. I know you're not the god you once were. And now is your chance to prove it.
Return my son, or you may meet the god I once was.
And what kind of god is that, Kratos? What do you even
I think it's gonna be faster for us because we're playing on the easiest difficulty.
In your lifetimes, has anyone ever worshipped you? ever prayed to you?
So the fights aren't that long.
Can you even imagine that kind of love? No! You don't care about mortals. You don't care about anything beyond yourself. Beyond the monster who kills without cause.
Gaslight, gatekeep,
You fear what you can never
Odin.
even hope to understand. Is it any wonder that your boy is in no rush to come back to you?
Don't listen to him, brother. He's just trying to get in your head. Superior.
I will cry right now on
Yeah,
stream if
showed
Mandy
up
LaRose
here.
loses her
At
title.
least you rattled him as much as he rattled
I-
you.
Good night, Rambo. Thanks for hanging.
Good timing. Let's see what Brock made you.
What the? Ow. Is it not for the title? Mandy versus Kaylee tonight? It's literally a title match, Marshall. I literally told you about it yesterday.
So that's the weapon? A drop near spear?
The Dropnir spear.
Well, any given number of Dropnir spears, I suppose.
Come on, I found a gate. We just need to take the train down.
I do worry, though, if I'm being frank. We've crafted a weapon to kill a god. One could say you're on the verge of returning to form.
Does it scare you? Aiding another violent god?
I'm scared for you, brother. That spear could start a war. The war. If that no longer concerns you, then maybe Freya's right. Maybe the giants had you in mind all along.
I want to know the lore behind this drop near spear. Okay. It's not helping. I literally told you. I grin. It was like advertised as like 2 titles are on the line tonight because what's his name's having a title defense too. So someone, I think the titles are changing hands, and I think it's gonna be Mandy. He won. Yeah, Mandy's losing it. Mandy's done for. That sucks. That sucks. I really don't want her to lose. I'm actually so upset. She's like literally the only interesting thing happening right now on NXT. And I want her to have a longer reign. I want her to pass Shayna. But I don't think they're going to have her pass Shayna because Triple H loves Shayna. So I think he's going to cut her reign short. Mandy. I don't think she's going to make it to 400. Because like, he wants Shayna and Asuka to be like, he wants Shayna and Asuka to be the most respected women. But then he also booked Asuka on main event. Why is this straw like not in my mouth? All my wrestling comes from this stream and Nem socials, period. I love being the wrestling insider. Oh, it's Shawn Michaels? Since when? I didn't know that. That makes more sense on why that clip of why he was hugging Wesley. I didn't know that. That actually gags me. What do you mean had to leave for medical reasons? Oh, so instead of Triple H going back to NXT, he just took the main role and then said, here you go, Shawn Michaels, while I'm out, why don't you do it? And then he just kept him there. Watch, we're gonna do this. Is Mandy Rose losing the title tonight? It said yes. Well, it's over for her. Her fate is decided. You want to know why I'm wearing the leather jacket and a turtleneck? Because of Dana Brooke. Damn right. That promo she cut in the leather jacket and turtleneck. I said, I'm gonna wear that outfit tomorrow. What was that? Oh, it was my nail. My nail just went flying. I was like, what just fell? Okay. Draw in the thing. Put my headphones back in. Who would you like to dethrow, Roman? I don't know who can. What was that? Okay. Weird noises in my ear. I don't think the Usos will. Yeah, I agree. I think it's gonna be Cody when he comes back. Like, literally, I don't think anybody can except for Cody. I think they're literally waiting for Cody to be back. I think he was booked to do it, and then he got injured. Maybe Randy Orton. I'd love to see him come back and take it. I miss him. If they're gonna have like a legend match and they choose Randy for it, I wouldn't be mad. Was Vince still in charge? Yeah, he was. I think he booked it well though. I think Triple H had a hand in it, but I don't think he was in charge. Why? That's like sad. That's like the move of wrestling everybody thinks of, except for like The Undertaker. It's like RKO, John Cena, and then 619. Booyaka, booyaka.
So this Draupnir spear, you're prepared to use it?
To protect Atreus. I am no one's champion but his, nor no one's god. That may be my form. It is not my nature. Do you understand?
I guess a difference of opinion is hardly the most I'm setting aside for this alliance. As long as the plan is to kill Heimdall, the rest matters little.
There's also the bit of news that Odin has some inkling of what we're up to.
I thought I heard ravens. Damn it. What did he say?
Lies, threats, and more lies. What did you expect?
You think he lies that Atreus is in Asgard?
No. On that, I'm afraid I believe him.
Then the rest matters little.
I saw a gateway near here, overlooking the bay. We can get to it with your spear, I think. This way.
What is Mandy wearing? Oh, you said Nikki Bella because the hat? That's funny. Is she wrestling in the hat, honestly? Wait, no, what if it is a reference to Nikki Bella and when she lost her title? WWE NXT is no longer the future, it's about Zoe Stark. Okay, girl. You went from almost winning the tag titles to being booked in catering. Like, good luck. I'm like scared. Like, I'm like refreshing my socials. I just don't want Mandy to lose. But she's gonna. Is the match happening right now? Oh, it's not happening? Okay. Scared. Very nervous. Someone's gonna come in my chat and be like, Mandy lost the title, and I'm gonna be so sad. It's gonna curb my mood.
That gravestone. There's a keyhole that looks to fit the hilt you found. And if I'm right, you best prepare for a fight.
I'm okay. I'm good. If it is the main event, she's definitely losing. I wish they weren't so obvious about it. Girl.
Hey, big guy.
Fuck you. Period.
Now
Thank
that
you.
you have a weapon to deal with Heimdall, we just need to find a way to get.
She's just like, we have Ronda as champ, and then like there's nothing happening in the Raw title picture. Like I love Bianca, but she's kind of just hanging out. I'm like,
has fallen a bit by the wayside.
That is up to Odin.
Yes, that's rather what concerns me. Listen, brother, those things he said to you.
His words are nothing.
True, though I expect retaliation is no empty threat. We need to think through the ins and outs of it.
You're getting ahead of yourself. Let's see if Sindri has had any luck.
if the road to WrestleMania is Rhea versus Beth, nope, Rhea versus Bianca, and there's hype for Mandy to WrestleMania, I'll be for it. But other than that, I'm not down. And if they put Mandy on SmackDown, she needs SmackDown. They need a star over there. They're lacking.
There he is! Hey! Come show off the spear. See what we
I literally don't want to. Oh, I have to go over there. Okay.
Now do the thing!
Oh, look at that. She's special, that one.
Ain't gotta tell me.
Have you found a way to reach Asgard?
Not as such. Had a few ideas, but they didn't so much work.
Brother, without a way to Asgard, what are we doing?
I do not know. I need to think. I am tired.
So, you're sure nothing unusual happened with the lady? Nothing at all?
Nothing whatever.
Where are you going, brother?
I am too, house. I'm very nervous.
So we're just keeping blindly on then, hoping we don't walk headlong.
It's the main
into
event, I
Ragnarok.
think, house.
Is that your plan?
They're taking it off her. I'm scared. This thing needs to be nervous. Okay. Can I not spill liquid on me? Thanks. Kevin Owens is injured. Oh, titties. Breasts, big boobs, and jugs. Oh, bro's fucking dying. Bro is actually fucking dying. Some new guy. When I'm gone, you better put me in a bag like that and look at me and touch me like that when I'm dead and gone. Yeah. Yeah. You better put your wife's ashes in a little bag and fondle the little bag. Say, that's my wife in there. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. Why does he have the pleading eyes emoji right now? Did you see his face? He said, that's what I'm saying. I know the music is really good.
Kratos.
See, she's me. I'm the bag of ashes.
You all right?
Red hair. Beat. That's me. Pregnant. She's real. That's me. Just kidding. She just gave birth. She's not pregnant. You remember when Cosmo and Wanda had a kid and Cosmo got pregnant? Sorry, I just think about that a lot. In the fairy world, the men get pregnant. It's kind of funny. Wait, the fairy world? The men get pregnant?
Very ready.
That's funny.
Shall we then?
Is this Calliope? Or is it Atreus? I thought she said she.
Do you enjoy the gentle waves, little one? Your father and I traverse this river often. One day, you will learn to navigate its waters.
Oh, it's Atreus.
We lived deep in the wild woods. The most beautiful forest in all of Midgard. And it is safe
Excuse me.
and serene here. Game is plentiful, and you will want for nothing. We're not far from the place your father and I first met. We nearly took each other's heads off. But he's softened since then. Somewhat.
Softy. Ah, softy.
Fortunately for you, he remains dreadfully stoic.
Come on, Kratos. He doesn't know his wife's gonna fucking die.
I suppose it will fall to me to teach you language. Your father can teach you to hunt.
That's all men are good for.
Or perhaps that will fall to me as well, since all he seems to be good for is grunting.
Oh! Men! Typical.
Have you nothing to say to your son?
What would you have me say, Faye?
Anything.
Literally anything. God, men are
Let him learn
exhausting.
your voice. Let him know you.
Sometimes they just do nothing and think it's okay.
He is far better off knowing as little as possible.
Kratos!
Knowledge is not always a burden.
Open your heart to your newborn baby, girl.
Think. The mighty god of war, frightened of his own child.
I do not fear our child, Faye. I fear for him. He is innocent.
We are not our failures. We are not who we were. We must be better.
Why are they going on this boat ride? With the baby. Like, actually. Like, what if the baby just fell in the water? What then?
Atreus is our future. Keep him safe, Kratos. Protect our son.
Did he even sleep? The soundtrack's banger. Very good. What? Why are you punching the wall? Stop. Are you finished? Oh, this is Gemini shit. Oh!
What did that wall ever do to you?
Building focus. Something my father taught me.
It work?
Not yet.
So, what you focusing on anyway?
Controlling my emotions. Heimdall keeps trying to make me lose my cool. I can't give into it.
Thrud, hey, it's Thrud, okay? Be cool.
Training without me?
That a good idea? Training? I mean, I think it's a great idea, but won't your mom be mad if she finds out?
Good point. But did you consider?
Gagged.
It didn't hurt, also.
Anyways, grandfather wants to see you.
Oh, grandfather. Right, okay. Here, then take this. And, send my regards to Sif, Lady Sif. And, Triss. See you later. And Thrud. Bye, Thrud.
Midgardian boys are so weird.
Weird can be good.
The two of you, I swear.
That's my hair.
What's in the jar?
Milk curd, Mom's favorite. It's his way of helping. Grandfather's in his study. Catch up later?
Yeah, I want to finish this mask and I want to figure out what it means, Mr. Atreus.
Out of here. Maybe Odin's down in his library.
I rob him.
What are you going on about?
I just don't get it. The mask, bringing the giant that killed my sons here. Why?
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Stop letting your wife think for you. She's clouding whatever's left of your brain.
This isn't about her.
No, it's about your limitations. Accept them and move on. Now go smash something, will you? Honestly, I liked you better as a drunk.
Oh! Odin!
Loki, come here.
Such a nasty man. I was so rotted.
Finally figured it out. This is where you killed Ymir, isn't it? The first giant?
Tell me, can you murder a landslide? Smother a storm? He was more, a force of nature, a vessel of power. I was young.
Thank you so much for the spoiler and the name.
Create something more. I know you think it's cruel, but I did what I had to protect my own.
Would you like to continue the spoiler after your 10-minute timer, you fucking idiot?
I'm gonna trust you.
I'm trying to tell you.
Stupid.
Of Ymir's death, I saw something.
Watch this. Crazy. No fun allowed, I guess. Give me money if you want that.
Possibly the birthplace of reality. I looked inside.
You can turn it to a 30-minute timer.
Whispered to me.
No fun allowed for the chat.
Comprehend, but I knew they were true. When it blinded me, I thought it was over, that I'd never see inside again. And then I found this. And I knew that it would finally let me see the answers You see, son, I don't know where I go when I go. There's no Valhalla for me. Ragnarok cannot be the end. I need to know there's something more than this. I need to know what happens to me. And that's the truth, I swear, on my last good eye. That's the truth.
The writing on here talks about a cold breath. Breath. Wind. It's gotta be Hellheim.
Hellheim, you say? I'll take it. And I know just the person to accompany you. I'm trusting you two can handle this responsibility.
You can count on us. Don't mess this up for me.
Oh, forgot to mention, Heimdall will be joining you.
What a privilege. For all of us.
Oh, whoa, hold up. You don't want to walk into the blistering cold of Hellheim without this. Every Lao should keep you nice and toasty. You're welcome.
Huh. Mimir said even Odin couldn't survive the cold in Hellheim.
You believe everything that old goat says?
Thrud, too bad your first time outside Asgard has to be to Hellheim.
Nah, we're gonna make the most of this.
Yay! I've been wanting to go here the entire game.
Now, as much as I would love to babysit, I have something else to do for the Allfather. If you run into any trouble, just scream so I know where to find your bodies.
Let's find that mask piece.
Finally, I can test my skills alongside the real Valkyrie expert.
First off, Hellwalkers are nothing compared to Valkyries. Second, I thought you didn't believe me. Hellwalkers, here's your chance.
You want some of this?
I forgot we had the sword.
For the record, I believe you fought the Valkyries. I just don't believe it was grandfather who corrupted them, or that he caused the desolation in Midgard, or that he had all the giants killed. Am I missing anything?
Lots actually.
Girl.
More Hellwalkers! I got this!
It's like, I don't believe anything is real. I'm so sorry.
No way!
Nightmare!
I'm playing it on the easiest mode.
Wow, that's really good.
Loki, incoming! Well, what other heinous crimes has my grandfather committed?
Let's see. He decimated Vanaheim, tortured Tyr, murdered Groa, murdered Ymir. Goes on and on.
Interesting. And where'd you hear all this?
Freya and Mimir told me.
Oh, so his traitorous ex-wife and a bitter former advisor. Got it.
Look, you don't believe me, but...
No, I don't. Either you're full of crap, or you're a hypocrite for helping him. Can we just focus on the mission?
Yeah, I want to play as her so bad. She's fierce. So we're releasing Hela work.
Dead end. This is where the mask said to go?
Well, yeah, maybe the door that's
What's
right
it say?
there. How do we get in there? I like literally can't see, so I'm like, what? Can we climb this?
See? More Hellwalkers.
What?
That means we're headed the right way.
Sure.
Herbaúta! Outcome!
I think this is my favorite realm.
You want some of this?
Why are there so many of them?
Whoa, you can turn into a wolf?
Okay, but like,
Well, there's a big hole up there now. Could be our way around.
where?
Maybe we can use the big crate.
I got this.
Uh-huh.
Good
sure
luck,
you do.
buddy.
Hey, we're okay, right?
I guess. Maybe our families are just meant to be enemies.
Well, not us. I don't believe that.
Climate? Hello? Okay. Jeez.
What I do believe is that you'll make a great Valkyrie. I'll tell your mom the same thing, even if she scares the life out of me.
That means a lot. Thanks. Now, we have a masterpiece to find.
Jaffa!
It fell through the floor!
Could be our way up. Let's head back down and find out.
I'm gonna throw enemies at me right now. Has the game gotten fun yet? It's pretty good.
Now we go right.
We just got the new weapon for Kratos, so it's a little more bearable.
A revenant! I'll slow it down for you!
Yeah, I got
If Mandy can't lose it in a 10-minute match, that's ridiculous.
Creepy.
A last woman standing match too? Like, how are they gonna have someone stay down?
And this way's blocked too.
There has to be another way. Keep your eyes peeled.
Not a squash match. Like, come on. Just have Toxic come out and like end Miss Alba Fire.
Jaffa!
Not see all on the other side.
There's a grate on the floor under that barrel. Hey, sweet. Let's go. What's the mask say?
So, the mask's pull is a little weird with all these buildings in the way, but I think we're going the right way.
You think?
I hope. I hope.
I thought we got company. Watch out!
What? Oh, that's silly.
Wait, so this way?
Sure.
Are you messing with me? I need this to go well. I need my family to see what I can do.
I know. We both do. Looks like it's through here.
Ugh, excuse me.
Let me get that for you. Okay, this thing is really fighting me. See anything in there?
There.
Nice. Whatever you shot crashed through the floor again. Let's head back and check it out.
I thought that literally was about to crush her.
So, I talk about my mom a lot. What's your dad like?
He's intense. Like he's trying to force me into this mold. But I'm not sure that's me.
Oof. Well, I know exactly what that's like.
Thing is, I don't know what I want. I love that you do.
You'll figure it out.
Okay, no, literally.
That's a big one. More of them.
That is so silly. Not a spray. Not even a skin, girl. Period, baby. You better.
You want some of it? Wow. The rush. Does it ever go away?
No, it doesn't.
Mom's gonna have a real tough time keeping me in Asgard after this.
You should probably
Which way?
stay there.
The mask showed it was straight ahead earlier. But of course the way's blocked.
Maybe they're trying to keep people out. Or something in.
Well, yeah.
I bet
Yeah.
there's another way around. There always is.
What gave you that idea that all of this is supposed to keep something in? Crazy idea. How do we get down there? Was it through here? Yeah.
Alka.
Sweet.
So, how'd you know you wanted to be a Valkyrie?
I didn't always. After a bad fight with Mom, I snuck out and found them training. Somehow, every movement they made had such purpose, like they knew exactly where they needed to be.
Looks like it's through here.
Well, let's do something about the box.
The training gave me...
Too heavy?
Shut up. Something's blocking it.
I'll take a look, but I want to hear the rest.
Deal.
Why is he such a flirt?
Not bad.
I know. As I was saying, seeing the Valkyries fight, all strength and style, it gave me clarity. For the first time, I saw my path forward, clear as day.
Too bad giants have to follow prophecy.
Who cares?
He is. I'm like, why is he like flirting with all the girls?
Like
Like,
we've been doing here.
relax. Oh, this is the ship from the first game. Well, true, he is. Just toying with these girls' emotions. Excuse me.
Step aside, little man. This one's stuck too, but I feel it weakening. I can feel it. It's definitely budging. I can feel it. It's definitely budging.
Okay, hold on, girl.
Maybe I should just shut up and concentrate. I can feel it. It's definitely budging.
What? Hello? What am I supposed to shoot?
Maybe I should just shut up and concentrate.
Jaffa.
Maybe I should just shut up and concentrate.
I like literally have no idea what I'm supposed to shoot. Like literally what is happening. Oh.
Got it.
Sure looks like it.
Bring it on!
Jaffa!
Alla bin una basta resta he.
Not bad. Guess we make a good team.
Yeah.
Where to now? I wish we could get past that stupid crate.
Kratos. Kratos? Kratos. So many words. Okay, well, like, we need to do something. Like, bro, what? Can you move this? Aren't you strong?
Jaffa.
Okay, girl. Well, now we're stuck again. I don't like these puzzles with me not being able to see things. Now I'm just like, what the... What am I supposed to do here, like, actually?
Looks like it's through here, but it's blocked.
Fucker. Okay, now she's doing what she needs to do. You could back it up a little bit.
What if I move this? Aha! Can you get up there?
Perhaps I could.
See if you can find a way to cut the crate down on the other side. I'll wait here. I don't have a fancy way up like you do.
Got it.
Maybe get good.
Ingrid, was I too rude about her grandfather? She should know the truth, right? Yeah, guess so.
Hey, you talking to me?
No. Just talking to Ingrid.
Okay.
This chest is pretty. This better have big money in it. No whammies!
Let's see. Where can I get a better view of that crate?
What crate? Literally what crate? Are we going over the boat? Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay.
Let's see. Where can I get a better view of that crate?
I see it.
You did it!
That was hard.
Hey, what's going on out there?
I literally could have told you this was gonna happen. Okay. Bitch! Bitch, 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 bitch! Oh, there's two of them. Lord have mercy. What? Hello? I hate these guys because they just avoid my attacks and it makes me mad. Of course, Liv. Thanks for hanging. Good luck at school. Did they get rid of the Guardian of this realm because we killed him in the last game? I remember you could see it from like all different angles of the world. They did, I think. I was wondering if they like replaced him or something, but they did. They got rid of him.
All right, the path's open. Let's go.
Whoa, the mask is freaking out. We must be close.
That's what I like to hear.
What was that?
Don't look at me. You're the one who's been here before.
It's probably nothing.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
What do you mean it's probably nothing? We're literally in hell.
Well, you gotta get out of here.
The mask. We're so close. Besides, I don't think it's dangerous.
Are we looking at the same thing? Maybe he's locked up for a good reason.
I can feel what he's feeling. It's a giant thing. Look, he just wants to be free. Peace must be behind him. Trust me.
All right. Let's start with the lock not near its teeth.
Puppy! Good puppy. Please don't hurt me, puppy. Good dog. Good dog. Not us unleashing it. Maybe we should wake it up first to see if it gets angry and then we can unleash it.
Let's do the next.
Hi. Free dog.
All right. There.
Now do we just oh.
Looks like there was another one under his foot.
He's so cute though. Look at him.
If it wakes up while you're doing whatever it is you're doing, we're dead.
IDGAF or taking him home. Ow.
Look out!
Exactly.
Mangy mutt.
Be nice to my
Look in
dog.
the chamber he was guarding.
That's my dog. Be nice. Yeah, wait, what was he supposed to be guarding?
Please tell me it's down in the water or something.
There's... How? It's not responding anymore.
That's so weird.
This has never happened.
But you said trust you. And we let that thing loose. Grandfather's gonna kill me. We gotta get out of here. Come on.
Wait, what if it's inside the dog? Oh my god, wait, I think it's inside the dog.
Wait up.
Maybe we missed it. Maybe it's back here somewhere.
Through. It's gonna be okay.
How can you say that? I shouldn't have listened to you.
Look, if I made a mistake, I'll fix it. I can find the piece.
It's gonna be in the dog, guys. Can we just have him spit it out?
You
What?
absolute, unqualified moron. You know that thing tears holes between realms, right? Well, I suppose I should expect nothing less from half-breeds.
Don't call me a half-breed.
Get gagged.
I will call you whatever I like, Junior.
Leave him alone. It was a mistake.
No! The mistake.
Oh, did Isla Dawn appear? Is her... Oh my god, wait. Period. She's from NXT UK. I love her. Wait, I love that Mandy was actually doing a Nikki Bella tribute. That's actually cute. Why is Cora and Wendy having a match next week? Okay, anyways. I need to pee. And still. Yeah, I know there's a lot of Twitter mutuals that really like her. I'm very excited to see her in NXT. This now keeps breaking off. I'm just gonna keep it off. Who cares? And still your NXT Women's Champion, Nikki Bella. Exactly. I want her to have the longest reign in NXT history. Sorry, Asuka. Sorry, Shayna. Mandy's coming. I don't want to sit like this. I want to sit... I just broke another nail! Ugh! I'm gonna have a BF. Alba tried jumping off into a man. Oh, and I was a little bit. It was good. I'm surprised they did all that in like a matter of minutes. Not that Giving Divas era. I think that's how it's pronounced and not spelled. I think it's still Isla, but like it's pronounced Isla.
Was allowing you to think that you were Rennie. You helped him, didn't you? What side are you on anyway, Guppy?
Not Guppy.
Try me and find out.
Oh! She said fuck around and find out.
Oh. And what are you going to do exactly?
Gag him. Sorry.
You see, everyone takes it easy on you because they are afraid of your father. I am not. That fat, drunken, utter piece of trash!
Oh!
Hey!
Again!
Yes, yes, the dumb does not fall far from the tree. Very well, then. Give me your best shot. You have a lot to learn, little girl. Starting with who your family is and who it is not.
Just wait until I'm a Valkyrie.
Oh. You really believed the Allfather would allow that to happen? Please do not let this little weasel feed your delusions any longer.
Enough!
So close.
Stop! He just wants to make you mad.
Yeah?
Well, it worked.
Well, you toddlers are boring. If you are finished throwing your little tantrum, we should go now. Because
love him.
I cannot wait to watch you explain this mess to the Allfather. Oh, it's going to be glorious. Hugin!
No, what about the doggy?
Damn, he's not here. Let's check his study. Oh, boy, is he going to lose it.
Father will have my back.
After the Allfather sent him away sulking with his tail between his legs?
Can I go?
Doubtful. And you, Loki of the Jotnar. I am haunted by your incompetence. It keeps me up at night.
Whatever.
No, seriously, I find the hues and shades of your shortcomings almost moving. If we could only somehow harness your uselessness, we could fuel this entire city.
Fine. It's all on me. Just leave her out of it.
I don't need your help, Loki.
Sorry.
Save it for the Allfather.
We have a lot to discuss.
Loki, I'll meet you in your room when I'm finished here. Shouldn't be long.
Okay.
My mission went quite well, Allfather. Secured the item we've discussed. The mask, on the other hand, well, they are merely children. The adult.
Thanks a lot.
Thrud,
I don't want to hear it. Everything was fine until you showed up.
I'll
What?
make it up to you. I swear.
Girl, okay, not to be that one, but literally you were being... Okay. Not to be rude, Atreus literally did nothing.
I really messed up.
You didn't do anything!
It's times like this I really miss home. Ingrid, did you have a home? Before you came here? Someone who took care of you? That sounds like a yes. Maybe I could help you find them without, you know, screwing it up. Sound like a plan?
Man,
Hi. Hey. Oh my god! My controller keeps
I heard what
vibrating.
Heimdall had to say. I'd like to hear it from you. What happened?
It wasn't there. I was wrong.
No, I think it was.
Well, we all make mistakes, son. But freeing Garm, that was a big one. Chaos is already spilling out into the other realms. We're safe here in Asgard, but everywhere else.
I think I want to go home now.
Okay, if that's what you want.
Girl.
When I said you're not a prisoner here, it's your choice. Go, clear your mind. I know you'll be back. But before you go, I'll need the mask back. It's not that I don't trust you, you understand? It's the company you keep.
I thought the mask was completed.
Oh, and Ingrid?
No, not Ingrid. Oh, Ingrid doesn't want to be left. Ingrid's scared of Odin. Oh. Okay, attitude.
When you do decide you're ready to continue our work here, Hugin will be waiting for you in your old home. You screwed up. Doesn't change the fact that you're welcome here. Oh, and say hi to Mimir for me.
Girl. Manipulator. Manipulator.
I thought I'd be so relieved to be back here.
I want to look up Garm. Garm. In Norse mythology, Garm is a wolf or dog associated with both Hell and Ragnarok and is described as a blood-stained guardian of Hell's Gate. Interesting.
If you're staying, you might be waiting a while. Of course. Better use the Mystic Gateway quick. Odin was right. Freeing Garm. How did I screw up so badly?
It's just your inner Loki wanting Ragnarok. Literally.
Almost home. It's gonna be fine. Everything's fine.
Girl. It's fine. Everything's fine. Girl, it's not. I can't. Oh, that was good. Cracked all my fingies. Excuse me.
No.
What? Oh no.
Wait, it's you!
Protect yourself!
Cheers! Nice time!
Atreus, watch out!
Oh, it's probably because the oh, it makes sense.
This won't stop until I close that bell path. Atreus, help keep them off.
Less.
I need more power. Atreus, come help me with the spell. I'll show you how.
Hi, Effie. Oh my god. How are you doing, baby? Do we have any mods on duty? Can you give a shout out to Effie? How you doing? I'm good. I'm chilling.
Tell me when!
Less.
Oh shit. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. Ew!
Father! Off your back. Help Freya. I will draw them to me.
Work. Oh, there is a new Spartan Reach. Work. I'm glad you had a good day today. We're literally just chilling. Like, we're trying to get a good chunk of this done today so we can move on. Yeah, the wolves and horses, I've heard. I've heard he bottoms for a lot of people. Miska, Muska. What happened? Did we do it? What's happening? Hello?
Is it over? No thanks to you.
What?
Where is Atreus?
Atreus? Has the runaway returned and brought all this with him?
What? Girl, what is happening right now?
Just hold still.
I told you I'm fine.
Oh, you're bleeding.
Quit your blubbering.
There he is. Like, he just arrived. He's already missing again. Ain't no way.
What do I call you?
Oh. I thought about to make me cry.
Atreus. What has happened?
It's all my fault. The Hellwalkers, they're everywhere.
It's almost like everybody warned you to not go.
There was a wolf in hell. He was in chains and I set him free. I thought that if...
Garm? Great bleeding fuck, lad. You freed Garm? Garm? Who freed Garm? That's madness. Surely not you, young one.
If the Hound of Hell is loose, he'll chew through the fabric of the realms. Hellwalkers are just the beginning. What were you thinking?
Aye, this is a fuck-up of not insignificant proportions. What would drive you to such mischief? Is this Loki's doing?
Enough. Leave him. Atreus has made a mistake. One that we will fix together.
Oh, so now you want to be a dad?
Now, if you
Sorry.
don't mind, I'd rather stay here. I've had my fill of visits to Hellheim.
We're going back to Hellheim. Literally, I wanted to free him. That dog looked like it wanted to be freed. I'd free him again.
One problem. How much do I have a way back to Alon?
Perhaps the squirrel does.
I need to speak with you at once. At once, I say. Gentlemen, I apologize for my brusque tone, but whatever has lately transpired in Hellheim is completely unacceptable. I must insist you go get
We are going.
We are going.
And do try not to fuck up.
Good luck, and don't fuck it up.
You know, reprimand me?
No. I am relieved. You are safe.
Okay. Wow. Maybe I should run away more often.
Stop it.
Kidding. Sorry. So where'd the new spear come from?
You never know how much you love someone or you miss someone until they're gone.
Ring.
And when they come
What's
back,
the story?
I do not know.
you need to show it.
You were not there to ask.
That you love them very much. Gonna miss me when I'm gone.
Whoa!
That's right.
I was just checking my phone. The dog jumped in. What the dog doing? Oh, that was a good spot. Not the cup song in hell. Real.
He's probably just scared. He was chained up for a really long time. We can't hurt him, okay?
Who loves trains? I like.
Most dangerous.
I know.
I was gonna say trans. You did not just do a typo of that, please. Are you
Come
RuPaul?
on, we gotta get across before he opens up more realm tears.
I do Trans Awareness Week. So true.
Wind powers? Cool.
Where's the odd hammer? It's okay, we don't need one. I'll forgive you this time. I love one trans person, it's myself. Okay, I dropped my controller and break a nail. I was gonna say, I love one trans person more than anybody else, and it's myself, and it's because I'm so hot and sexy and talented and amazing, and I have so many things that are great about me that I like to hear. Compliments, I would like to hear them. Oh, God. Let me put my nails back on. Can you please? Let me put my nails back on, because they just broke. It's Trans Awareness Week, so y'all need to love your trans people in your life. Show your love and affection for them. What nails am I missing? Oh, just the thumbs. Very capable of knowing what they want. Very true. Very true. Very good, T. Wait, no, you say very bubbly and witty personality and compliment personality for ugly people. I'm hot. Very good, T. Just kidding. Kidding. Me knowing what I want and being stern about it? Never. That's crazy. Ugh. You have a shit personality. Okay. All right, too far. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's that. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. I just dropped my nail into my crotch and the nail glue got the nail glue glued the nail to my crotch. Okay. Guess I'll use a different nail. Oh my god, this is 2 nails in one. Like that movie Teeth. Shut up! Have you seen that one horror movie of that guy that he lives in the walls of people's houses and has cameras around the house? I forget what that movie is. It's like an old Netflix movie. Have you ever seen Megan is Missing? Megan is Missing made me scared to do online dating. Clearly, I never learned. I can't get this nail to stay on my fingy. Yeah. Gonna go take sexy pictures for my man of the nail glued picture of, yeah, that's gonna be a lovely picture for him later. So true. I like literally can't get this nail to stay on my finger. Finally. Okay, but I feel really pretty today. I haven't put makeup on in a couple days. I haven't shaved in a couple days, so I shaved this morning and was like, today's the day I'm gonna look pretty. If I don't do drag for like 2 days, I get a full fucking mustache and beard. You'd be shocked at the amount of facial hair I have. Also, body hair, like, you can't really see it because I have like blonde arm hair and blonde leg hair, so I don't have to shave my arms and my legs, but like my chest and my armpits and everything, like my facial hair, are all like reddish dark brown. It's annoying as fuck. Like after 2 days I'm like a yeti. I got scared I couldn't say that word, but it's another word. Megan is dead. I don't know who the fuck Megan is. You texting a girl named Megan? Who the fuck is... She's gonna be dead! Is there not a character in Total Drama named Megan? Damn. Oh, Megan from Redacted and Josh. Who else is Megan? Meg from Family Guy. I didn't know Meg from Family Guy is the girl from that 70s show. That's the girl. I didn't know that was her. Are these chroma keying out my earrings? I've never seen Hercules. I'm also not a Disney gay. No, they're not. My nipple hair is bad. Not to be TMI, but like literally, when I have to draw titties on, it's like I have to do everything to get it out. I'm done with it. I wish I could get like laser or something. I like my facial hair sometimes, but there are some days I'm like, nah, nope. I feel like I've gone through every cycle of gender. I feel like I went from non-binary to trans, then I'm gonna go gender fluid, then trans, then non-binary. Like, keep going through the motions. Babe TDI character go. Lindsay or Gwen? I made a tier list the other day. Heather's third. Heather's one of the best written characters ever. Yeah, my favorite character is Eva from season 1 because it reminds me of you. You look like her. Very butch. And ugly. Yeah, clearly. I love Owen. Very true. Probably continue playing this game. Just not sit here. So true, Miasma. So also people just joining now. I think the schedule of streams, it's gonna be, I'm gonna stream today, obviously, very late. Tomorrow I'm taking the night off. Thursday I have to get blood work done. So I'm gonna maybe try, but maybe not if I'm not okay. I don't know. Friday, I'm taking the day off. I know Pokemon comes out on Friday. I'm taking the night off. Spending time off stream with people. And watching Canada and wrestling. Playing Pokemon. And I'll be live on Saturday with Pokemon for y'all. I'm gonna get my bearings. I'm gonna like enjoy, like I don't get to really consume video games for myself anymore. Like I don't get to like sit off stream and like consume video games that much anymore. So I'm gonna do that because we have a lot of video games we have to play here on the channel. So I think Pokemon is an okay step back. We have Bayonetta 2 and 3. We have the new Bendy game, Bendy and the Ink Machine 2, which I think I'm going to play the first one and the second one because I haven't played the first one in 3 years here on the channel. Then, Bayonetta, Bendy, we have to finish this, Pokemon. Yeah, there's a lot of games. So, and Pokemon's pretty lengthy too, so I don't think it's going to be an issue if I just like play off stream for a little bit. So but that's my schedule. So expect to stream Thursday and Saturday. I think I'm going to try to make that kind of my routine for the most part. I don't know. It depends on the week. I have things going on in my life. I want to take time in my personal life. Like I haven't really taken time to like love my personal life. I feel like I'm always on stream, always like kind of, there's no work-life balance, so I'm trying to appreciate my life a little more, and I'm starting to do that by taking time off stream, but still having a happy medium. So bear with me. Also, it's holiday season, so I don't think it's that serious either.
Ask you to free that creature.
What? No. Why?
Are you not working with him?
It's not what you think.
Whatever he promised, he cannot be trusted.
I don't. But he has something I need. It's hard to explain.
Hi, Mia. I was just talking about my schedule and then you walked in. I thought it was funny. Yeah. I mean, I told you, Vicky's outfit was so hot. Like, I want to wear that now. Yeah. I'll be playing, I think, when is that coming out? That's coming out next week. Like 20, whatever. Okay, and then also next week is really scary for me. Okay, like, I love y'all, but like next week is the anniversary of when literally my ex-fiance cheated on me, and then the days after that, it's the anniversary of my father's passing. So like it's gonna be a hard week. So please bear with me and send me compliments and support me. Like it's a crazy week next week. No, she looked incredible. Also, Melissa's hair was really pretty. I want that. This Friday? Girl, I can't keep up! This Friday? With Pokemon! You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're actually lying to me. I agree. I agree. I celebrated. I screamed. I liked the episode, but lots of filler. Lots of like, I don't know. I could tell it was a bad episode because I was watching it with someone and he fell asleep. So I guess it wasn't an entertaining episode. Hoso did look great. I don't know, like literally there's now 6 AAA titles that are $60 on release. So when they were like making noises and stuff, I can't. It's so stupid.
We gotta get up there. This ice is in the way.
I will handle it.
What does this say?
The wind from your wings.
Still didn't work.
I see that.
Another perspective, maybe.
Okay, I'll have a schedule better next week, cause for like games we're gonna play, cause Cole is gonna be generous and give us, like he did with Skyward Sword, he's gonna give us Bayonetta 2 and 3, so we're gonna set that up, and then I'll have Bendy in the Ink Machine next week, and then Devil in Me. I think since didn't we do the last Dark Pictures in one stream? We did it in one stream. So I think we can do it in a stream again. No, they said this one's gonna be longer. Oh, fuck. Why are there so many games this November? And like a holiday, and then like my dad's birthday, and then like
Something you missed?
Oh. Are we supposed to blow this up? Work. Bro. Everything's fine, it's fine.
Your work for Odin. You said it is hard to explain. Why?
I just need you to trust me. I know I have no right to ask. But can you anyway?
What does he have that you need? Why can you not tell me?
It's complicated. What about you? Why do you have a new weapon? I thought you didn't want war.
I do not. But...
It's complicated?
I'm fucked. There are so many games. What's a girl gotta do around here?
Everyone keeps secrets. Sometimes it's the only way to protect the ones we love.
I'll take it day by day.
About Odin.
Whatever I'm feeling in the moment, if I want to play it that day, I'll buy it. Thank you, Caliphant. So, we'll see. Like today I thought I was gonna play Bendy, but I didn't want to spend 30 bucks.
I think I understand how Freya closed one. Keep the enemies away if you can.
I can.
Let me know when you're ready. I bet if we follow those Hellwalkers up there, we find Garm.
Where did they spawn? Miska. Is the yellow bar like how close he is to closing it, or is it like my defense? Oh, also, Mia, if you're still here, the weird edit of Eva, like them trying to make another Madeline moment, was so bizarre. Don't you think? It was weird that they like kept it in because it didn't like do anything really. I was like, okay, like valid, like they're having anxiety, like why is it like framing it in like a way it's like kind of uncomfortable to watch? And I thought they did good. I was like, why are they trying to like make her not look good? Like she did pretty good all around. I thought she was actually gonna win the challenge, if I'm honest. And then the edit came up and I was like, oh, I guess she's not winning. And then Dead Space remake comes out in January. Well, next year is gonna be a big year. Like, there's gonna be like games every month. We have Silent Hill, we have Resident Evil, we have Dead Space, we have System Shock. That's already 4 big names. We have Breath of the Wild in May. So it's gonna be a crazy year for games. Callisto Protocol, I want to play, yes. That does look good.
Well, that's good to hear too.
Tell me, what were you doing in Asgard?
I was translating things for Odin.
And that, on top of that, that's not the end of it either. Cause like next year, we still have, no, the next Nintendo Direct is in February. So we could still get more. February, and then they have a State of Play, and then they have all those like news and conferences, so we still can get more stuff next year.
Found and a magical rift that's connected to it. It's all sort of
complicated.
Yeah, but I met people my age there. Made friends. I think we're still friends.
You cannot trust those loyal to Odin.
It's not always bad to trust people.
It compromises your judgment.
Maybe, but I'm tired of feeling alone.
My poor wallet.
Let's just figure out how this gate works, okay? The gear's blocked when the gate is up.
I don't know what the T is. This.
Ow!
What are you thinking?
Maybe we can use many arrows. We can chain elements.
Hello. Oh, I can transfer the frost? That's weird. No, go back. This is bizarre. I don't know.
I think we're gonna need more than one sigil.
I shut the gate on Atreus.
Another one! Left side!
What's happening? Girl. Oh wow, good guys. Well. I also love that we're complaining that there are so many video games coming out, but like we've been so bored with all the video games lately that we're like, give us more. I mean, let's be honest. I think Bayonetta 3 and this game and Devil in Me and all these games are going to be a one-time play and then put them on the shelf. But that's just me, para me.
Tearing this whole realm apart.
I need to get like Gamefly or something. Just rent these games. Where's Blockbuster? Bring that shit back. Okay, why can't I kill these guys? Let's be serious. Oh, do you want me to use my PayPal Pay in 4? Oh my god, the DLC for Splatoon. Stop, Colwitz. Yeah, not gonna lie, I don't think I'm gonna like Bayonetta 3 based on what I've heard. Yeah. I didn't even I saw a spoiler the other day on Bayonetta 3 and I'm not gonna say it, it's very upsetting, but you know, not excited to play it if I'm honest. I think it does. Why wouldn't it? Did I not do the right thing? I didn't do the right thing. Oh, that's in December? Jesus. I just honestly, like, part of me is kind of at like, okay, so this is where my headspace is at. First of all, I'm taking more time for myself off stream. Second of all, the games I want to play on stream when I have that time to stream are games from like 2001. Like, I want to play like old retro games. I don't want to play these new gen games. Like, I love that we're getting new content, but like, my happiness is playing retro. Like, I am just not very much interested in the new gen market, especially because the price points, like the $60 margin is too much for a game I'm gonna play once and then put on the shelf.
Last one.
Why is it not staying like it's supposed to? Oh, so it has to go in the hole. Sorry, I don't top. Just kidding, that's a joke. Can you back up? You can back it up a little bit. This is such a silly mechanic of him slamming down like that. I want to open the chest! F off! Honestly, I have Spartan Rage. That's me. Spartan Rage is just Pisces energy. It's kind of a Pisces. After finishing, I genuinely loved it. I may revisit 2, but I love the new mechanic. It's camp, and I hate Blank. Is that the new character? Yeah, I don't like her. Oh no, it's not a rebrand. I've been retro my entire. It's just we've literally been stuck playing new game after new game because the end of the year has too many new games. I'm sure gameplay for Bayonetta 3 is great, but I just hate the direction. Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree. I'm only interested in playing it because the gameplay I've seen. But like, I don't think anything will top 2. Top 2. The top 2 of the week is, but I think 2 as the best. Gameplay, alternate costumes, story, and just all around a good
Odin doesn't want Ragnarok.
addition to the series.
I know I can't trust him, but I needed his help. I can't let Ragnarok happen either.
I would have helped you.
True, it's about trust, Atreus.
He's right here.
It's about trust. What about us?
Okay.
What? Puppy!
It's okay, boy. It's all right. Just
Doggy.
calm. Calm. We just wanna.
That's my dog. Just kidding, my dog doesn't look like that, I wish. I wish I had a husky. Oh, so cute. Hello? Do you effing mind? What is this? Oh, get gagged. Oh my god. Thinking about when I played Stuart Little here on the channel for the PS1. That's a classic. I want a husky, but I'd feel bad having one in a place that doesn't. Yeah. Well,
You can squeeze
I
through
love
here.
having a cat because like cats can learn to be independent, but like dogs are a different like story. Like dogs need a lot of attention. Like cats need attention too, but like cats are like they can be like chilling. You know what I mean?
If Odin truly wishes to avoid Ragnarok, then we are in agreement
Yeah? Then what's that spear for?
to protect you.
Don't you have other weapons for that?
Oh my god, yeah, GoldenEye's gonna be so good and it's gonna be online.
They are dead.
I'm gonna be playing the shit out of that.
Fair point.
The scream? What was that?
It's down.
Uh-huh. Well, that sounds friendly.
A traveler. I hate fighting these guys when they're alive.
A traveler? This is Genshin Impact. What the? This is Dark Souls. Wait, I'm gonna die. Let's not do that. Okay. Don't notify me, my controller's dying. That's a lie. That's a lie, it's not. That's how I moan. Could you imagine? Oh, get fucking wrecked. What the?
So, if you're not preparing for Ragnarok, then seriously, why the spear? I shared. It's your turn.
We are not the same. I am the parent.
You're ducking the question.
How do I?
I think my arrows will stick to the wood up there.
Okay.
Maybe multiple sigils will reach it.
I'm trying.
Falca.
Can you believe they got rid of the oof Roblox noise? Rotted.
There.
Let's go. We're close.
Listen.
Promise me you won't kill him.
I am the needy boyfriend, okay? So I understand.
Try not to kill the beast.
Also not boy. It was just a figure of speech. I'm not a boy. Please don't even. Oh wow. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, gag. Can you please? What is your issue? Why does he do so much damage? I'm playing on the easiest difficulty. Like, what is happening? Be for real.
No way forward. But looks like there's a notch in the wall.
I literally this morning, TikTok was like, do you have a cat? And I posted like a fan cam of my cat. I love my cat. Monty. Did you see the one TikTok that some girl's cat, its tail just like fell off randomly in the middle of the night? I'm like, new fear unlocked.
Will your spear fit into it?
Girl.
Maybe we missed something back there.
What did we miss back here? Oh. I can't. Like, why do I have to do a certain angle? Like, is it that serious? The servo. You are so unserious when you say the servo. It's just how we talk.
What is your plan?
I'm sort of making it up as I go. But you're...
Oh my god! That stretch was so big. That felt good. Ugh.
Not talking about Garm.
You cannot outsmart Odin.
It's worked so far.
Has it?
You literally can't. Do you know who Odin is, Atreus? Do you know who he is?
Now what?
I'm gonna try to tame it.
Tame it?
Sure. I've tamed wolves before.
Girl. Why is it every time we come here there's a big animal? Can I not die? I don't want to die, thank you. Up all night to get lucky. Up all night to get lucky. Up all night to get lucky. Up all night to... Hello? The way I logged on to Snapchat, it said I had a notification, and then I refreshed it, and now I don't. Okay. Thanks. Whatever that means. Kind of nerve-wracking, but okay. Ow! Interesting. Interesting. That picture of Miranda Cosgrove. Interesting. Sorry, I need a minute. Oh my god. I just like to browse my phone. One of my cats broke into... So true. Hello, Tyler Saucy. Hello, Saucy. A bit saucy in it. I fear the world would blow up if me and Telos ever hung out IRL. I feel like we would literally cause so much havoc. Okay, who is trolling me? Oh. I was like, I'm not signing into Snapchat right now and it's not giving me a notification. Like, who is trolling me? Who is calling me? Sus Boots. Boots the House Brown. Oopie. Bart. That's my friend browsing Twitter. I'm not browsing Twitter. I'm browsing the hub. Kidding. Get up, girl, stand up.
Changing arrow.
The face of someone's whole hog. Yeah, someone just sent me a dick pic. That's what I saw. Just kidding. I don't do that. I'm a married woman and I don't have sex, not until marriage. Well, I am married, but we're saving ourselves for God. Me and my partner are saving ourselves for Jesus and God themselves.
Okay, I'll distract Garm. You freeze his chains with your axe so he can't run and latch him onto something.
No, too dangerous.
It's a good plan. Let's move.
Wait.
Wait, what were the directions? Well. I feel like that's a lot to ask of me. Oh. Oh. Who's Roadhog? Oh, is she? Work.
Atreus, move!
Oh. So you waiting for a four-way? No. I'd be the ugly person in any scenario of having sex with more than one other person.
Okay?
I can't even have sex with one person.
Did Odin teach you to control it?
No.
We will not rely on what he taught you.
Girl!
Next time, we do it my way.
Nor do I want to. For me, para me. Like deadass. I'm also the jealous type. If I was ever in a scenario with someone more than me and my partner, I'd be like, oh, someone's getting the hands. Like I would start, like everybody would be like naked and I'd be like starting to like fight everybody. I'd be like punching. Yeah, I sent it to you earlier. I don't think she's getting added. Is Sombra off too? They said Sombra is getting deleted. Is she in there?
Why didn't that work? You didn't mess up on purpose, did you?
Now, who does not trust?
Sorry, that wasn't fair. I thought it would work.
Patience. We will find a way.
Free my sister, actually. How am I supposed to win in comp if I can't play as May? Like, actually. That's very wrestler of you. Yeah. I can fight. I don't think you guys, like, take me seriously when I say I could be a wrestler and fight. Like, I literally used to get beat up in, like, 7th grade when I lived in Vermont. Like, I can fight. I also live in a not great area. Like, I can fight. Y'all haven't seen that side of me, I fear. When the Boston comes out, oh, it's a wrap. Like, it's boss time. I'd be afraid. No, I'm serious. How hard can you hit? I don't know. I want to try. I think the only fight I've gotten, like, into was when I was getting arrested. Okay. But like I said, like, I don't, like, I've said this before too, I'm not that, like, I don't think there's an instance nowadays, well, maybe a couple things, like, I don't know, there's like very rare instances that I would be ready to like swear and like actually get violent enough to fight. But if you put me there, like if you pushed me, yeah. I think if like you were to like hurt my mother or my sister, or like if I like actually like walked in on you cheating on me, like if I saw somebody like having sex in front of me with my partner, I think those are the 3 instances that I would like actually beat the shit out of somebody. Am I allowed to say that? I'm training to become a wrestler. I'm talking about my career. I mean, I guess. No, but I want you guys to know that I can fight. Like, I can fight. I want you guys to be afraid. Fear me. Like, right now, if you were to ask me to fight, I would literally square up with you. Like, I would get nasty with it. I'd keep my nails on, too. I would get nasty with you. I fight dirty, too. I would fight dirty. Rake the eyes. Oh, it's over for y'all. I'd be a heel in wrestling. I feel like you could tear someone to shreds with your words. No, I definitely could too. Like, I remember like back when, like, I've definitely developed into a more mature person, but like back when somebody would be mean to my sister, I would like go to bat. Like, I would literally go bullshit. Like, my sister has an ex-girlfriend in town, and I used to be so nasty to this girl because she was so nasty to my sister. Like, I was so rude to her.
We do this my way now.
I'm very protective of the ones I love. Like, if you're in my inner circle, like, honestly, if somebody was like nasty to Slay Mama 123, I'd probably get like if somebody hit Slay Mama 123, I'd probably like drive there and beat the shit out of that person.
Norway means.
It means
There are very little people I would do that for, though.
Can't we try and?
We have the power to limit the harm this creature can cause. We will use it.
Okay.
But if you're in my circle, oh, it's on site. I don't want to fight it. We were just talking about fighting for like an hour. And now we're like, I don't want to fight. Stop. I don't want to fight a dog. A dog. I'm not going to fight a dog. Well. Well. Wait, this is so creative of me. Did you know a heart kind of looks like a penis? Okay, I forgot this is happening. Okay.
Don't have to fight each other.
This is beyond reason, Atreus.
Watch out for this tank.
Ah!
Tank's stuck in the ground.
Oh, it wanted me to do something with the... Oh, okay. My bad. I fucked up. I thought it was just my turn!
Hey, freeze it. Quick, grab it. Down. Getting up. Look out.
Oh. Oh, shit.
You leave us no choice.
I don't want to see Atreus kill this thing.
Aren't you tired of destroying it?
No. Like, not Atreus. Kratos. But, like, still. Oh, God.
Okay, guess I see why they locked him up now.
Do not
It's
show
like,
mercy.
it's like actually so cute. Stop. I will show mercy.
Freeze the chain! Trust me! The chain! You gotta pull it! Back up! He's on his feet again!
Oh, this sucks. This isn't like a victory.
Looks like he's getting ready to attack.
Oh. Beautiful soundtrack though, like incredible soundtrack. If this doesn't win Game of the Year, I hope it wins soundtrack. Is it nominated for soundtrack? Score? It has to be. There's no way it's not. Oh my god, I didn't know it sent an AoE. Oh my god. Bro. Oh! Oh, he's doing it 2 times. Oh, 3 times. You didn't have to do that. I'm looking away.
It is over.
I'm walking away.
It's my fault he got loose. That he's dead.
Yeah.
Sometimes there is no other way.
Kratos, you're a fucking monster. I literally hate Kratos. What a sick bastard. Am I allowed to say that?
Can we just go home now?
Yeah, can we? I'm not pleased.
My heart. Another locked door.
Seriously, a puzzle after we just did a boss fight? Like, can you be serious?
The gear's behind that gate. There's gotta be a way to freeze them, right? Alka.
Okay.
Do you have an idea?
Maybe we can use my sigils to carry the frost to the gear. Alka.
Well, maybe do better, Kratos.
That should do it.
Perfect.
Come on.
While you were gone, I sought the Norns. They told me Heimdall intended to kill you in Asgard.
Heimdall? I'm glad you didn't believe me.
What?
How?
We gotta go. Come on. There's a hole in the floor.
Oh. Gagatandra.
What do we do?
I do not know.
You don't know?
Do not stop. Run.
Where?
It's there. Outside. Hurry.
Stop! Go! my god! Oh, they gagged me, like, actually. We go! Oh! Run! Oh my god. High safety.
The realms will collapse.
You must learn to calm your mind.
Maybe I've learned I run better on chaos.
What else did you learn?
We work better when we trust each other.
Exactly. It's just about trust.
You hear that? Where is he?
I literally can't either. Well, it's alive, so. Girl.
You good?
Oh!
Now we fight!
And do what? We fight it again? Girl. You are so unserious. I'm okay.
Throw your spear at his leg.
I'm trying, Atreus.
Don't you want to rest? Come on. Stay down. Stay down.
Where do we, what do we do? What do we do? What do we, it wants me to do something.
Is it working?
I can see that.
How does he keep coming back?
What?
You gotta change that. Back! It's like he doesn't have a soul to kill. Wait! You think I can stop him? No! I need you to help me get on his back.
What?
I'm literally like actually gagged.
Let's do it your way then.
Enough already!
Literally, I was just saying how I want to do Shadow Colossus game, and it's like, this is it. That's funny. Go, Atreus.
Now's our chance!
Go, 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 go!
No! Please work, please work, please work! I'm sorry!
Ah! What did he do?
What happened?
We gotta find him. Come on.
What? What do you mean find him? Girl.
Well, guess he came this way. Let's find another way out.
Is there not? When is enough enough?
The spell you saw me do when Fenrir died. I didn't know it then, but I accidentally put his soul into my knife.
Fenrir's?
It was powerful, so I thought maybe Fenrir's could
change its nature.
Yeah.
Oh.
See if it took.
He put Fenrir's soul into Gorn.
Before Freya attacked, you said you needed to protect me. Why?
I saw a prophecy. You were in my arms. Dead.
I saw it too. In Jotunheim.
What? You knew?
Yeah.
That's
Why is
why
this
you've
the
been
first time
training
he's
so
telling
long.
him?
One day, you will have to survive without me.
Not gonna happen. I won't let it. I won't.
All journeys come to an end.
Not ours. Not like that.
It's the prophecy. It's the prophecy. Oh, what? I
Okay.
can't.
Sorry I hurt you. It's over now. I promise. Fen? Are you? Oh! Good boy. Yeah. I missed you too. Didn't know if that would work. We did it.
Such a good boy.
How is this possible?
It's giant magic. I've been learning things.
In Asgard.
This has nothing to do with that.
More secrets.
No. A promise. Wouldn't that someone's trusting me to keep? Like you kept your promise to Mom?
Look at him!
See what I can do
So
when I trust you?
fucking cute! I'm gonna literally die. Well, I hope not, but like...
Oh.
Okay, yeah, this deserves Game of the Year just for that.
Decide our next move.
So, when the Norns
Oh my
first
god, I'm
arrived, I
so
was gonna
happy
try and kill them.
Fenrir is back!
That's what your spear's for, isn't it?
So sad at the beginning of the game without Fenrir.
That's not who you are anymore, right? A god killer? You don't want war.
No, but I will do what it takes to keep you safe.
Seriously, I have to do another puzzle. Couldn't Fenrir just be like, let's go?
Great, it's open. Maybe we can use the sigils to freeze the gear up there.
Girl, be serious!
Alka!
I think we've seen enough, literally.
If you can't trust the fates, why do you care what they say?
When it comes to your life, I can take no chances.
The Mystic Gateway got buried.
I have it.
What's wrong?
I have been falling back into my old ways. Angry. Distrustful. With you. Now and before. I chased you away.
Without you, I got reckless. Overconfident. Made stupid mistakes. I don't know why I thought I could do this alone.
So bad.
You were right.
I don't know either, Gur. What is you doing?
On our journey together, you have grown into a warrior.
Wow, what's it like to have a dad? Sorry.
I was the one who was not ready.
You don't have to be who you were just because I'm not there. Let's make a promise.
I just popped a nut.
I'll listen for your voice in my head.
Ow.
When you're not there. To guide me. And you do the same. Right?
Girl. Can I just keep a nail set on?
To know you'll be okay without me.
Exactly. I like that this whole thing is just like a story about trust. Like, yes, trust is hard, but like, this literally could all be avoided if we just like trust each other.
I am sorry.
Work! There you go, Dad. Thank you for being a fucking father. Jesus Christ.
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better.
Period. Period.
Let's go home.
Oh, the way he smirked, that's cute. That's actually really cute. Exactly. I like that. Don't be sorry, be better, bitch. Exactly. I'm gonna break a nail by clapping my hands. By clapping my ass cheeks. Sorry.
Nothing is written. That can't be unwritten. Remember? We shouldn't let prophecy define our choices.
Then we will make our own destiny.
Also, I just want to point this out because I was just talking about my ass. I looked in the mirror the other day and I didn't realize until I've gained a couple pounds that my ass has gotten fatter.
No.
And you know what? I'm excited
First,
about it.
We retrieve Mimir. Then you can tell us what you learned in Asgard. After that, we shall see.
You really do think of him as a brother. What about Freya? Seems like she moved in while I was away.
Once she turned her hatred back to Odin, she recognized our interests were aligned.
Huh. I tried convincing her of that.
Don't be rude to me.
Oh, before I started telling you where I was that night.
I see.
Hey, she didn't kill me.
I said nothing.
You said, oh, ... okay. Just love to disrespect women instead of literally complimenting them. Sounds like a you problem. I gotta go to the bathroom. Sorry, oversharing. Jeez. God forbid I say something on my stream. I'm just gonna take these nails off that have fallen off, and we're just gonna call it. Because I've lost both these nails twice tonight, and they're not staying on my fingers, so it's whatever. Who is trolling me on Snapchat? Because I got the same thing. Like literally it said I had a notification, but it's not there. Who is trolling me? Is your drag inspired on someone, or is it just art, Nem? Honestly, the more that I age and the more that I look at it, it's honestly just inspired by a lot of wrestlers, like women in wrestling. So, yes, I am a 23-year-old with a Snapchat. I know it's probably unbearable, but whatever. This nail filer out.
You're back. How did it go?
The beast should trouble us no further.
That's a bloody relief. So you put down old Garm, did you?
Yeah, sort of.
Atreus, your decision to go to Asgard after all he's put us through. I'll never understand it. But I hope you at least came back with something we can use.
It was good.
I hope so too. Come on, let me show you what Odin's up to.
What? Girl.
Here's what he cares about most. More than Ragnarok or anything. Is this mask. Anyone recognize it?
That thing? Ugh, it's a dead end. He's been faffing around with that since before I knew him. To be honest, I thought the giants were just having a laugh with that one.
Okay, fine. No.
You're wrong, Mimir. This mask is no fraud. The giants didn't make it, and only a few of them ever glimpsed it in their visions. They never knew its origin, but some believed it was a way to gaze into the secrets of creation itself.
Is it an oracle?
Much, much more. Imagine becoming one with a source of infinite knowledge. This is why Odin tortured me.
Why? Wait, what?
So what do you think? Know it?
No. It's one obsession he never saw fit to share with me. But I'll tell you this. Even when Odin speaks the truth, his purpose is false. Either way, it's a mistake to let it distract us. Is Heimdall our focus or not?
Yeah.
We will rewrite our fate another way.
Oh.
Then I'm going back to Vanaheim.
What?
If we're not taking the fight to Odin, I should help my brother stand against him.
Freya!
We will join her when we can.
Here is a disappointment in this game, honestly.
Father, I'm gonna study my notes on the mask, see if I can think of a plan. But if you want to go anywhere, I'm with you. And listen, everyone, I'm really sorry about the way I left. You know I've never hurt any of you on purpose.
Well, when you can turn into a bear by accident, I suppose these things can happen.
Oh yeah, he did hit Sindrid.
Do you forgive me?
Of course, Atreus.
We know you meant no harm, lad.
Sindri?
Watch your ass out there!
We're with you.
So what, we're going to get Freya after she just left? Like, I don't get it. We have to go up there? Why? Lost.
We travel to Vanaheim.
Great. Are you gonna check in on Freya?
Yes.
Glad I get to come this time.
Okay.
So what happened the last time you were in Vanaheim? I still don't know how you got Freya to stop trying to kill you.
We traveled to her village to break Odin's spell. Once freed, she accepted that I was not her enemy.
You also missed a highly entertaining moment where Brock was lifted arse over face in Freyr's camp.
You met Freyr? What's he like?
Different from his sister. Lacks her conviction.
True, but he's a bit quicker to forgive.
And an ineffective leader.
But his heart's in the right place. You'll like him, lad.
Work. Like,
wow, it's beautiful. And
I wish Ragnarok started sooner. Like, I want things to start going to shit. Like, I want things to, like, fuck up.
Hey, is that soundstone on that log? I could get us past it.
Can you do it? Do I really have to dock back on land? Girl. Be real.
Falcon. There we go.
Freya's camp is to the right.
No rush, is there? Not every day the lad gets to see a new realm.
Girl, please. This realm is probably one of the prettiest,
Freya's
but...
camp, then. Time to see how the Vanir have fared in our absence.
I hope Freya's okay.
She can
We're
care
still
for
checking
herself.
on her, though?
Her brother's forces are outnumbered, and there is much I owe her.
No one here. Where is everyone?
Stay alert.
I don't like this, brother.
Kratos, Atreus, a welcome reunion. Unexpected, but welcome.
You know us?
Can't be. Is that who I think? Oh, you shifty bastard. It's almost good to see you again. And for once in the shape of a man, or nearly.
So that's how they got your head out of your ass. Maybe now you'll stop being such a half-blind, piss-drunk, oversexed liar. He was more of a pig than I ever was.
I do not know you.
Do you not recognize your handiwork?
Hildisvini! Remember when we first met Freya in the woods? After I Oh. I am so sorry about that.
Freya's boar.
Her advisor and friend.
Oh, work.
Counselor to the Vanir. And yes, while exiled at Midgard, I was trapped in my boar form. And then you shot me.
At my command.
No. My arrow, my mistake.
Forgotten. Vanaheim needs our help more than ever. Even Mimir's. Come. Just watch where you aim that bow of yours. My hide's not so thick in this form.
What's wrong with Vanaheim? Do you wish to elaborate?
We can
Maybe?
head out whenever you're ready.
Where are we going?
I have a favor to ask. I'll explain on the way.
I'm not here to do... Okay, hold on. Hildisvini. I want to know his... Hildisvini is Freya's boar in Norse mythology. The story of Hildisvini is in Heimdall, Old Norse poem found in Lady York, but considered to be part of Poetic Edda. What is with this Poetic Edda? It's in every single thing.
Where's Freya?
That's what
She
I'm
came here to
saying.
help her brother.
She leads the search party for Freyr and Bigvir. They've been captured by the Einherjar.
How did that happen?
An ambush. The presence has intensified since your last visit. To make matters worse, the celestial wolves haven't been seen in days. Or at least I assume. Not easy, tracking time with no moon in the sky.
No moon.
Just like in their shrine.
Their shrine?
It's a long story. You want us to check on them?
You'd have my gratitude. We're spread thin. And if anyone can help Skoll and Hati, it'd be a fellow giant.
Very well.
Freya mentioned you had a way past this. You don't disappoint. Continue down this path.
Thank you,
and you'll find
Maddie.
your den. Good luck.
I'm glad somebody thinks so.
You think he's really forgiving?
It's like
you for
pulling
shooting him?
teeth for a
Trust me,
compliment
lad.
around here.
The old swine still carried a grudge. You'd know it.
What happened between you two?
The usual. Miscommunication, conflicting loyalties, broken promises. Nothing to concern yourself with.
I'm not concerned. Just curious.
Curiosity's all well and good. But so is privacy, eh?
Okay. Point taken.
Welcome, look out!
What? Hey, girl.
Left way!
Didn't want to do that. Yeah, a lot of y'all don't like to give me a fucking compliment. Like to make fun of me and make me feel like shit. So fun for me.
Mind you, watch out!
True. True. Yeah, but I'm a princess and I deserve everything just handed to me. How was Gotham Knights? I honestly was just so disinterested after the fact that I found out there's no Poison Ivy or Catwoman in any part or any longevity of it, so I stopped playing it for that reason. I haven't touched it since. And the gag was just like really obvious, so I was just kind of like, okay. Literally, so stupid. Not even Canary. Like, whatever. I was so excited for that game, and then they don't want to put women in it, so whatever.
Helga! There! That did it!
I don't know why I convinced myself that I could finish this tonight,
Feels so
but
different from the other realms. It's warm, like Svartalfheim, but there's a kind of thickness in the air.
Egros.
What?
Egros. Greek. For humid.
Egros. I like it.
I mean, honestly, I would, but I don't think they will because they just hate women. And it's annoying.
The milk is making these things stronger! Got him!
Ow. Wait, get that guy.
On your left!
Hey! Get him. That was scary.
You know, lad, this excursion into Vanaheim means you've now visited each of the 9 realms.
Huh. Guess you're right.
Not many mortals can claim such a feat. Not many gods either. Even your father has yet to grace the halls of Asgard.
I'm in no hurry to do so.
Otis Vini said both Frey and Big Veer were captured. Big Veer's the light elf who wanted to learn more about that library in Alfheim, right?
Correct. An exiled scholar married to a warrior, Bela.
Why was he exiled?
You'll have to ask him for the full tale, but I take it that he and Bela's quest to unite their people was frowned upon.
Wait, Bela's a dark elf?
Yes.
Wow. Well, that raises even more questions. Hope he's okay. I can sense them up there. It's gotta be their den.
Excited to meet Skoll and Hattie, lad?
I mean, I've heard all your stories. It's gonna be weird meeting them in person.
Legend meeting reality. At the very least, it shouldn't fail to entertain.
Hello? I think they're sleeping.
Well, there you have it. The legendary celestial wolves. Supremely entertaining, as promised.
Remember their shrine?
Oh! I was like, where are they?
Until after the moon returned.
And then chased an arrow across the sky.
Right. Well, best we go find the moon and put it back where it belongs, eh? As if that's a
Me and
perfectly
who?
normal thing to say.
That's cute.
The Aner Yar played a part according to Skoll and Hati's shrine.
Yeah, this does feel like a subplot, which is really bizarre because, like, you know, the end of the world is coming, but it's whatever.
Aye, that's the rub of using prophecy as a map, isn't it? Bit sparse on the details.
There's a war camp in the nearby village. A strong fortress to guard their bounty. We will try there first.
So besides Hildisvini and the elves, who else is part of Freyr's army?
Not much army, really. Although Birger was a soldier, once walking the path of a traveler. I imagine he's handy with that enormous broken sword of his.
A traveler that doesn't want to kill us. That's nice.
Ain't it your head?
I'm ready.
You losers. Hold on. I would like to see. Why have I not leveled up? What is that? Oh, is it? Oh. Hello?
Behind you! Watch out!
Okay.
Help them!
Hello. There we go.
Did you see that?
What?
I didn't know they could do that.
What?
A new enemy.
Stay alert. Yeah?
Correct.
There she is again. Guess they know we're coming. I can't believe no one's here.
They hide.
The Vanir aren't all hardened warriors like our dear Freya.
Work.
Those who survive the warfare
Thank you,
find
Gran.
it easier to hide in the jungle and use nature as their shield.
Whee!
This wall. When I bring it down, we strike.
Yep.
Empty.
What
Where'd
the?
they all go?
Hello?
This is definitely an ambush.
Yes.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Oh, wow. Why did that do no damage? Oh, this is so much better.
Right side! Incoming!
Oh, hey.
Hey, there you are! On the left!
Oh, wow.
Left flank!
Left side.
Last one! Behind!
What the fuck? Fuck you, bitch.
Here's hoping that puts a dent in Odin's forces, at least for the time being.
I don't think Asgard's running out of soldiers anytime soon.
True. Where are we going? Thank you, Curtis. Hi, Curtis. Where am I going? Like, actually. Oh, it wants me to... I see.
Ready to put the moon back where it belongs?
There we go.
Okay, yeah. That is a weird thing to say. Hey! Hurry!
Hey!
She's getting away!
Semantics, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in.
Okay, didn't see that coming.
Thank you all so much for the raid. I'm Nemesis, I'm the network around here. My pronouns are she, her, and happy to have you. We're playing God of War today. Hey, Sailor Andromeda. Where are we running to? Like where? Okay, I'm overwhelmed.
We gotta get across.
Oh Jesus! Not this. Not me having to do a chase scene, but like slowing down. How was the stream? Thank you so much for the raid again. We're trying to do a chunk out of this game right now. Oh, get gagged. Flops.
Another ambush? Really?
Third time's the charm.
They are not smart.
Oh, wow.
Aye, and there's that.
You know, what we're doing right now?
Yeah, we had people come in earlier and spoil the game for
Back in
us.
Skull and Hati's shrine. The wolves are back in
I'm
Venmo.
enjoying it.
We're rescuing the moon.
Yes. I remember the prophecy.
I am now,
Doesn't it make
but
you
the game
worry?
is really slow to start in my
Everything
opinion.
we're doing now happened in the Jotnar
Sorry,
shrine.
I'm like
Remember
not
our agreement.
like sitting weird.
Prophecy will not dictate our
Oh my
actions.
god, stretch.
Our allies need help. That is our focus now.
Whoa! What is that? Away, man! Nasty beast! Careful, lad!
What is that? Monster Hunter.
Hurry and strike, brother!
We're playing Monster Hunter all of a sudden. Capcom creator. That was a Weaverin. Oh, my bad. Where to next? Oh, it's right here. Pick it up.
It's cold. Is this? It's from Hellheim. Heimdall must have grabbed this while I freed Garm. I was there, but I didn't know.
And now you fight to undo the damage. Your guilt is misplaced.
Yeah. No, you're right.
No, it's literally horrible. Like someone like followed with the
Father,
spoiler in their name, and I was like,
How are
okay,
you so
well,
sure we even have a choice about what we're doing?
Doubt is a weakness we cannot afford.
it's okay
Who
though.
said anything about doubt? So far,
It's not like
we've
I
done
cared about any
everything
of those
the
people
Giants said we
anyway.
would.
We make our own choices. Nothing forces us.
Yeah, so now I almost went sub-only mode, but it's fine. Hi, Kay. Happy Trans Awareness Week. I like hate this expedition we're on. Like I'm over it.
Right side!
Of course, thank you for coming. Oh. No, Kratos jump. Thank you. There you go.
what if, by doing all this, what if we're walking straight into Ragnarok? Isn't
Good.
there any way to avoid
I want
fate?
Ragnarok to happen. I literally
Or
want it
fate?
to happen.
What if we can't stop you from...
Would you turn your back on the wolves? On this realm? Remember our agreement.
Oh my god. Little babies. A baby.
Here goes nothing. Just like inside their shrine.
Already. It's pretty.
If I do this,
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written.
True that.
Elsa.
Good choice, lad.
Wait, why'd you do that? You just broke them up.
They have a gift for us. A way to call them anytime we need them.
What? I don't understand, like, actually. We just broke them up.
Remember that altar we saw when we first got here? I think that's where we're supposed to use it.
Perhaps Freya will know.
So in essence, they just gave us the keys of dusk till dawn. Not bad for a day's work.
We should head back to Hildisvini and tell him about all this. Yeah?
Yes. Back to the camp.
What? That actually looks like my lint roller. My lint roller is literally green. Okay, whatever that means. I was gonna look it up, but I guess I can't because it's not telling us the dogs' names. But like, okay. And now we're gonna run into a bunch of fights on the way back.
This place changes at night.
Bro.
A lot.
No less humid, unfortunately.
What did I say?
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
I am very much aware of that. This literally mission we're on is so stupid. The pacing of this game is shit. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be that girl.
Liking it less.
Switching arrow.
Like, what is the significance of this? Like, we're getting the dogs are doing what? Thank you, semantics. Thank you so much.
That wasn't the same one from earlier, was it?
No.
They come back fast. but not that fast.
In Asgard, what else did you see of Odin's army?
Your mom!
Well,
sorry.
All these Einherjar we've been fighting, they've already died in battle once. We kill them here, and they'll just wake back up in Valhalla. They never truly die.
Skull and Hati. Okay, well, I'm gonna look them up because I literally have no idea what that means. Skull and Hati. In Norse mythology, Skull and Hati are the sons of the Arkwolf Horvitiner. Skull and Hati chase the horse-drawn chariots of Sol and Mani, the personified sun and moon respectively, and every day and night they finally catch them, marking the onset of Ragnarok. So they symbolize the cycle of life and death. Okay.
Do well to have our own endless arc.
What? Two? Bro, what? Oh shit. Ow. Oh, did I not do a like quick time? I just like phased out of existence for a second. I was reading chat.
Whew. Guess they like the Egros.
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening. I'm just kind of just moving with the movements.
We can get across from up here.
From up where? Like actually. Oh.
So, we report back to Hildisvini, then what?
We came here to help Freya. We will not leave without rescuing her brother and the Light Elf.
Okay, but Odin's not gonna stop searching for mask pieces.
That is his concern, not ours.
Sure, but if that mask offers all the answers...
Then it will surely exact a price. Be wary of shortcuts to knowledge.
Yes, Father.
Yes, Father.
Do all the plants here want to kill us?
Oh no, only the carnivorous ones.
I still don't understand, but thank you for trying to explain. Bar.
Ah, that wrinkly mug belongs to Helka. She's a Blothunder. Hounds prized for their pinpoint accurate tracking abilities. You'll love her.
Kratos, Atreus. That eclipse was your doing, I take it. Thank you for coming. Big Veer used the diversion to escape.
What about your brother?
We know where they're holding him now. Bela's already prepped the explosives. If you're with me, we can leave as soon as you're ready.
Okay.
Use another shapeshifter's help.
Go with him, Atreus. I will aid Freya.
Yes, sir.
No, not fun. Ugh. This fucking subplot, like, who gives a fuck? Like, literally, every time I feel like this game gets good, it's like, actually, we're gonna ruin it for you really quick. Like, if we're honest, this is literally a side quest. Like, this is literally a side quest. Be real. I'm gonna look at a video. Boyfriend kisser, I thought you were my friend, but now I'm gonna do you. We are 4 hours away from the end of the game. If we are on track.
The fuse is but 30 heartbeats. That's enough. Once you see the signal, count it down.
The wolves gave us a
I
scepter.
have to do
We will
this.
answer. Should we call
Girl.
There's a shortcut to Njord's temple we can use in daylight.
The Einherjar are holding Freyr in your father's own temple.
It's been empty for as long as I can remember. There's a celestial altar across the river. According to Big Veer, the altars were once used to signal the wolves. And now we have just the scepter to do it.
Who GAF?
When we reach the temple, I'll fire off the beacon. A signal for Bela and Birgir to set off their distraction.
The Dark Elf Hive.
Nice to not be on the receiving end of it for once.
With their attention drawn elsewhere, you and I can assault the main force from behind.
While Atreus and Hildisvini slip in to rescue your brother in the confusion.
Yes. Once we see their beacon, we'll regroup by the river and escape on Freyr's boat.
Like... Okay. Alright. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I'm really trying to give it one last push. I just like literally want Ragnarok. Like I want hell to be like, I want everything to go wrong. So I agree. Boyfriend kisser. I thought you were my friend. At least it's warm in my room. I'm putting on the heat because I don't GAF. I want to take this off, but like... I seem like a second. Seems a lot. A lot of nothing. Honestly, like, okay. It's I think I would rate it like a 7.5 out of 10. I think that's generous from how I'm feeling about it. I feel like it's like a lot of me is like expecting so much to happen, and I feel like nothing is really happening throughout the duration of the game, and the only things that's gonna happen is like at the end of the game, like the last 2 hours. It's kind of like a horror movie. You know, you're watching a horror movie for like the goop, the gags, the scary stuff, but the movie, it's like Halloween 1 and 2. Halloween 1 and 2 are a great example. Like Laurie Strode, like you're watching the whole movie, just Laurie Strode, and then at the end of the movie they show Michael Myers for like a second, and that's it. I feel like that's literally this game. Like they're literally edging us to think that Ragnarok is happening, and then at the end of the game it's gonna be Ragnarok and it's gonna roll credits. I'm gonna be like, girl, like I want the game to be that. Like these hours upon hours we put into it. What is it? Like almost like 18 hours now? 15 hours? I've been wanting just like I want people dead. I want people on the floor. I want people struggling. I want people fucked up. For me, para me. But we will finish it. I'm not ending, but I don't think we're gonna get it done tonight. Someone said the side quests are more fun, yeah. But like if we're just talking like base game story, like this is the story. Like this is the base game. Sorry. I'm disgusting. Oh my god. Ugh. True, bestie. I need to like get up and like do stretches. Like actually. Today drained me. They like literally drained me. I just need a minute. I need a minute. I just need a second. Give your girl a second. Feels good to spread my pussy out. So my body is so strained from sitting in this chair. Black is slimming though. Oh my god, yes, the Animal Crossing stretching routine. Yeah, I never knew just how terrible sitting actually is for your body until... Well, this chair needs to be retired. Because she doesn't move. Like, I need something that's going to support my back. I need a comfier... I need an actual gaming chair. So I think that's our next step. I think that's a Christmas thing. Well, Delta chair is like... This is our Bertha. She needs to go out the door. She needs to be retired. It's been a long life. I think I've had this chair for like 2 years now, so. You know what I want? I want like one of those grandma chairs that like are rocking chairs and they're super comfy, cozy chairs. Have you seen people use those? I know, this playlist sends me. I love it though. I love Nintendo music. Like, Nintendo music gets me in the mood. Oh, it gets me in the mood. Just kidding. Not that mood. But it just gets me, like, excited and pumped up. Like, I want to play a Mario game now because of this song right now. I'm like... Yeah, that wah wah. So what now? I'm so pretty. Fuck. Why do I not get compliments more, like, actually? I'm such a pretty girl. Come on. Wait, what is that? Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that in my background? What was that? That was scary. Jump scare. That Pikachu Slowpoke is so cute. Thank you! I'm trying to get all the different Slowpoke, like, plushies, because there's different ones. Do you see how there's, like, a variety of them? There's this one that's a Japan import. This one's from Comic-Con. Slowpoke's from Poke Center. These three are from GameStop in New York City. This one I got from Throne, and this one my sister got for me for my birthday. But they're all different ones except for the 3 GameStop ones. But I want every variation. I want the $500 one, but it's sold out on Poke Center, which is worrying because I hope they restock it. But I obviously don't have $500 to spend on a plushie, but I really want, I have City Folk, so I think, honestly, I think maybe in December would be a cute idea for this. Hello? My controller died. I think in December we should do a, like, we should do the Mario Kart variety stream that I've been dying to do. So we play like Mario Kart 7, Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart 8. We play Mario Kart DS for like a Christmas holiday stream. And then we do like the community night at the end of the night. So like everybody plays Mario Kart. And then I think we should do a 12-hour Animal Crossing, yeah, double dash, 12-hour Animal Crossing variety stream. We start out with the GameCube one, then we go to the Wii one, then we do the DS one, then we do New Horizons, and just do all of the Animal Crossings. Because it'll be like Christmas time, and we can see Christmas through all the different villagers. I think that's a cute idea. By the way, what kind of Squishmallow do you want? I know the Pokemon Squishmallows are coming out soon. What kind of, like, do you mean in general or the Pokemon Squishmallows? Because I don't know. I wanted the Puma Squirtle shoes from Pokemon, but they sold out already. They were like put on the website yesterday and they sold out instantly. I don't know what Squishmallow I want. I just want a Squishmallow. I don't have one. If I'm gonna get one, I'm probably gonna get the Pokemon one though, but I don't know when they're coming out. I would like one that's like maybe pink to match my setup in my bedroom, but thank you. They're little butcher knives. I was gonna wear them for Halloween, but never had anything to wear them with. I was gonna wear them with my Chucky cosplay, but we never did that. They're butcher knives and they have red teardrops on them. Very pretty. Got them at Spirit Halloween for like $5. They got drags. Thank you, Curtis. Ugh. I feel like I'm getting sick, but I'm not. I've just literally been sitting in drag, sitting here in front of a camera for like 6 hours now. Oh wow, that's a lot of dust. This makes me want to play a Mario game. Dance break. Oh, and the Pachamaris. I think I have 5. Yeah, I have 5. One right there, the Diva one, and then 3 of them. And they squeak. Did you know these guys squeak? How cute is that? And then you can't see it, but there's 5 Chow babies over there. So my little stream setup. And then all my PR boxes. Guys, I have a confession. I don't want to play this anymore. Like, I literally don't. Like, I want us to be done and move on. I'm done. But we're so close to the end. I can't stop. Like, we're 4 hours away. Can this this bitch get out of my face? Nah, well, I don't know. Cause I don't know. I kind of had a big issue of playing, I think it was like last week when we were playing, what the fuck we were playing? Oh, we were playing Sonic Adventure. We were playing Sonic Adventure and Rayman 3 at the same time, and it was just like too much for me to manage. It was like overwhelming me when it shouldn't have, but it was. If that makes sense. It doesn't, but I'm quirky. Did you guys hear what I said I was gonna play next? Like I listed the stream games I want to do next. I don't know what we're gonna do next, actually. Literally everybody wants me to play Bayonetta 3. Everybody wants me to play it. I'm like, guys, I don't have the money. I don't have money for Bayonetta 2 either, because you have to buy the thing. Oh. Because you have to buy the collection. I thought I had it on my Wii U, Bayonetta 2, but I can't find the disc. I'm so comfy right now in this chair. You guys should see how I'm sitting. Was that besides Claptrap? Oh, the Timoko Toga from My Hero. She's like the Harley Quinn of the My Hero Academia universe. I love her. I know My Hero is kind of cringe, but like, she's queen to me. I also haven't watched the new season, so I'm like, girl. But she was rumored to die in one of the recent seasons, and then they made it so in the anime she doesn't die. And I was like, yes. I won. They did it for me. I know, but I don't know. Like, I want to finish it. I really do. Like, we're already this deep in. If I feel like if I just watched or said I finished it, it would be like a disservice to myself, especially because I spent the money on it. Like, I want to finish it. As much as I don't want to. This quest is just stupid. The one we're doing right now is stupid. It's literally the quest before the end game. Like, the end game starts after this quest. Like, just do the end game. Dude. So stupid. Let's give it one more hour. That's what I'm thinking. But also, I said that at the start of the stream. I said this is gonna be the last push, and it was all right. The dog helped it. I don't know. The weird spot we're in. Let's do some jumping jacks. Just kidding. Up and down pole body. Wait. My body is kind of slay. Work. Ow, I just pulled some, wait, my butt? Ah! Look how fat my ass is getting. Damn, are you serious? Okay, work. That's what I get for eating these cakes. You want a dumpy? I like pulled something in my leg. I sat on this jacket, so now it's warm. Calculated. I do want a dumpy, I'm trying. Literally all my extra body weight goes to my stomach and my dumpy. Well, my thighs too. I have really fat fucking thighs. Which I love, honestly. Like, I'd rather have this curvy body than be like a twink, honestly.
Watch it!
Girl, I'm just running. I don't care. You are so unserious.
They're ethereal! Perhaps my arrows!
Oh my god. Are you guys done? Oh my god, I'm so over this. I'm not gonna fight the fucking air, dude. I'm literally not doing this.
Good! That's the way!
So fucking stupid. That emote? What is that emote? Hello? Oh my fucking head.
Enemy behind
From above!
So
My God!
girl. Oh my lord. Hello. Yeah, literally. I just looked up a video and it's like this quest is so misplaced. Like right after this is endgame and it doesn't fit into it at all. Like what? So weird. Freya, can you please like actually like protect me? Like actually. Oh my god, he's getting healed. Fuck off. He's literally getting... Okay. Eat a fucking dick. He's getting healed by this thing over here. Stop. Okay, I'm about to die.
Come on, Kratos, off your back.
So fucking actually stupid. Like I'm about to rage quit. Like, how am I playing on the easiest mode, but like I still die? There's 5 modes. I'm playing on super easy mode. And it still gets me frustrated.
Your plan?
I take it you have notes.
This is a trap.
I know, and I don't care. I'm getting my brother back. You're under no obligation to help me.
I know.
Do I can I not? Can I actually not help you? Is that an option?
What's your fight?
Bifrost, behind you! Behind you, watch out!
I'm not doing this for now. Where's the...
To your left!
What? Another? Why? Stop. Freya, do something. Oh my god.
They've rallied more soldiers since our last visit.
Yeah, no shit.
Our disadvantages are many.
Oh, you are so unserious, developers.
Stop that Nokin from singing!
Where is it? Where is the thing? And how do I get up there? It's right there. There's another? Where is it? Oh, you're actually joking. What an annoying mechanic. Okay, girl. Are you done? Okay, apparently this flower is just gonna beat my ass until I fucking die.
Try dragging the scepter across the bell a few times.
What?
Come on, we're making good time.
Our actions in this realm follow the prophecy of the giants. Atreus believes Ragnarok is inevitable.
The Norns were quite clear on the nature of prophecy. They told us the sum of our choices were predictable. But we have changed, haven't we?
Perhaps.
I am not fighting y'all. I'm out. I'm out. Can I move? Did they really chase me all the way over here? I'm so done with this game, actually.
Right flank!
The Norns said you'd kill Heimdall, but you chose not to walk that path. Back when we first met, I doubt you'd have done the same.
And you? Do you still seek Ragnarok?
Odin has much to answer for. If Groa's prophecy is correct, perhaps my realm can finally know peace. Perhaps I can know peace.
Forgive me for being a head on a belt, but haven't we all just established how prophecy is pure havers?
Gods, Mimir.
What?
The most annoying man alive.
Another Inharja! Behind you, brother!
Perfect! Enemy behind you, Kratos!
The way we're gonna have to walk back after this. Maybe can your brother not get captured? Ever think of that? Flop.
Alas, we're Neathhog.
It was in our way.
Aye, I don't doubt it.
When it wakes
Curious,
up.
though. What was she doing here?
Me too.
Odin used roots of the World Tree as part of his spell that kept me from leaving Midgard. Neathhog protects the tree's roots, wherever they are.
Ah, I see. Odin used her.
And she unwittingly paid the price.
Classic Odin.
He should be able to do air combos. I don't know why he won't. It's so weird.
Just make extra noise once the assault begins. If we distract them long enough, Hildisvini and Atreus will have more than enough time to get in and out undetected.
I am not worried for Atreus. He is ready to fight on his own.
This is it. There's an altar behind these vines.
Girl, who gives a fuck? Are we gonna go in or what?
Hurry, Kratos. They're all waiting on us.
This thing, what do you mean? That was so unnecessary.
Are you ready?
I am. Are you?
I'm not leaving here without my brother.
What the?
We're coming for you, Yngvi.
Oof.
Completely giving away your position.
Heimdall.
What idiots. Oh. If it isn't Queen Mistletoe herself. Hilarious, by the way. Been a while.
Heimdall.
And you must be the little half-breed's father.
Finally, some good fucking food.
You have a lot to answer for, Sunshine. You too, traitor.
Better a traitor than Odin's lapdog.
Go. The burden is mine.
I can help.
I know. But you are needed elsewhere.
He's right, you know. Sizzles wasn't looking so hot last I saw.
I know you didn't want this, but we know how this ends.
So is your house music.
See you soon.
Well, we both know that's not true. But don't worry, Frigg. I'll be coming for you and your brother as soon as I am finished here. Now, what you got?
He's hot.
Whoa! What did Cool Forever do to you? Not going to lie. I'm disappointed. Come on, tough animal. With your reputation, I thought I would at least break a sweat.
Stop.
Having fun yet? Oh well, you and me then. Ooh, sharp. I bet it would hurt if you could hit me. Nobody is coming. Queen Mistletoe is long gone. It's just you and me and that traitorous head. No. No!
Come on, brother! You had that spear built for a reason!
Oh! Oh, silly.
No! By the gods! You are... Oh, wait! You expected the stick to give you an advantage? What the... I can feel your frustration. It is immensely satisfying. What now, brother?
The spear remains our best chance.
Hey, Cap! These are new braces. Hilarious! The scion of the Aesir brought down by an old geezer's cane. Ha! Sad?
Oh my god.
Funny? Hard to tell.
I think I have to do something there. I'm so... Oh, there we go.
You actually hit me.
There we go.
Slow down.
What?
I don't remember the last time anyone hit me. You know, pain is not as bad as I remember.
Oh shit.
You strike like a sloppy cow. Haha! There we are. Armor fit for a cup.
Gag him.
Look! That's all this is!
Oh!
What is going on in that empty little head? Oh, no, no, no. You are going to spare me out of pity!
I don't think he's going to.
You may live.
Is this about the little runt? Oh, now I am definitely going to gut him.
Oh!
This is your final warning.
I don't think a warning's going to cut it.
You think you get to just walk away? No. That is not how this works.
Wait!
Oh, wow.
You are dead, sunshine.
Oh, I love how they did that with like the rainbow. Oh shit! Oh!
Way over your head!
Uh-oh! Ah! Oh, I love how the spell effects are rainbow. That's fierce.
I am the watchman of the Aesir, the herald of Ragnarok.
Oh shit! Ah!
I am going to find that little mongrel of yours and beat his face into a pulp. Only one of us is walking away from this, and it sure as shit
Oh shit!
will not be you. How dare you try and spare me?
Uh-oh. Ah!
I am growing very sick of you.
Brother! This isn't who you want to be! Monster.
Gagged. He deserved, but that definitely put Kratos over the edge that he's not supposed to be at.
Kratos, that was just... I don't know if we are breaking fate, or fate's breaking us.
So we just broke fate, essentially, I guess. But like, who's to say Heimdall doesn't come back? Like, you know what I mean? Okay, there we go. Pick up the speed. Good pacing. Let's keep it going. Let's not do like a 5-hour side quest. Like, Jesus Christ. That was a good fight. I actually really liked that. Made me feel like I can tolerate the game for a little longer.
Help? At least the rescue's going well.
Why does he keep just like grunting? Like, what is the issue? Is he just, yeah, I think he's just disappointed in himself. He's probably mad that he did that.
Yeah, so guess what? You got hit by the hammer.
Freya's turn. We need to get him out of here.
I'll cover him, but we can't get through the door. We're trapped.
That's my team. In certain games, I like fishing in a lot of games, but there are some that don't do it right.
We can't hold out here forever.
So true. I want to get Sonic Frontier so bad. I've been actually like craving it a lot.
Whoa! It's a big guy.
It actually looks really fun. Oh my god. Why are you celebrating? I'm not done with you yet. I want it, but it's another $60. Like, I can't do that. But I would stream it immediately, but like, another 60 bucks? Can't do it.
Not sure, but try.
No, sit tight. We'll figure something out.
Nice work.
The music cutting? What was that? Like, actually.
I will carry him.
You what? No, I can make it.
You cannot.
Ow, ow, ow! Easy.
To me. Follow.
Oh, we running.
Get company back here.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I love this. Oh, I actually love this a lot.
Okay. We're almost. Archers ahead.
Uh-oh.
Seriously?
Work. I don't know my life's rights and lefts.
You okay? Hi. No. Just hold on.
Gagged. Oh. Wish that was me. Sorry. This is fierce.
We gotta be close, right?
Where was this all game?
On your right.
Keep going. We're almost at the river.
Why is this happening at the end?
I'm about to hurl.
16 hours in.
Where's the boat?
Throw it in the river.
What is that?
Hurry now. That won't hold them for long.
Whoa.
Of course. Skifbotnia. Freyr's boat.
Work.
Regroup. We should go.
Oh, Queen. I wish there was a little more development with these characters in the main story, but it's fine. It's probably side content, but it's fine. If they're gonna be like this main point, I wish they would have just like developed them more in the story, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just find ways to complain. That's just me. Harami. What's happening? Why is the music picking up? What's going on?
Okay. This is bad.
Are we headed towards a waterfall? I think that's a yes. What?
You should have seen your faces. Relax.
We're flying!
It's flying. We're flying. I knew it would do that.
We have guests.
Who? Who are the guests? Oh.
I knew this was going too smoothly.
Oh.
They're too fast! Look out!
Excuse me? What are you saying?
Birger! No! For Vanaheim!
If only I gave a shit who the fuck he was. Am I right? Oh, he passed away. Like, literally. You know, that'd probably be more sentimental if I did side quests, but I'm not that girl. Sorry. We should be respectful of the dead.
Ah, come on. You really think that's the end of Birger?
You think he survived that?
He's down there picking the dirt out of his nails with the beast's feathers. You'll see. He has to be.
We're almost there, Yngvi. Just hold on a bit longer.
Don't suppose I have much of a choice at the moment.
Sorry, I forgot to breathe for a second. Alright, can we leave? I don't like your side character quests. Like, who is this no name? Nobody gives a shit. Crickets. All these fucking losers. Sorry.
We need cloth and boiling water. Red root and lamb's cress. I know. You think I never staunched a bleeder before? Oh, now don't you go worrying, boss. I didn't go through any of your stuff while you was off being tortured.
Damn it, Lunda. Easy.
Heck you sassing me for? I ain't the one who stuck you like a damn pig. No offense.
Freya, mind giving her a hand? Or just taking over entirely?
She wants to be Ellie from 2K Borderlands so bad.
The rest of my herbs are there.
We'll protect the realm in your absence. The four of us.
I just...
Vanaheim's in good hands.
Like... Freya came here to check on her brother. Her brother's not okay. Then she leaves again to do what she was sent out to do. Freya, why did you come back?
Nope. Your boat. Go on, take it. Sail the skies. Sun yourself.
Like, I just...
You look like you could use it. Make a Vanir god proud.
Okay. Work.
He gave you his boat?
Sure, whatever.
He left me no choice.
Because it was necessary, not because it was written.
Because it was necessary, not written. Whatever that means. The path.
The herald of Ragnarok. Whatever it does. I read about it. What does that mean? Helga smells something.
Can we go?
Important. Maybe we should follow her.
Can we literally just go? No, I'm not doing a favor! I'm leaving! I'm doing the main story. Fuck off. Get a job.
Tracks.
Helka's.
So, what do you want to do now? We don't have
Finish
to
the game. I hate when they say that. What do you want to do now? Do you want to do some side quests? No! Enough.
We can always try finding Helka some other time.
Yes. I'm done. I'm interested in the main story. I don't need any other shit. I want to experience the main story first, and then I will do side quests. As simple as that. I don't have a good attention span, so let me do one story at a time. One at a time.
I wanted to tell you. I read something in Odin's library about what Gjallarhorn is supposed to do. If blown by a god, it sounds through all the realms and harmonizes the space between them.
I am gonna go to the bathroom while this is
Somewhere
loading.
like Tyr's temple, and it would be like opening up all the realm travel towers at once.
It's quite a vulnerability. Wonder why he didn't just destroy it.
Some artifacts defy destruction.
Well, we should make Freya aware of this.
Good night. Thanks for hanging, Uncle Coven. God of War trying to read anime. They really thought. Oh, bitch. They thought. Hello? Okay. This is not the right lipstick. Wait, this is it. Wait, is it? Anyways. Let's get this cutscene rolling while I adjust my makeup. Yeah, okay, thanks. I know.
You are the best. You have always been the best. Hey, tell her she's the best.
Enough.
Look at that. You really did it. How, in all the 9 realms, did you manage to kill Heimdall?
I knew our spear would do the trick. Well, happy Ragnarok, everybody. Let's drink.
Is it true? Heimdall's dead.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. There's no stopping it now. Odin swore peace only so long as you spilled no more Aesir blood.
I refuse that deal.
Yet he honored it. But now...
But what? You and I know better than anyone that Odin's promises never last.
Well.
We have the advantage now. It's time to bring him down.
No.
None of you understand what's coming.
Literally.
Odin's vengeance will be his only concern.
Not his only concern. The mask. Whatever knowledge it unlocks, that's what Odin wants more than anything. If I go back to Asgard, I can use...
Go back.
Look. If I can finish what I started there, awaken the mask, get answers, maybe that's our way out of this.
Mm-mm.
But I gotta go soon.
No.
Before they figure out what's happened.
Atreus.
Not a good idea.
Are home. Do not ask me to put you at risk again.
He's at risk where he stands, Kratos. We all are.
Anything we do...
What is
or
your name
don't do
again?
is
You've done
dangerous
nothing
right
for
now.
the story tier.
But Odin needs me. He trusts me. I'll be safe there.
Girl.
From a tactical perspective...
Atreus is gonna go anyways,
I
so...
don't much like it, but it is our best play. Dividing Odin's focus would buy us time.
And give us a pair of eyes in the enemy's inner sanctum.
But if there is truly a source of infinite knowledge,
You can't let Odin have it.
Aye. And once he has what he needs from you...
Then I lose my leverage.
Bro.
I get it. I'll be smart. Father, I can do this.
Remember my promise.
You too.
I guess so. I understand, but like still I want to know like how Atreus is Loki. Like I just don't get that, but it's whatever.
I still want to hear how you did it.
You mean how we did it? You have me.
And therein lies a tear.
Atreus, listen. I can't let you go back without this.
A hammer?
Your key, please. You ever need a way out of a bad situation? Throw this down hard and say wergi. One use only.
Wergi. Thanks.
It's a funny word.
Hope I don't need it.
Me too.
My nose is like dried out, like literally so dried out right now. Allergy season, because literally it's winter and everything's being dry.
All right. Odin said Hugin would be waiting in the cabin. Mimir, anything else I should know about Odin? Maybe a weakness or something? Like if I flip up his eye patch, he'll disintegrate. Aye, lad. Wouldn't that be? Yeah, no. Sorry, Mimir. I can't do your accent. I'm on my own for this one. Yappa! Here we go.
Let's go.
Ben?
Girl.
Baby!
Hey.
This is your wolf?
How is she here right now?
Oh, were you having a moment? It sort of looked like you were having a moment. I can go.
No. Sorry. This is Fenrir. It's okay, Ben. She's,
She's your mother.
So I was right about your knife.
Huh?
I'm glad you found a place for his soul.
Me too. Hey, how'd you find me here? Loki? This is my marble.
And where are you heading off to?
Back to Asgard. Hey, I'm actually using him.
Uh-huh.
Angerboda, look. Once I see this through, I'm gonna know everything. How to save my father, how to stop Ragnarok,
Girl.
and maybe, hopefully, how to bring our people back.
Loki, those are all very noble intentions. But he's Odin.
You have faith in me, right?
Of course I do. I just hope the story you're writing for yourself is the one that you truly want.
Would you take care of Fen while I'm away?
I'll take good care of him. Won't I, boy?
Oh, he's
Be careful.
sad that Loki's leaving. The whimpering when he leaves my heart. When a dog whimpers, I cry. Or a cat like meows, I can't. Literally.
Okay. All right. I just gotta help Odin complete the mask, but also make
Yes.
sure he doesn't get any answers from it.
Let's go.
Easy, right?
Yes, let's
It's
go.
probably in a study.
Let's go, let's go, let's go,
Okay.
let's go.
Panic does nothing. Harness it.
Heimdall's dead. Happen to know something about that? Anything?
Well, I mean, everyone hated him.
Sure, sure. But have you seen anything? Something noteworthy?
Girl.
I mean, you know, he did sock through it pretty hard while we were out. Maybe someone found out? Got even? I don't know.
Good lying.
Are you suggesting my son had something to do with this?
I don't know. Honest.
Girl. You're lying to Odin.
Never believed you had anything to do with this. I'm glad you're back.
So, I figured out what went wrong. I mistranslated a word here.
Did you now?
I thought it said beyond the cry of cold breath, but it actually reads the cry of first breath.
Well, that's somewhere else entirely. I know where that is. Young man, you've done it again. Go. Take the mask, take the sword, take the bird. Find Thor. I'm going to Niflheim.
Bye.
Missed you too.
I love Ingrid. The sword queen. That's mother.
Hey, Ingrid, you
Stan
wouldn't happen
list.
to know where Thor is. Yeah, I figured.
Where are we going? Like, literally, where do we go? Can the mini-map show
I
up?
should stop by my room. Might be a while before I can fix up my equipment again.
Movies Merge Evil Incorporated. Okay, well, I literally DJF. I'm done. Whose fucking bed is this?
Hi, Sif.
Oh,
Do you
hey.
know where I can find Thor? Allfather is sending us on another mission.
Why would I tell you where to find anyone I cared about?
Oh!
Look,
Gagged.
it's fine if you don't like me or trust me or whatever. But I want you to know that you're hurting her.
Excuse me?
Thrud's gonna be a Valkyrie one way or another. You know that.
Atreus!
If you don't stand with her, you're gonna lose her.
You may be working with Allfather and enjoying his little bubble of protection. But stay out of my family's business.
Literally.
I'll get out of your hair.
Good riddance.
What was that for? Like, literally, shut up, Atreus.
Thrud? Sorry, Allfather said I'm supposed to head to Niflheim with your dad. I haven't seen him around, and I was wondering if you had any idea where he could be.
He wasn't with grandfather?
No.
I think I know where he might be. Follow me.
I, also wanted to talk to you about Heimdall.
Don't. Not here.
You're right. Later.
Wait, everybody knows Atreus is the reason Heimdall died. Everybody's whispering about it. I know.
Back in Hellheim, I told you I'd help your mom understand how much becoming a Valkyrie meant to you. I wanted to, let you know that I meant it.
You didn't. And you're still alive?
I did think she was gonna choke me with her hair.
I'm honestly surprised she didn't. Thanks, Loki. Weapons aren't allowed inside. We'll have to check them.
Why?
Just do it. Come on. This way.
Whoa.
Come on. They're not gonna let you in otherwise.
Bye, Marshy.
Look around. He'll be here.
Boobies.
Through. I'm...
It's fine.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, Thor. Seems like it might be a bad time, so... If you need a moment, I totally understand. No rush, but...
Right where I thought you'd be.
What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have brought her here.
What are you doing?
Relaxing.
Did I say no rush? I meant we should get going, right? We don't want to keep the Allfather...
Quiet!
He's right. You should get going.
Oh, poor Thor.
Dad,
I feel bad.
don't do this.
It's already done. Let it be known, the God of Thunder is good for two things. Killing giants and pissing me! Any man who disagrees will greet Mjolnir with his face.
Okay, let's put that away. I thought they had to be checked at the door.
I can't. This isn't you.
Thor... Hugin is waiting outside. Please, let's just...
I said, quiet, boy.
My name is...
Oh.
What? No, Oh, come on. No, I swear that really wasn't... That's enough!
Oh.
Oh, how I've missed this! And he's still got it.
Oh, this is a mess, girl.
Get away from me! This place sucks!
Through!
I'm getting a weapon!
The silly music.
More, don't you think? You could end it.
Thinking too much.
Seriously?
This is fun. WWE through the table.
How are you so conscious?
Now shoot!
Will Odin be mad I'm killing Einherjar?
They're already dead. They can't really die again.
This is so messy. Work. That was cute.
What if you started again? Right now, just put down the...
Oh my god.
Grab his arms. Let's get him out of here.
It's a good fight.
I'm sorry you had to see him like this.
No, it's fine. Really.
Hey, I'm strong, but you gotta help me out here. Come on, it's not that far.
Work.
Thor?
Get up.
Thrudy.
You are going to Niflheim with Loki. All Father's orders. You have to get up.
I know you're disappointed.
Disappointed? No. That was a glorious fight. You can't even say you're sorry this time, can you? Because what's one more broken promise?
I feel so bad.
Grandfather treated you like crap. You were struggling. I get it. But you can't just... We're here for you. Mom and I are here for you. Even when you're here. We love you. You know that. I just thought this was behind us.
I fucked up.
Yeah, you fucked up.
Can I get you a water or something?
I'll be fine. again? Let's make this quick.
You in a hurry to get back to Asgard?
Just get us to that mask piece.
Not actually find the last mask. That's funny.
Was it worth it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fine, but I hope you know we're seeing you like that didn't.
I'm not blind.
Hey, why can't we just fly over these guys straight to the mast?
You think I want to carry you all that way?
You're strong.
I'm not your pack horse.
Thrud looks up to you. I hope you know that.
Don't need a lecture about parenting from you. Just find the thing.
Looks like we gotta head through that wall.
Something I need to do first.
Okay.
Take your time.
Now we can go.
Perfect. Thanks.
Loki, you really keep trying to... I don't even know what you're trying to do anymore, but you have no idea the kind of shit I've been through.
Right. Have giant son of a powerful god with a... You know, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just pointing out we're not that different.
I have no interest in bonding over shared blood.
Another wall of ice. Thor.
Break it. Break it. Break it. Break it. Hurry up. Speed run. Speed run. Break it. Break it. Break it. Hurry up. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to add one more thing. If you can't be yourself, you also might not feel like you can follow your own path. That doesn't sound familiar to you at all?
This clearly isn't the right way.
Oh. Awkward. I thought it was.
So we've got some similar life experience. What does it matter?
Who says we can't?
Thor's still walking here and I've cleared an entire thing of enemies. It's funny.
We're far from Ivaldi's workshop, right?
Far enough.
Damn it! Ancient!
Again with the griping.
Calling out a problem isn't
Why has it got a butt?
healthy.
Bet you're glad I'm helping so much this time around. You're welcome. I will say the sword's doing work over there. You're lucky she's helping too.
Can I please have a 1v1? Like, this is so fucking annoying. Stop. My God.
Easy. I love Hellwalkers. You just blast them apart. Poof. Problem solved.
Through there, just ahead.
Don't have to feel. This'll be fun.
Yeah, I agree. The enemy gauntlet is just like...
that's where we're supposed to go.
So, I said it'd be fun.
What?
It was.
Thor. Okay, can we go the right way this time? Thank you. Thor, why are we not going the right way? You are stupid as fuck.
What are you going to say when you see them again? Sif and Thrud, I mean.
If Allfather's pleased, it doesn't matter. Look, kid. I don't need you to solve my family problems for me. Just find the mask. Let's get out of here.
Well, I was trying to find it and then you literally made us go down the wrong pathway. Like, what? He's not even coming down here. Like, is my game literally glitched?
Looks like there's a path.
So unserious.
Coming up.
So
You
stupid.
enjoying the freedom? Out here without Fabio looking over your shoulder.
Well, yeah, I guess. It's different from what I'm used to. In a good way. Looks like we gotta get up that cliff. Which I think means...
No thinking.
It's better when I know it's gonna happen.
So, we close?
Maybe. I can check.
You take this one, kid.
Jumper! Thor, I hope everything goes okay when you see Sif and Thud again.
Well, hoping's better than thinking. It's a start.
Yappa!
Oh, hey. What is that?
It's here.
He's gonna drop it. Oh, shit.
Gotcha.
Phew. That was close. Thanks. Thor.
Wasn't about to lose.
What? The way he just appeared?
Loki, you did it. We are on the verge of great things. All of our work together.
You're welcome.
The crow's not spawning.
You are here. Why?
His father murdered Heimdall. Forseti has proof. Take him.
No. Leave him alone. I command it.
You said no more Aesir blood would be spilled. You said family comes first. You don't think that this is retribution for him being here? He's put your granddaughter in danger. He's made your son miserable.
Loki didn't kill Heimdall. His father did. Your daughter is old enough to make her own mistakes. And your husband started drinking again, all on his own. Dismissed! You two, a word.
Can't you see what's happening? He's not protecting us. Magni, Modi, our boys. We used to
True,
tell
actually.
Stories by the fire. Do you remember? We would carve those wooden horses. We would play and laugh.
Oh, it's
until
about to
the sun
happen.
sank and they fell asleep in our laps.
Oh, Sif, I'm so sorry for about what's to happen.
They were thrown at the Allfather's problems like brittle knives to a mountain face. And for what? What if Thrud's next?
You kill my sons. Sleep in here.
The way the cutscene is broken right now.
My father against me. My daughter.
I have no idea what's happening.
You know, I finally thought of something I can teach you.
Hey,
You
Sindri better be right. Where are you? Sindri. Ugh. You sure know how to plan an exit.
Atreus.
Sif sounds familiar. I wonder what her voice actress is.
Glad you're safe, lad.
Got out just in time. Pretty sure I burned my bridges in Asgard, though. Wait, why were you out here?
Sindri told us where you would arrive should you find trouble.
Oh, thought you might have been exploring without me.
No, lad. Your dad was just concerned. Though, now that you mention it...
Mimir.
Brother, Please, it's all so crowded and tense back home. Don't you miss the three of us out finding our own adventures?
Putting off the inevitable.
Exactly.
It's not the worst
From
idea.
what?
I do want to show everyone the mask, but it'll keep.
Well, what does the mask entail? Can we please figure out what it means? You are so. I'm gonna do this.
I'm back, everybody.
Hey, you made it.
I'll get to you. Join us at the table if you're ready to stay.
See? I told you the key would get him home.
Because you tapped it with a hammer. Dwarven magic makes no sense.
Right? Luna one time made me a breastplate out of dog barks.
A breastplate? Boobsforqueens.com.
I just hope unlocking this thing was worth the cost.
You have it. What did it show you?
I didn't get to use it. They found out about Heimdall. I had to run. But at least Odin can't use it either.
But if you didn't get any answers from the mask, all you've done is steal Odin's greatest treasure.
Literally.
Just after your father's killed his most loyal ally.
Yeah, we're about to start a fucking war, dude.
None of us are safe. Even here.
Yeah, Odin's about to walk through the doors.
Find Surtur, sound Galahorn, and bring Odin to justice. Now.
You'd incinerate every soul in Asgard and call it self-defense?
Does he ever suggest plans or just crap on everyone else's?
The obvious plan is staring you in the face. We don't need Odin to use this. We can slip into Asgard and do it ourselves, right under his nose. We gain the knowledge we need to shatter this prophecy of war once and for all.
Except begging your pardon, you don't have a way into Asgard.
You got the big horn.
We got the last piece of the mask, and Atreus stole it. So now Odin's probably gonna be mad.
I expect you to bite my blue butt cheek.
Please, just think about it.
This mask. The easy answers that it promises. I know this. Shortcuts always have a price. Atreus, you have carried it. What do you think?
I think it's a chance. At worst, we'll have something Odin wants as leverage. At best,
Girl.
if it really gives us all the answers, then we can make our own path. And nobody has to die.
The way Odin can literally just teleport. He could literally teleport here right now, take the mask, and leave.
Now all we need's a way to Asgard.
I know I've been a burden to you all.
Yeah, you have.
I know you've questioned why you even pulled me out of that hole. I have too. But it's clear now. This is what I'm needed for.
Oh, finally.
This is my purpose.
Oh, whoop-de-doo.
One last time.
Okay.
I will pick up my spear and I will lead us to Asgard.
Wow.
Excuse me, but if you got a way to Asgard, where's that idea been this whole fucking while?
I'm with him.
Rather a fair question, brother.
You withheld Asgard.
You would have gotten us all killed. And we needed to give Loki time to find his destiny. Here it is. It's all led to this.
If we can get inside, I'm going after Odin.
Freya!
I will not stop you.
No.
We can do both.
Spot on, brother. If the mask doesn't give us an out, we'll still have the drop on him.
Works for me.
Let's do it then.
Guys.
And quickly, before he sees us coming.
Guys.
Surprises.
Guys.
Slow down, you damn spruce. I still want to hear the details on this new way to Asgard you got.
This is not gonna end well.
Spill it!
It's an ancient path. We can't reach it from here.
Where then?
Let me collect my things and I'll show you.
You ain't got no things. And where are you going with that mask? Rock? That belongs to the kid. He earned it. All you done was make passable dirt soup.
Brock, it's okay.
No, it ain't. This ain't right. All the pieces ain't welding together true. Like, what's with him calling you Loki anyway? You know that ain't his name. Hey! I'm talking to you! You never shut up!
face me!
Tell your brother to throw me the mask and you've got a deal.
Stop moving.
Freya, if he dies...
Now. It wasn't part of the plan. But you guys, we are square for Heimdall. And honestly, you got a bargain.
I will kill you. Plan on that.
So nice spending time with you again.
Freya, please.
Can't be in two places at once, Frig.
Hey!
I don't move, you don't move. Don't do anything you regret.
I regret many things. Killing you will not be one of them. What's up?
I'm in control! Here! Throw me the map! Now!
Yes! Get him!
Too bad, son. Looks like war after all.
Oh! Oh!
Please, you have to save him. You have to.
Oh, he's gone, girl.
You can't. Maybe if I go back to the lake.
He already didn't have a soul. Oh, Brock.
I know what you've done. And I forgive you. But you gotta stop. You gotta let go.
Bro.
Oh, Sindri doesn't deserve that! What just happened? The cutscene glitching again. Okay, girl, we gotta restart after this.
This whole time?
Wait, this whole time he was him? Tyr was Odin?
What do we do now?
No way.
Now?
There's no way.
Now we kill Odin. And anyone who gets in our way.
There's actually no way the entire time.
Come.
What? Where?
It does not matter.
Where are you going?
True, true. But like the whole time, bitch. Oh!
You can't run away from this, Kratos. Odin won't stop until we stop him. We need you here.
What are you doing, Kratos? Hello? Why are we leaving our allies?
Father, where are we going?
Oh.
Girl, what are we doing? What is happening? I'm gagged, like, actually. That got me.
Can we? I want to go hunting.
I will follow.
We are with you, Atreus.
What do we hunt?
Deer.
What?
Which way we headed, lad?
Hello?
The direction of deer.
Hello? Literally, what is happening? actually what is happening?
Do you wish to speak of what happened?
I think I heard something. This way.
I think Atreus has actually lost it. Like the entire time he got played.
They're leading that way.
Like essentially everything yeah, he's literally having a breakdown. Like literally everything he worked for and was doing was for nothing.
Violence changes us. You are not weak to fear.
Because Odin was literally in the inside the entire time. So all of his character development is kind of out the window.
We're heading the right way. There's broken branches over there. Come on. I keep seeing it. The knife, Brock, Sindri's face.
Son.
There it is.
I hate that some parts feel so... This is actually camp. It's calling back to the first game. I wonder what's gonna happen. He's probably gonna lose it. Like he's gonna go fucking ape shit on this guy.
Elbow up. Accuracy over speed.
Release your mind!
Why? That was running.
And so are we.
I don't understand.
When an animal is wounded, it must stop the bleeding, or it will die. We have been wounded, and this is a distraction.
Uh-huh.
It's my fault.
No.
We should find Sindri. I have a pretty good idea where he might be.
Lead.
I wish we just put us back. Like,
Is it okay if we take the sleds?
yes, let's please do that.
I need to think about what I'm gonna say to him.
Of course.
I love Sindri's and Atreus' relationship. Like it's just like gay uncle and like queer son. It just like makes me soft.
Everywhere I look, I'm reminded of my mistakes.
Not true,
Our actions have
Atreus.
consequences. To be reminded of them is not punishment.
Feels like it.
Let us go. I wish it would
If
just
I
teleport us back.
Seen
Yeah.
through a deception that fooled us all. Stopped an attack you could not predict. There is no if, Atreus.
Your father's right. There are things even gods cannot control.
Oh, does that mean like Tyr leading into war? Like it was Odin being a perception of
Hana.
Tyr, and that's what's leading into the war, is that Odin was Tyr leading war in the prophecy. That's gaggy. Like that's why we saw Tyr. That's interesting. We get on the sled.
We can take the sled when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Like I'm literally ready. Are you ready? Come and get it. Nah, 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 nah.
Here's Temple. That's where we're headed.
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's see what this next part is. They're keeping the pace good right now, but let's see how long that lasts. We know it doesn't last that long.
Is there a chance that we could bring Brock back?
No.
Sindri did it once.
No.
Maybe we could figure out a way to do it again.
No.
I'm afraid not, little brother. When a soul missing its full gear, its direction, like Brock's, leaves its corporeal form, well, it can't reach the Lake of Souls. He's not only dead, he's been denied an afterlife. There's nothing to bring back.
It's really gone.
Atreus, if there was anything we could do, I promise you, we'd be doing it.
I know. It was stupid of me to hope in the first place. I miss when the lake was still water.
I was literally about to say that. I was about to say this place is so fucking ugly now.
Sail away from here. From everything.
You cannot sail away from your mistakes. It is impossible to forget them. I have tried.
Aye. They'll follow you no matter where you go, little brother.
If you are to sail, do it toward somewhere.
The lift at the end of the bridge should still work. We can get up to the temple that way.
Hello? Hello?
We really should be heading to the temple.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Sorry I went the wrong way, but like, okay. Hi. Wish you could switch. I want to play Atreus right now. Maybe when you beat the game, you can just pick whatever the fuck you want to play. Oh, there's the snake. Over there. I see him. Hey. He's sleeping. He's tired.
Atreus,
He's tie-tie.
what makes you so sure Sindri will be here?
It's where he and Brock were united. Reforging something that broke. He'll be here.
Sindri, we can't keep bringing him back. I love you, but please.
Sindri?
Ow.
Sindri,
Like...
I'm so sorry.
No. No, I don't want to hear it. You don't know what sorry means.
Sindri! Please.
We're not letting Odin get away with this.
Would that be the Odin you invited into my home?
We were all fooled.
But some of us were bigger fools than others, aren't we? I gave you everything. My skills, my friendship, my home, my secrets, my treasures. And you just kept taking.
I feel bad.
And now what have I got? Not even my family. You want sorry? This is what sorry looks like.
What can we do?
We. There is no we. There's only you. No matter what the cost. So what you can do is get the fuck out of my sight.
I feel bad.
Come, Atreus. Leave it be.
I do.
Mourn how you wish.
Like, his feelings are valid, but definitely misplaced. Harsh but true, but also not appropriate for the time being, considering Ragnarok is coming.
I thought we were his family too.
We were.
And you still are, but he literally... Okay. But we all just need to calm our emotions. Return home and prepare for war. Okay, perfect. Finally. Some good fucking food.
There's no making this right, is there?
No. But I know I'll feel better when we brought Odin to justice.
Justice. Justice is not what we seek. It is vengeance. Every path I walk leads back.
Hello.
Vengeance.
Okay.
Maybe that's all we have left.
We must return to Freya.
Let's go. My tummy really hurts right now.
When we get back, we really are going to war.
Yes.
It has come to that. Yes.
Unfortunately, yeah.
We were back in Svartalfheim, looking for Tyr. This isn't what I wanted. This wasn't what I meant.
It is the
Not if it meant
prophecy.
losing Brock.
We know, Atreus. We know.
We really took everything from Sindri.
Don't take to heart words said in grief, Atreus. No matter how spot on they feel.
I know we should go see Freya, but I wouldn't mind staying here in Asgard for a little while.
Aye. A few last adventures to take our minds off the state of, well, everything.
They are really projecting this fucking do side quest, girl. I'm not. Shut up. My god.
Are we even sure Freya will still be at the house?
Don't see why not. Odin's back door in was also his way out. Without the blasted raven apparently hiding in the broom closet, the house should be secure.
And she will not turn away allies in her vengeance.
Aye, it's all our vengeance now. And no more fake Tyr to twist our minds around. Oh, what a mockery he made of Tyr's desire for peace. And mine.
Let's go.
You're back. Are you with us? Good. It's time.
Time for what, dare I ask?
Time to unite the realms against Odin once and for all.
Tyr tried to unite the realms. The real Tyr. Everyone loved him. And even he failed.
Then we better not fail, or there will be no one left to try. This is Ragnarok.
And Odin's already heard every blasted plan we have.
Yes, we've lost the element of surprise. More than that, we have only one way to Asgard, and it's not subtle.
Yellow.
It means we enter from Tyr's temple, here. Asgard's wall is here. Odin's host of Einherjar will hold the space in between.
Which means we need armies of our own.
As many as will answer the call. Numbers Odin won't see coming.
And that's just to reach the wall. To breach the wall, we'll need to find Surtur.
Ratatoskr was able to procure this.
What is that?
The three of us will go.
I know just where to look.
Splendid. Allies, then. Who do we think we can get?
I'll venture to Hellheim. Try to recruit the army of the dead.
And I'll return to Alfheim to unite the elves.
Just like that. Unite the elves after centuries of war.
Well,
They really like me in Alfheim.
And you? To Valheim.
Yes, to find Sigrun and muster the free Valkyries.
Midgard has no army.
No Niflheim, no Jotunheim.
That leaves only Svartalfheim.
I'll go to Svartalfheim. Sindri?
What?
Are you sure? I said I'll go.
So be it. Good luck to us all.
Well, it's his house. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Off to Muspelheim to find the last fire giant. I almost envy everyone else's impossible mission.
The who? The fire what? Oh, excuse me.
You said you know where to look for Surtur.
Yeah. I unlocked the secrets in his shrine when I was in Muspelheim with Thor.
Thor?
Don't worry. He didn't see me go in.
That was not my worry.
Now look. When we find Surtur, we'll have to convince him to combine with his wife, Sinmara.
Combine?
Yeah. When the two of them, join, they'll create an enormous Asgard-destroying monster.
Oh my.
Oh, so they fuck. They fuse.
Apologies. I have some doubts regarding negotiations with Rasvelger in Hellheim. My thinking is that she may be more amenable to speaking with a member of the, deceased. Mimir, you're needed.
Oh, death is a skill now. I suppose these two can survive a bit without me. Brother, if you wouldn't mind.
Very well.
Many thanks.
Who's to say that just wasn't Odin rolling up?
Hey, I think I can see Surtur's forge in the distance.
Like, I literally trust nobody now.
Surtur's wife. Where is she?
Niflheim, I think. Heads up!
Keep dodging! How about arrows?
Can you please? I'm not gonna fight the air. Like, seriously, these things are the most annoying thing in this game.
I wonder if they saw their prophecy and decided to isolate themselves in their home realms to fight.
Understandable.
Hopefully they'll understand why Ragnarok needs to happen now. Look, over there.
What?
Another way! To the left!
What the fuck?
Switching out!
It avoids every attack!
Oh, it regens, girl. Atreus, get it. Atreus, please. What are we looking at?
Past this lava fall.
You know this.
A hunch. When I was here before, I got a pretty good feel for the layout. We need to be ready for Surtur, in case he doesn't want to help us.
Ready.
Prophecy says he and Sinmara join, but who knows how they're gonna feel about it now.
You would try to force these primordial beings into submission.
Well,
I don't know. We can't win this war without them, right? We gotta be close. I can hear the forge.
Something ahead.
Oh. Well, that's interesting. And we do what now? Exactly. Where did it go? Oh.
The spring! Now's our chance!
Get gagged.
One of its runic springs must be hidden.
Where's the last one? Oh. How fun.
Those pillars look weak. Maybe there's a spring there. Changing arrow!
Work. Loser.
Nice job. I'm really sweaty.
Let us find Surtur.
Let's go.
That's gotta be him.
We will ask.
Oh. Who do you see?
Hello? Surtur? Well, either it isn't him, or he's ignoring us. Come on.
I think he crushed it. What the? Just chilling here. Hey, bro.
We seek a fire giant.
Go away.
Oh, wow. What
just happened? Hey!
We deal with these first.
I love this anime. Soul Eater.
Another one?
Focus.
Two!
He is the guardian of this realm. It is his right to defend it.
Girl. With all this shit happening? Oh my god. What the fuck is happening?
You're on fire! But you probably already know that.
Fuck. Please don't kill me.
The ancient stars! Now's your chance!
is Surtur. He's got a lot to answer for.
As you said, we need him.
He also doesn't have to answer for us. Like, he's literally chilling. Like, this is his realm. He doesn't owe us shit.
I won't help you.
Who are you?
Who you seek, and what's left of him.
Why won't you help us?
I don't want to.
Ha!
Elaborate.
I love his design.
We'll die.
Right. Because you've got so much to live for.
Atreus!
Not me. Her.
So what's the point of all this? You keep separate from Sinmara just so you can sit here and wait to die? At least if you joined with her, you'd be together again.
We are together.
Oh.
Got her heart. She's got mine. It's not much, but it's enough.
But you're not even...
Have you ever been in love? It's pretty good.
Please.
And Odin will succeed. And all realms save Asgard will fall.
Yeah, he must die. It's true.
It's true.
But I won't sacrifice.
I love this
her
guy.
more than you would him.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Come.
Wait. Those blades. May I see them?
Why? What if he's like,
Yeah, there's primordial fire in those.
They are not of these lands.
Shouldn't matter. Yeah, that could work.
What?
What could?
Put those in here.
What?
And I'll become your monster. But I don't want her involved at all.
But the prophecy says you two have to combine. Sure this'll work?
What have I got to live for?
I like this guy. Come on. He's like my favorite character so far. What the hell?
Not here. Follow me.
Kratos is gagged. He said, what the?
Where do we go?
Spark of the world.
Which is...
Place where Niflheim and Muspelheim meet. Where the first realms came into existence.
What?
You won't be able to get through this, huh?
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Oh, he gagged y'all. He cleared.
Surtur?
Still me. Better than walking.
What awaits us at this spark of the world?
Magic, primordial stuff. With that and your blades and my heart, we'll be good.
I can build one like Minecraft.
Big, smash stuff. You'll like it.
But what'll happen when you change?
Don't know. Won't be me anymore.
Did they just not have animated him walking down these stairs? They really had to turn him into a fucking orb.
I want
Sorry.
to attack Asgard.
Now I'm being
You got
picky.
the horn, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, pretty.
We're good.
Ooh.
So, here it is.
Wow.
The spark of the world.
That is gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Holy shit! So pretty.
This feels too easy. Odin knows we have Yellowhorn. He knows
wow.
we have the mask. After killing Brock, he knows we would seek Surtur to start this war.
But what other choice do we have?
None.
That's what I'm saying. Avacious user in my chat, Avacious Bestiana Grande. No, but like actually, come on. This is so pretty! Shut up!
What about Sinmara? Should we at least tell her?
No. It'd hurt her too much.
More than not knowing what happened to you?
Sometimes loving someone is about choosing the lesser pain.
That doesn't make any sense.
Promise you'll stay away from her.
You have our word.
Sorter, is stabbing you with the blade's gonna be enough to create this new you?
Sinmara's heart is cold. So beautifully cold.
Real me.
Your dad
I am her. Hi, dear.
If enough of me.
Thank you for 36 months.
Go into enough of her.
Thanks, bestie. I think I had 40 on your channel the other day or something. Something big. But we see each other. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Followers. 0. Everybody can come in and say hi. Because literally someone came into my chat earlier and spoiled the game. So I turned that on followers 30-minute mode so fast. But thank you all for being here. I am going to turn the follower chat timer back on. So make sure you drop a follow so you can type in chat. And welcome in, everybody. I'm Nemesis. I am happy trans. What is it? Trans Awareness Week? Doesn't it lead up to Trans Visibility Day? Something celebrating trans people, and I'm trans, so hi, welcome in. My pronouns are she, her. So I'm happy to have you all here. I am a variety retro streamer, but today we're playing God of War. I'm trying to beat this so I can browse my TikTok and not get spoiled. Like, that's literally why I'm trying to do this. No, it's okay. Someone is like, I guess, going around to different God of War streams and their username has the spoiler in it. So it was unavoidable, but also it doesn't really, it didn't matter that much. So it's fine. But thank you all for being here. How was the stream, dear? What did you do today? Dead by Daylight, Capcom, what was it? Hi, everybody. Hi, Dublin. Hi, Dorian. Hi, Moore. Hi, Sassy. Yeah, at least one of them was still a gag. Oh, also, if anybody doesn't want God of War spoilers, we're like at the end of the game, so I would suggest leaving now, drop a follow, come back next stream. We won't be playing this anymore. And Saturday we're doing Pokemon. If any of you are Pokemon fans, I'm a big Pokemon fan. If you can't tell from all the slowpokes I have up there. So true. Thank you. Very comfy today. I was watching wrestling and there was a girl cutting a promo and she had a turtleneck and a biker jacket. And I was like, I want to do that. Okay, dear, you know who's ugly? That that one Shari in Animal Crossing, the one we make each other for. Make fun of each other with. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave because of God of War. Yeah, of course, don't worry. No worries. I totally get it. I'm unwell. DVD tease tonight. We'd slayed. It was nice. Perfect. Dear, do you have that pig cosmetic for, because I know you're a pig main. Do you have the one that she's not wearing the pig mask? It was like available in one of the rifts. Every time I go against a pig main or like a pig that has that, I always think it's you because I'm like, that's a pig main. I know, I remember seeing that. I was like, gag. But thank you all for being here. Thanks for coming. Very pretty colors. Oh my god, bye. Thank you for the raid, dear. I appreciate it. I know it's kind of a little flat. A little. There's like a little underneath. I was just trying to unplug my controller. It's not that serious.
Blades,
He's got a little bulgy, like a little peanut.
This'll hurt.
Now we have to put it right in his hole. I'm not exaggerating. We literally have to put it in his hole. Oh, I thought he said put it in the heart hole. Why didn't we put it in it? That was the most interesting part.
Now, for the really painful part.
Oh, here we go.
My fire.
I like him though. We met him 5 minutes ago, but I like him. He's funny. Bye, dear. Thanks for the raid.
You get Ragnarok.
Have a good night.
It's time.
Yeah, it's very. Oh! Oh wow. Oh, he loves it. Not him loving it in his hole. He said, okay. He said, get the poppers. Sorry.
How long do you think this is gonna take?
My titties are falling off. Oh! All right. Good night. Oh, this is Odin.
Odin must have said that.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, missed. Kristen missed. I like a good rhyme. Okay. No, I don't want to kill them. They're fierce. Come on. No fun. Wait, it actually does look like Hawk Girl. The way she had one appearance in Injustice 1 and never ever again. Poor thing. Girl, get to bed. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god. Yeah, put it in like 15. Oh, they share the same health. What the? Oh! Oh wow. Let them just beating the shit out of Atreus. Oh, get gagged. Maybe I should use the blades he infused. Oh, Atreus is in danger. Atreus is literally in danger. Help him!
Quickly!
Ow. Oh shit. When I make them in WWE with them. Wrist and missed. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're fierce though, for real though. The music, I'm nutting. And thank you for the raid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! I'm so sorry. We're literally getting raided, and I am in the middle of like dying. Hold on. Hold, please. Amanda, please. Oh my god. And thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Rainers. We're currently at the end of God of War, so you don't want spoilers. I would suggest leaving now. But thank you for the raid. Gadar. Oh my god. Oh. I feel like Kratos has been through worse.
Get away from here!
Get gagged. Yes, Atreus! Oh, I love this. Them working together. Oh, I fucked up. Excuse me. Oh, that was cinematic. I loved that.
Did it work? Sorter, are you there?
Let's see. Well, why is it giving me all this stuff right here? Go away. I'm actually scared.
Will you help us
Please.
attack Asgard? Great. Hear that? All we have to do is call him with Gallo when we're ready.
I'm scared. I don't like this.
Let's head back to Moose Spawn.
I actually don't like
Way back
this.
from there. It worked. I can't believe it.
I wouldn't go
got
that
Ragnarok
far.
On our side. Sorter's plan just worked.
I don't know if he's on our side.
For a small setback, but I bet we've got Odin worried now. He knows we're coming for him.
Atreus.
Think about it. We're gonna show up to Asgard, and Ragnarok's gonna come in and wreck everything. Odin won't stand a chance.
No.
We're gonna win.
No.
Groa failed to predict what we would sacrifice in return.
Maybe she could only see the big stuff.
I just like, we're jinxing it. We're jinxing it.
work, right?
We're jinxing it. We are jinxing it. Atreus, we need to quiet down. What is that?
Ragnarok's strength grows.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Hey, check out that cliff. The earthquake must have shook this place up enough to make a ledge.
What the?
Trying to finish the job is after he started.
I'm using the edge to my advantage. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wait, that missed. Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
There will be more.
We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, we need to go. If that wasn't obvious.
So
I have a couple
you fought
times,
in a
not
lot of
like
wars,
ball, but like the beginning of the
Never
game
had
was
anything like Ragnarok on your side?
sad.
I have. And the creature does not guarantee our victory.
And then when Fenrir came back, I cried. So anything with the dogs, I definitely get emotional. There's just like a lot of animal violence in these games. It's like sad. Like I wish they would just go back to like killing the gods. Like I don't want to see animals get hurt. The most brutality in this has just been animal violence, honestly.
Another earthquake. This whole place is gonna fall apart if those keep happening.
What is that? Oh, it's them arriving.
On your right.
Oh wow. I'm getting gagged. The way he's just standing there, lol. Okay. Girl. I'm out ski. Okay, this isn't the way out. I thought it would be. Okay, really? Are you serious? Come on. Oh, I'm done. I'm out. I'm peacing out. Oh my god. The worst mechanic is making you fight through these fights. I should be able to just pass them if I don't want to, honestly. I don't care if I'm behind in levels. Like, I actually don't care. Like, if I'm playing on whatever, like, give me a story, I should be able to run away from the combat. And, like, just...
You're always quiet, but this feels different.
I had hoped my days of ceaseless battles were over. I had hoped to never see my son go to war.
Don't give up!
Ragnarok is here. They know what that means for Asgard.
The rider keeps healing it!
Well, then we need to kill the thing. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Let's not. I'm gonna die. Why did that do no damage? A healing crystal right there. Right there. Right there. I was on top of it. I was literally on top of it. How close are we? Do we think there's like an hour left? It's like literally 3 a.m. I haven't had dinner either. Starving.
Don't give up!
Ragnarok is here. They know what that means for Asgard.
Okay, this is too much right now, dude. Come on.
Right side! Incoming! Sigil arrows get right through their shield!
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I understand that. It's like literally insane that
You need to leave before anything else shows up. The gate is just through this crack in the rocks when you're ready.
it's like the hordes of enemies
Father,
do more
I know we're doing the
damage
right thing.
than the bosses.
Ragnarok has to happen.
The price we and others paid for this war is high. It will only get higher.
It'll be worth it.
Brothers, how did it go? And yes, my usefulness to a certain Vanir numpty did run out.
Oh, like where is Mimir?
As do the armies of hell. Thanks mostly to me. It seems war is upon us at last.
I'm like literally like, why are they like surprised that they're going to war? Like,
Where to now, brother? We've some time before we're expected at the temple.
This could be our last chance, Father. Is there anything you want to finish up?
no! Stop trying to make me do side quests. I'm doing the main story. My God.
Mimir, what else do you know of the mask?
Only that it was the great passion.
I gotta go to the bathroom before we do this end part. I hope this is the fucking end. This. Ugh. Well. No.
Odin's life. He journeyed across Aegir's burning ocean into the heart of the silent matron herself to find it. Lost every man in his
Hi,
crew,
Blizzard.
but to hear him tell it, it was worth all that blood and more.
Oh, hey. I had a feeling you might pop in here. You know everybody's meeting in Midgard, right?
What? Hello? Is that literally where everybody went? Did I go to the wrong place? Awkward. Oh, I clicked. My bad. I clicked square instead of X. My bad.
Well, this is it then. The beginning of the end.
The
Fucking
end
thank
forever.
God.
And after that, a new beginning for the rest of us.
Kind of sad
No,
though.
I'm just looking forward to seeing all the realms finally standing up to him. Elves and dwarves and hell itself.
You are so certain they will unite.
They have to. After everything they've been through. They have to. Don't they?
Can't wait for my day off tomorrow.
That's so weird. We must have been to this part of the lake 100 times, and I've never seen that building before.
Aye.
I'm gonna order yummy food tomorrow night. Treat myself. Steak fries are just so good. Like, yummy, yummy, yummy. From this local place I got them from.
Brother,
So
about the
fucking
oracles
good.
of your lands, would you say they manipulated events? Did they have an agenda?
I do not doubt they held their own interests first, but in my experience, they could be easily fooled by their own prophecies. But enough of that for now.
Okay. Ready when you are. All the
Going
armies
back to where it all
probably gathered in the home
began.
waiting for when we blow Gallarhorn. Guess I was kind of hoping to see some of them here.
When all the realm towers open at once, we'll see plenty, lad. Odin won't believe what's coming for him.
No. Odin had lifetimes to prepare for this.
Yeah,
Whatever
literally.
was deception, he heard the truth as Tyr.
Literally.
Do not underestimate him.
Everybody's
Rousing
underestimating
speech,
him right
brother.
now.
Very inspirational.
Like, everyone's like, we can beat him. I'm
Wow.
like, girl.
The Valkyries look different.
Welcome back. Hildisfini informed me of your success. We've been planning accordingly.
Well, what would Ragnarok be without Ragnarok?
Who else agreed to join us? I see the Valkyries.
Better than that, they are reborn. Corporeal and uncorrupted, thanks to no small amount of Vanir magic. They're shield maidens now.
Nice.
And your brother.
He came through. The elves called a truce to unite against Asgard.
Word.
That gives us an advantage by air, and with Hell's army for a vanguard.
What about Sindri? Will the dwarves fight?
We haven't heard from him. But there's time yet. And I think we have what we need to clear a path for the Ragnarok beast.
Well, when you say it like that, why worry at all? Sigrun, it's good to see you so alive.
Oh, yes. I wasn't myself when last we met. I'm glad you're safe. My queen, the shield maidens will be divided among the forces breaching from Alfheim, Hellheim, and here in Midgard. We stand ready.
Okay.
Kratos.
I stare an invisible wall, please.
Come here. Please excuse me.
Oh. Good night, then.
Freya, have you determined our path out of Asgard?
If the towers are the way in, we count on them being the way out.
And if they are not?
Then we all know what we signed up for. Our plan is only missing one thing. A leader.
That honor is yours. You have a righteous claim, and the respect of your troops. And you have faced this enemy before.
I held his invading army to a stalemate. This is our invasion, a siege on his terrain. I want our most experienced wartime general in the field. I don't care about the honors, I don't care about the prophecies and champions. I just need us to win.
Freya.
I know what I'm asking. Just sleep on it. Here we are. Kratos, your tent is to the right, and Atreus, yours is to the left.
Why are we sleeping in separate tents?
A young warrior needs his own space, don't you think?
Freya, this isn't you. Are you Odin?
Thanks.
You're
Sleep on what you're
acting
spoken.
weird.
Let me know in the morning what you decide.
You're acting weird, Freya. You're acting bizarre. I'm getting a little sussy. Having us sleep in separate tents. A little sus.
Excuse me.
What?
May I have a moment with Mimir?
Why?
I don't know what tomorrow brings, but if tonight is our last night, I'd like to spend it feeling something besides hate. Will you tell me one last silly story?
There's nothing I'd like more. Except perhaps a dance. Yet
Aw.
I may have lost a step.
Oh.
Due respect, love. I don't tell silly stories.
You only tell silly stories, Mimir.
I can never argue with you.
Oh, I love them. Nice reference. I know. Something's gonna go horribly wrong. It's giving us a false sense of security. It's like annoying me. It's like, I know it's not right. I don't like that we're sleeping in separate tents, like at all. Like, I understand, but like literally everybody's out to get Atreus. Like somebody needs to be watching him. Are we gonna have one last Faye moment? Oh.
Can I sleep here tonight?
Yes, actually. Like literally worried about you. Do you want to give your son the pillow?
You must quiet your mind.
I can't.
Then I will tell you a story.
If I fall asleep, promise you'll finish it tomorrow?
Oh.
Of course.
Not him actually being a dad finally.
Close your eyes.
He's like, how do I do this?
Man who chopped wood for his village. Every evening he bore the logs on his back and delivered them to his people. But the logs were heavy, and he grew weaker as time went. And one day, he threw down the logs as he could no longer bear their weight. And he called for death to come to him. And when death arrived,
This is really sad. Like, Kratos doesn't, like, care about dying. He cares about how Atreus feels after he dies. Like, he doesn't want Atreus to go through that. He's sad. Like, he's, like, so torn up. Like, look at his face. That hurts my heart. I think we're gonna get another Faye moment, and then it's gonna be the end of the game.
He's the only one who ever got my highbrow sense of humor. Damn fine woman she was. Apart from her taste in men, of course.
She was a special woman. She wanted to protect people.
She was here. She saw every step we took before we took it. Like she was always with us, watching over us, leading us home.
Does my request upset you? Death is a natural part of life, my love. I wish only to be prepared for when my time comes. We mortals must do such things. I am glad to have you prepare with me. You are quiet?
I have nothing to say.
Well, say something. I enjoy hearing your voice.
The funeral pyre. I would have chosen different.
Oh?
In my land, we entomb our loved ones.
You would have me trapped in the ground for eternity.
I would have you close to me.
How touching. My rotting corpse would bring you such comfort.
It's not funny. That's funny that they kept the same voice actress and he actually just went through puberty.
You once
That's funny.
tried to take charge of your ending, did you know?
That was different.
Circumstance, yes. But not on purpose.
So lost in what's happening. Am I supposed to know? Or are we supposed to be gagged?
You prepare for a distant future.
We're supposed to be gagged.
Time ahead of us.
I wish to better a future that will exist without me whenever that day comes. For you and for our son. We will always walk together, Kratos. You will always be a part of me. I will always be a part of you.
And when you are gone, that part of me dies as well. You feel your absence.
Culmination of love is grief. And yet we love, despite the inevitable. We open our hearts to it. When the pyre is spent, and you have gathered my ashes, spread them from the highest peak in all the realms. You will do this for me. To grieve deeply is to have loved fully.
Oh.
Open your heart to the world as you have opened it to me, and you will find every reason to keep living in it.
That's fucking beautifully written.
What's going on?
It is time.
How do you know?
I'll meet you outside, Father. Sir.
What? I like can't trust anybody.
We'd hoped to fly into battle with you one more time, my queen.
Me too. But not as your queen. As sisters. Are you ready?
Yes. I will be your general.
It will be an honor to fight alongside you, General.
Aye, brother. I'll be right by your side. So, what are your orders?
To the temple.
Hey, General Kratos! I got something you're gonna want before you go to war.
Like what?
Time to cleave some heads.
That literally Ellie's voice actress from Borderlands. Like, it literally sounds exactly like her. Not to be that girl, but like, it literally sounds like her.
Now those are some angry knives.
It like literally sounds exactly like her.
Ought to make Odin's spear look like a toothpick. Brutal.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
And the little one? Know what you want?
Thank you, Lunda.
Ah, yeah, big softy. You can thank me after, if we all come through the other end of this.
I will.
We should head for the flaw behind the Asgard tower. Without Ragnarok, it's our only chance to break through the wall.
Uther's flaw! You said only Surtur knew how to use it!
Let's pray I was wrong.
Careful, brother. You're covered in bifrost.
Keep an eye on that tail.
Another Einherjar! From the left!
The war machines. We use them to breach the flaw and strike the city with our allies.
Sounds desperate.
Good. Desperation is our advantage.
Would have preferred a realm-destroying fire giant, but I suppose desperation is better than nothing.
Was that? It was. Odin's new Valkyrie queen is Gná. This complicates things.
I would think so.
Then we must hurry.
This is like worth soundtrack, gameplay, visuals, everything. It's what this needed.
Enemies on the left! Right flank!
We have to keep going. Can we not get up?
Up here.
Beautiful soundtrack. Like orgasmic soundtrack.
Jormungandr! A welcome sight! But he didn't follow us from the
Oh!
Curious! He'll keep Thor busy at least!
Lizard, he's fighting for us.
Careful, brother. You're covered in bifrost.
I know. I'm not thrilled.
No! Damn it!
Keep moving.
At least that army is already dead.
We're getting nowhere! The Einherjar return from Valhalla as quickly as we kill them!
Why can I not?
Skjolva!
Hey, girl, please. Oh, Jesus.
There goes the Hellheim reinforcements.
Oh, no.
Armies.
Looks like the giant giants made it after all.
The snake looks different.
He is different. But when I was away, never mind, later.
The Einherjar's link to Valhalla. My sisters and I must sever it.
Go.
Still no sign of the dwarves.
Sindri won't let us down. We have to trust him.
Well, he needs to hurry up because all the gates are getting shut.
We'll make for this funnel hunt tower.
Love you, Sindri, but we gotta... Oh, fuck me.
Without Ragnarok.
The war machines.
Oh, so we're pretty desperate, huh? The rider keeps healing it.
Behind you, brother.
Why isn't he here?
I'm pretty sure he's coming.
There! That pillar is standing on Lacroix!
Yes, Fenrir!
Agrabah! No! That Valkyrie followed them through the realm there!
Uh-oh.
Your friend.
She'll be fine! We got more important things to worry about! Even if we can breach the wall! The dwarves are here! Way to go, Sindri! It's just Sindri!
It's just Sindri?
I know, I'm late.
Where is your army?
No more dwarves are dying for this.
What?
Save it! Odin forced them to build those war machines. And I'm here to tear them down.
Before you break them, we must turn them on the wall.
Fine. Leave it to the dwarves to clean up after the giants.
Sindri.
Use your shield strike.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Oh, and there he is.
About bloody time he showed up.
Now what?
The way my headphones are literally cracking so bad.
You don't get to use us anymore.
More or less what you wanted.
I didn't want this. No. Close your heart to it. Close your heart.
Who are they?
Midgardians. Odin took them in. They shouldn't be here. They're not soldiers.
Odin put them in our path to die.
It's war. Wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything. What are you doing?
Son, listen closely. You feel their pain because that is who you are. And you must never sacrifice that. Never. Not for anyone. I was wrong, Atreus. I was wrong. Open your heart. Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish. And mine as well. Today, son. Today, we will be better.
But what can we do?
See the size of that thing? I think we're gonna win. I mean, if they don't kill us first.
Why have you stopped? Ragnarok is here. We finally have Odin right where we...
We will stop Odin. But we did not come to sacrifice the innocent. We will breach the wall. At Hrimthor's Flaw.
With what army?
Atreus and I will be enough.
What?
That's suicide.
It may be. But we will die seeking justice, not vengeance. Can that weapon break open the Flaw?
Only one way to find out.
You three. Get those people to safety wherever you can find it.
We will see it done.
Freya and I will do what we can to slow Ragnarok.
He was not mindless before. See if he will listen to reason. Odin will not get away.
If he does, so help me.
I know.
Valky!
No! No! Protect him! I will help those that are trapped and meet you at the Flaw. Go! Go, Atreus!
Sentry, be careful and stay behind me!
You be careful. I'm here to fight.
Look, can I just say?
No, you can't. Shut up and fight.
Where is this last person? Oh. Uh-oh.
Can't let it control me.
Charles. Wow.
What? You want to thank you?
No, I just want...
I don't care what you want. This changes nothing.
You really had me believing you that we didn't have to be enemies.
Dude, you're okay.
My mom was right about you all along. You're a killer just like your father, and you're here to kill us all.
No, just Odin.
Oh! Oh, she clocked
Sissy,
him.
no. She's a friend.
Friends don't bring the end of the world to each other's doorstep, Loki.
You're right. You're right. I made some bad decisions.
You do that a lot. I'm not sure that's a defense.
It's not a defense. I just want to make it right. Is Skilder okay? Have you seen him?
Why wouldn't he be? What are you talking about?
Odin is willing to sacrifice the Midgardians. He put them along the wall to try and deter us, knowing they can't fight. Their deaths are just meant to slow us down.
Why would he do that? And how am I supposed to believe you?
Because he's right.
Oh.
It's who Odin is. It's who he's always been.
Gag.
Mom, why are you here? What
He'll sacrifice anyone at a problem with one of him. The Midgardians. Your friend. Our family, any of us. I'd hoped that your father would stand up to him, but now it has to be you.
Mom, what are you saying?
Wow.
I never doubted that you would make the finest Valkyrie these realms have ever seen. But not for him.
Period.
Do you understand?
But our family.
Without Odin, we can be one again. A real one. What he's doing is wrong.
He said if we held our ground, we'd be safe.
Oh.
He said we owed him.
He's such a manipulator.
No,
Fucking fuck Odin.
No shit.
Dad will never let them get your grandfather.
Then go with him. He'll listen to you. Are you ready to go find the rest of your people?
Yeah.
I love you, Mom.
I love you too.
Oh. Those are... I love them. Girl bosses.
Finally.
Shoot it.
Get off him!
Oh, okay, wow.
Well done, son. Well done.
Queen. Queen. Actual queen. Queen off.
Who was the girl?
Hi! Through Thor's daughter!
Thor's daughter?
She's my friend!
That's my friend!
Einarja, on the left!
Rude! You fight well.
My dad taught me!
That much is clear.
Yeah, well, thanks. Sorry, he's not...
I know.
Behind you! Look out!
Watch out!
What's going on? I thought Ragnarok was supposed to help us!
The creature is not whole. What remains is incomplete. It cannot fulfill its purpose.
Wait! Where'd Sentry go?
He has done his part. The rest is on us.
push Thrud off.
The Great Lodge. That's where we gotta go.
Oh no.
Yeah. I didn't want to listen. That may not be our biggest problem right now.
Jormungandr!
Get back to your sister.
Oh no.
You must hold back Ragnarok. This fight is mine.
But if I could just...
Take Atreus and the mask and do not look back. My son trusts you, so I trust you.
Period.
Stay away from her!
Dad, wait!
I am done with you and your son!
Uh-oh.
No more fucking games!
Son,
I'm allowed to kill you. We do not need to do this. We do. It's what we are. That it? Won't be enough. I can take. Can you?
Stop! The lad needs to forgive change. Prove it and stop this.
Talking! Fight and die!
fuck. Oh shit. Oh.
For yourself alone. Your family's falling apart.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Like you know.
Oh. Unique.
You attack my daughter. No, I did not. You bring this to my home.
Oh my God.
My family.
We didn't do such a thing. We actually brought your family closer together. Owie!
If this is the end, you'll die first. Then you're king.
Oh my God. How is he doing that?
One of us died today.
My health is so low. Oh. Oh.
Still won't be me.
Oh my God, he hit the riptide. Did you see that? Did you feel that? Michael calling commentary.
Everything was fine before Loki showed up.
I don't think so. You were having a very substance abuse problem and your wife really didn't want to live here.
He almost convinced me. I've been believing things could change.
I don't want to redo this fight. I really don't want to.
Thor, listen to me. You have nothing I want to hear.
Wait, there's help. Okay.
Odin does not shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, please. Language, gentlemen. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Come on!
Oh! Like, I felt that in my body. Like, I felt my body going like this.
What are you waiting for? Your daughter. My son calls her friend.
If you try to hurt her...
I would not.
Well,
Don't you know what I've done? Yes!
But what will you do now?
We don't change. We are destroyers.
No more. No more.
I'm so uncomfy.
For the sake of our children, we must do better.
I like can't watch. I like know what happens and I'm like uncomfortable.
Why isn't he dead? Are you talking? Who told you to do that? You don't talk. You don't think. I think. You kill. It's a simple fucking concept.
Sif was right about you. I just didn't want to see it.
What is this? Are you broken? I am your father. Take the hammer and kill who I tell you to kill.
I can't. I knew it was coming.
I did not want this. Dude. This was all their fault. They've done this to us, to our family.
Ah!
Looks like I gotta do everything around here.
Your own son? You planned on it! Why?
Rude's gonna be fine. I say. That one's on you.
Oh!
You turned him against me. You turned them all against me.
Oof.
Odin, please! You can stop this!
You can stop this! Just give me my map!
What does the mask have in it?
Sounds like a great idea.
Turn my family against me!
Oof.
You started this fight.
No! This all started long before you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, we need to move.
A slave, God, killer. This is what you want, right?
We need to move!
No more.
Lacroix!
Oh my god, he's playing possum. Get him. Oh my god, I can't get him down. Oh my god.
So,
Oh,
was
their
this
hands are
everything
chained.
you hoped for? Was your plan really all that much better than mine? I hope you got exactly what you want.
What?
Not
Oh!
quite yet.
Oh, she has the. Oh my god! The noose!
Think you're the only one who can craft a binding spell?
Oh!
I spent many long winters thinking about what I would say to you as I watched you take your last breath.
He's too powerful. You gotta back the fuck up, Freya. I love you, but back up.
But now, I realize there's only one thing I need you to know. You have no hold on me anymore.
Period.
My friend, I forgot how good you look with wings.
Fuck men, period.
Oh, husband. You always sought knowledge well. Now, I'm going to teach you what it's like to lose everything. Bow to your queen!
I always loved you, you know?
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
You've never loved anyone!
Period. What does the mask hold? Like, I need to know. Like, I'm biting at the walls.
Father? Freya?
Oh, we're about to find out, girl. Oh my god, is he gonna like literally put it on his face and get like fucked? Oh my god, I'm scared for him. I'm literally scared for him.
You did it, Loki. No. No more fighting. No.
Ugh.
None of that matters now.
Get away.
This is your moment, Loki. Groa tried to hide you from me, but this is your destiny. Champion of the Jotnar. Only he can put on the mask. Only he can gaze into the truth of creation. Unfold the secrets of life and death. No more doubt, no more confusion. You were born for this. Put on the mask, Loki.
Don't. I mean, I want you to, but don't.
Ask it the question.
This is your choice, son. I trust you.
I am literally...
No! Why did you do that? What was it all for? You choose to be nothing! So be it.
Attack!
You've waited a long time for this, haven't you, Frid? So have I!
Too late for that!
fly!
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know.
3 against 1, and you're gonna get me all fucked up. What did you call me? One for breath.
God, I'm taking so much damage. Oh, that's health. Get that. Oh.
You don't get it. No.
Gagged him so good.
You've ruined everything. Everything I've worked for. Everything I killed for.
Well, you shouldn't do that in the first place, you freak! What an insane soundtrack. Like, this, if this doesn't win an award, I swear to God. Like, what a magic. Like, that was magical.
If you just played your part, none of this would have happened. What was it all for? Answer me, Loki! What's it all for?
Got him. Snap his neck. Oh! Oh! Yes! Yes! Oh. That was so hot. I love that.
This was our chance, Loki. I could have had my answers. I could have learned the truth. You took that away from me. I could have made things better. We could have made the 9 realms better.
This was never about the realms, or me. It was about you.
You destroyed everything. My home, my family, my kingdom.
You did those things. Your choices. You killed your own son.
It wasn't my choice. I had no choice.
There's always a choice. You have to stop. You can choose to be better.
Get away from him, Atreus!
I have to know what happens next. I will never stop.
Why'd you have to say that? Sofna. Apfra.
Oh!
Tesu. Sofna. Hithan. Sofna. Sofna.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
What do we do with him?
did not expect that's how he would die.
I swore I would never rob from you the choice between life and death.
I have waited so long for this moment. And now that I'm here, I don't need this to make me whole.
We stopped his madness. That's all that matters.
He got the fuck out of him. Variance injury.
It's Ragnarok. He's here.
So what now? Girl?
Time to go. Go where exactly?
You didn't exit?
Hey, come on!
It's giant stuff. Okay, follow me, quickly.
Ingvi!
What? You have to go.
Freya! It's time.
Oh my god!
Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I'll be with you. But your path is your own.
Atreus!
Follow it, and you'll end up right where you're supposed to be.
This is what I needed. These gags after gags, I'm like, I need to be fed.
Atreus. Wake up.
What is happening?
Glad you've come back to us.
Hi. Where's my father?
Somewhere here in the Holt. He'll be glad to see you.
What is happening? Girl. Hi, Star Child. Welcome back. How did we just skip, like, the entire, like, end of the world Ragnarok thing? Like, why did we just skip that? Like, actually, I'm so confused right now. The achievement, so unnecessary. Please silence yourself.
Mom, stop it, I'm fine.
Oh, that's okay.
Loki!
I'm so glad you're
Sip's
both
okay.
alive.
Enough about
Good.
us. You should find your father.
See ya, Loki.
Take care.
My queens. May Thor rest in peace.
Huh. Lugan made it out. Good for him.
I don't know if that's good.
Oh, and if you could get this wood over to Brana's tent,
Yay.
Loki! Hey! Glad to see the head injury didn't make you forget me. Did you have a head
Sorry.
injury?
I'm glad you're okay. I just gotta make sure my dad is too.
Yeah. Go find him.
I don't think he's gonna be, girl. I'm worried.
Oh, there he is. And one for the kid, too. Skull!
Here, here.
Skull. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. And Freya's sacrifice.
It's true.
Well, we were just...
Sorry. Gotta go find my father.
Be safe, you.
I'm pleased to see you awake.
Freya.
It was his choice. I
Girl.
couldn't take that from him.
He saved us all. I'll never forget that.
The family I thought I had was taken from me piece by piece. But there's comfort in the family I've chosen.
Oh.
Your mother was right, you know. You grew into that bow after all. You are a formidable warrior, but even more than that, you have a good heart. Nothing you've endured has changed that. I'm so proud of the man you've become, Atreus.
Thank you. For everything. I should find my father.
You should.
Like, no one's telling him that he's dead. Like,
Atreus! Oh, you gave us quite a scare there.
Glad to see you too, Mimir. Listen, I want to thank you.
can we go? Like, I love y'all, but please, please, I need to know what's happening with Kratos.
You listened to me, mentored me, and...
Can we please go?
You're basically another dad to me.
Lad.
No. I need you to hear it. I appreciate you so much.
I love you too, little brother.
See you, Mimir.
It's good to see you about, Atreus.
You too, Hildisvini.
And it's nice down here, huh? No loud noises. We're okay. You did so good today, boy. I'm so proud of you. Maybe later, we can find some treats.
Okay. My turn.
Who's that, huh? Yeah, we know him.
Maybe one of these days I'll surprise you.
Oh? You already have.
Maybe,
You are in good hands. Thank you for saving us.
I decided it would be better if I wrote the ending myself. You haven't told your father yet, have you?
Told him about what?
Come on. Giant visions? I already saw it. I get it.
Every part of me is telling me this is what I have to do. I just don't know how to say it.
Come with me. I've got something I want to show you. Both of you.
Ah, thank God. Whew.
Do not wish to intrude.
This is for you too.
Atreus, I am glad you are well.
I'm glad you are too. So, what was the end of the story?
What?
Before Ragnarok, you promised to finish it if I fell asleep.
When death arrived, he asked why the old man had called for him. Seeing death before him caused the old man to reconsider his request. After a moment, he asked that death help him lift the logs onto his back, so that he may continue on his journey.
He wasn't ready to die.
He wished to keep living.
There's a lot of smoke out there.
It seems when Asgard fell, pieces of it landed all over the realms. There might still be some Einherjar near them, but that's not what I brought you here to see.
Mother? My shrine in Jotunheim. She destroyed it. She didn't want us to know our fate.
Oh, wow.
We forged our own path because of her.
She went against her own people. Our people. To protect you. I don't know, Open. I'm sorry.
Father, I need to talk to you about something. There are other giants out there, and I've got to find them. I think I know where to look, but they're my responsibility. I need to do this alone. I don't want to do it alone, but I need to. It's hard to explain.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah.
That is why you must do it.
Like you taught me. Yeah.
We survived today because of your choices. Who to trust. Who to call friend.
I'm smiling. Oh, my heart.
You are ready.
Remember our promise.
Loki will go. Atreus. Atreus remains.
Ooh. Oh my god, Kratos is crying. That's gonna make me cry.
Take care of everyone.
He like sees like Faye and him, like his son growing up. My heart. I'm so emotional. I hate this. Stop it right now. Ah.
What did you see in there, brother?
Path. One I had never imagined.
And what now?
There is much to do. Much to rebuild. Would you join me?
Aye.
Not you.
We'll see to it. Together.
Wow. That was good. Yeah. Really good game. Except for, you know, when it wasn't.
Freya, we should probably talk about Gná.
We don't need to talk about her. We just need to find her.
But Odin chose her as his new Valkyrie queen. A Vanir goddess, your friend.
Gná pledged loyalty to Asgard long ago, and our friendship ended soon after.
What happened?
I made a choice. One she couldn't accept. Kratos. She hates me. She will be a problem for us. Better we find her than she finds us.
And another one for the big boy himself. Skull!
Skull.
Yeah. I love that they're like, yeah, this is the end of the series, but also we're gonna gag you and say it's not the end of the series, and we are setting up the game for Atreus and Angrboda on their path for the giants. Like, so funny to me.
We can hold a few dozen per camp. Families will stay together, obviously.
Take care, Kratos.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we'll bring all the supplies we can, although it won't be much.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it was honestly a really good ending.
For extra supplies. Aesir and Vanir.
All right, yeah, I eat my words. Yeah, I eat my words. It's definitely not like a bad game, but like there was a lot of filler. I think like the last 3 hours were pretty solid. Ragnarok is over, but remains for Kratos, Freya, and Mimir. Explore surviving realms to discover the remnants of Asgard. Test your medal to the Crucible of Muspelheim. Seek out the fearsome berserker souls and complete favors for your friends and allies. Adventure and the challenge await. Ratatoskr awaits you in the new travel realms. The middle part was rough, I agree.
Where to first?
We could take care of any lingering...
Okay, well, we finished the game. Be quiet. Wow. Sorry I got so emotional at the end. That was really heavy. That was so heavy at the end.
Business in the realms.
Or investigate those pieces of Asgard.
Either way.
So I've been streaming for almost 10 hours, about to end at 10 hours. So I'm glad we finished it before Pokemon, so thank you for bearing with me through my frustrations of this game. But I do think it's a great game and I'm happy we played it. I'm excited for what's next for us here on the channel. Thank you all for being here. I want to like raid somebody, but I'm like so tired. I'm just gonna end, guys, please. I'm so sorry. Go to streamqueens.net if you have somebody you want to go send love to. I literally feel like I'm gonna pass out. Like I literally have been streaming for like almost the entire day, so I'm just gonna hit the end stream button. But thank you all for being here. I'm excited for the new stuff and holiday stuff. I'll be here live on Thursday afternoon if I don't feel too bad after getting blood drawn. But I'm taking tomorrow off and then I'm going to take Friday off. I won't be streaming Pokemon until Saturday around 5 p.m. and it's a Saturday, so I hope you can join me. But I'll be doing my first adventure into Pokemon on Saturday. Well, not first. I'm going to play it off stream with somebody and then I'll join and recollect my thoughts with you guys on stream on Saturday. But thank you all for chilling. I'm going to go take a 5-hour shower because I'm sweating. It's hot and I'm tired. But I'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for hanging. I'll see you guys on Thursday, possibly Saturday. Bye, everybody.